The protagonist saw before him the incomprehensible interior of an ancient mansion. The guy seemed to be transported through time and woke up sitting on a chair in period clothing. The guy opened his eyes and fully regained consciousness. He began to look around. The protagonist couldn't understand where he was and was surprised that he was still alive. The guy remembered being in a restaurant eating expired food. He poisoned himself and couldn't be saved. Through scrappy memories, the protagonist realized that he must have gone to another world. The main character felt even more alive after smelling some interesting odor. The guy started fidgeting around but couldn't figure out what it was he was smelling. Glancing to the side, he noticed several uncorked bottles standing nearby. The guy took the balloon in his hand and wondered if it was a pill from the legends. The protagonist vomited at the smell of the pill and realized it was expired. The guy thought the owner of the pills died from consuming them. If they were used, the body dies. The main character got up and decided to walk around the building where he was. The boy wondered to himself if the past owner was as lucky as he was, and if he had gotten his shell in the modern world. The protagonist walked to the door. Suddenly it opened and almost knocked him down. From behind the open door peeked a man. He was very much surprised. The man greeted the guy, calling him Young Master Chen. The protagonist was surprised. He asked the man if he was the one he was addressing. Suddenly the man ran to the side and wished his master a good rest. The guy thought to himself that if he had crossed the border, then where were the benefits of crossing? The guy wondered where his Goldfinger artifacts were and where his fans were. Lifting his head up, the protagonist shouted with interest, "And where's the system?" Started activating the system. The guy was glad it was here. The guy demanded of the system that it tell him its functions. The invincible system began to launch. The hero rejoiced that the invulnerable opening had begun. The guy was excited. He decided that with the system, he could in the future endlessly enjoy food and drink with his wives and concubines. Suddenly, the system gave a message about a startup failure. The protagonist was unpleasantly surprised. It appears that the guy only got the initial stage of the time management system. He can only change the expiration date of things limited to a 5-year period. The protagonist was frustrated with the time system. He couldn't see how changing the expiration date of products would help him. Eventually, the guy decided it would be better than nothing at all. He looked at the bottles on the table. The protagonist decided to immediately test the abilities received from the system. He approached the table. The guy thought that if he could control time, he might as well get his freshness back with pills. The protagonist ordered the system to adjust the expiration date of the pills. The guy thought to himself that 5 years ago, the pills might still have been usable. The system started to activate. The guy saw a large magical dial in front of him. The protagonist held the pills up to the dial and the transformation began. On the huge dial, the hands began the countdown. The guy saw a very bright and piercing light begin to emanate from the pill. The guy was pleased with the fresh scent of the pills. He figured there shouldn't be a problem. The protagonist paused for a moment, wondering what the pills could have been used for. The guy realized that from the look of the pills, they were for condensation and to increase cultivation levels. The protagonist decides he needs to take some improvement pills right away. The guy felt the pills take effect. He felt everything shrink around him. The protagonist was overjoyed. He felt a surge of energy and decided that everything should go smoothly. After that, the guy realized that one pill would not be enough and not enough for him. The guy went to the system and told it to change the expiration date on the pills for another 5 years. The system began to act. The pill hung in the air opposite the large dial. The hands on the dial began to rotate in the opposite direction. The protagonist thought to himself, wondering if he should keep eating. The guy analyzed the body's memories and realized he was stuck at the very beginning of development. His parents were great landowners of the noble king's realm. The main character had no talents. For this reason, he could not start to develop. Because of this, he was called a wimp by everyone. The guy stopped his musings. He felt the pills weren't working enough. The guy slumped exhaustedly to the floor and decided he had failed again. Once again, the protagonist calmed himself with the thought that he should continue to eat the pills. After that, the protagonist absorbed several pills from his hand at once. The guy thought that he had already swallowed 5 pills, but still hadn't started to develop. He decided that this body had no natural abilities. The protagonist commanded the system to put the expiration date back for another 5 years. Eventually, the guy did calm down. He decided to go out for a little walk. It was a bright day outside, and the main character decided to go out and look around. The guy realized it was absolutely useless to just swallow all the pills. From flashbacks, the protagonist learned that his parents were great landowners, but they were both long absent. The guy's sister's name is Chen Suyan. She's the only one who serves the Chen residence. Even though the girl was adopted, she is still a sister. The protagonist overheard a group of guys talking to each other nearby. Someone said that he had passed to the 7th step of the Yuan Kongdung Kingdom. The friends congratulated the guy named Chen Yue, adding that it was very surprising that he had reached the 7th step at the age of 17. The protagonist stopped. He was interested in the guy's conversations. The fellow thought that for the Yuan realm to flourish, a solid foundation must be laid using basic breathing techniques. The guy remembered that the previous owner had practiced such techniques since he was a child. He decided to use the system to correct the time when he practiced the breathing technique. The main character turned around and started to walk away. He decided he needed to try, and the other guys looked at him. Someone said that the young master of Chen Island was jealous of Chen Yue. The guy said that the Chen family used a lot of resources to develop the protagonist, but the latter did not achieve success in cultivation. The lad said it was a pity that a noble family with 2 kings had no successor. The boy said that Chen Xinyuan came to Chen's mansion today. He wanted to discuss the boy's enrollment in Huangwu Academy. Because young Master Chen Dao still hasn't developed, he might have his enrollment revoked. This would make Chen Dao practically dead, even if only in words. Chen Dao turned to the system and told it to increase the time he practiced the basic breathing technique by 5 years. The system activated and the hands on the large dial began to shift. The hands began counting down as the protagonist demanded. Chen Dao was very much relieved that his request had completely worked. A magical light began to emanate from the dial and was directed at the guy. Chen Dao felt his mind being filled with a huge amount of thoughts about this technique. The protagonist immediately realized that he was able to instantly increase his skill. Chen Dao realized joyfully that the cultivation space had opened up again. The guy sat in lotus pose and started practicing basic breathing techniques. Chen Dao thought that the technique had been spreading for 8 weeks. He decided to see how many weeks this technique could cultivate. Chen Dao continued to persistently cultivate the technique for 9 and then 10 weeks. To achieve the result, the guy kept cultivating, and it's been 11 weeks. When 16 weeks had passed, Chen felt that gradually the technique was beginning to yield results. The guy felt a purple glow descending on him. That means he succeeded. Chen shouted that he had finally succeeded. The basic breathing technique helped him advance into the Yuan realm. The protagonist shouted happily that although his status is still terrible, time will make up for it. The protagonist decided that today in Chen's estate will play out a big show for the very reason his predecessor ate expired pills and died. In the main hall of the Chen manor, many guests were gathered on the throne. Sitting on the throne was a girl. The girl said categorically to someone in response that there was no way she was going to say yes. The man told the girl that the whereabouts of the master and his wife were still unknown. At the same time, Chen Dao is not suitable for the path of cultivation, so he must give up his place in the Huangwu Academy. The girl said that the master and his wife built this house. Even if they disappeared, then the whole area belongs to Chen Dao. Because of that, the boy shouldn't be denied admission. The girl said that she and her boyfriend are orphans who were taken in by the master and his wife. The man called the girl's name Chen Su-yan and said that she could not solve the issue of the estate alone. Also, she was accepted into the Huangwu Academy. Another man said that Su-yan is the spoiled daughter of the Tianwu dynasty. One of the guests said that they did not want to deprive the young master of his position. He said that Chen Dao is very ambiguous. He was unable to form a cultivation base because of this. He could not be a disciple of the academy. The Su-yan girl didn't like this kind of talk. She decided to stand up and speak her mind. Su-yan said that after the disappearance of the master and his wife Chen Ho, the Seahold was left without a head. The girl told the audience that she knew very well how they were scheming. Su-yan approached a man named Shin An and said that he wanted to deprive the protagonist of his seat in the admissions committee to give it to his man. Shin An replied angrily to the girl that she wasn't the only one dictating the rules in this family. The man reminded that the protagonist is unable to form his own development base. Suddenly the main character walked into the room. He clarified who said about him that he couldn't. The gazes of everyone present turned towards Chen Dao. Everyone was very surprised. The guests could not believe that Chen Dao himself had now appeared in front of them. The main character standing in the center of the room told everyone present that he was on time. The Su-yan girl was very excited and asked the guy why he was here. The guy turned to his sister and said he was just here to look around. Chen Dao analyzed his memories and realized that everything happened because of him. The guy remembered that Su-yan is his older sister after his parents disappeared. She took care of him like a mother. Chen Dao thought that his sister was taking care of him and protecting the family while continuing to silently endure all the attacks. The sister excitedly told the guy that he had no business being here. She added that she would take care of everything. Su-yan thought that she needed to make the protagonist leave. She didn't want to allow the others to use his cultivation as leverage. Shin-an closed the door and said that if the protagonist is here, then they can talk about pressing matters. Chen Dao decided not to resist. He walked over to the chair and sat down on it. The protagonist addressed the audience and agreed to talk. Su-yan sternly turned to her brother and said that he obeyed her. The girl decided that they could no longer avoid dealing with these issues, but it was dangerous for her brother to be here. At this time, the main character grabbed the girl's hand and addressed her. Su-yan was very much surprised. She was briefly even confused and did not know what to say. The main character looked at the girl confidently and told her to relax and trust him. After that, the guy turned to Shin-an and asked the one he wanted to talk about. Shin-an wanted to address the protagonist by name. Chen Dao demanded that he address him as a young master. The man marveled. He noted that the protagonist had become too docile. Shin-an told the guy that all matters were directly related to him personally. He added that Chen Dao should be replaced at the academy by a more outstanding student of their family. The guy cheerfully asked to be shown who they wanted to give his seat to. Shin'an said a good choice would be Liu Tinger. He said that this girl is young, but has a great upbringing. Su Yan said menacingly to the man that he had nominated his fiancée. The protagonist turned to his sister and said that Shin'an simply has no conscience. Shin'an shouted angrily that Liu Tinger's girl could easily match the young master. The protagonist said that the free academy tuition is given as a reward for contributing to the dynasty. Chen Dao said that Liu Tinger's girlfriend couldn't receive the reward of training since she wasn't from a rich family. Shin An said that Liu Tinger is part of the Chen family. If the girl enters the academy, her future contribution will be greater than someone who hasn't started cultivation yet. Someone present said that a rising star was needed for the Chen family. The guest suggested that the young master would think of his family. The man said that in the current situation, they could only delay the fall of the Chen family. He suggested that soon the master and his wife would return. Such words did not please the Suyan girl very much. A contemptuous grimace appeared on her face. The girl told those present that they were conspiring to intimidate her brother. She suggested that they all attack her. Shin An replied to the girl that he would not argue with her on such a pointless topic. Shin An pointed at the protagonist and said that he couldn't start his cultivation, and for that reason, he should give up his place in the academy. The protagonist turned to the audience and asked who said he couldn't cultivate. Shin An looked at the guy incredulously and told him to try saying his last name upside down. The protagonist realized that he would have no problem fulfilling this requirement. Chen Dao activated his magical abilities around him. Waves of fire appeared around him. The surrounding people were greatly astonished. They couldn't believe that the young master was able to start his cultivation. The sister went over to her brother and congratulated him for starting his development after all. The main character told his sister that he was sorry for making her suffer all those years. Su Yan said happily to her brother that he did not need to apologize, and she was simply happy. Chen Dao replied to his sister that he would never again be a useless trash that could not cultivate. Su Yan told her brother that she believed in him. The main character asked the man if there was anything he wanted to tell him. The man was very angry. He didn't like the way the main character called him. Chen Dao said cheerfully in response to the man that he was unworthy of the name Chen. Shin An told the guy that he had no cultivation results. At the same time, the guy learned to talk nonsense. After that, Shin An told the audience that the young master had formed his development base. It took him 10 years to do so, and for this reason, further progress would be just as slow. Shin An said very strictly that the protagonist should not enter the Huangwu Academy. Su Yan asked the man whether he really wanted to intimidate her brother. Shin An said menacingly to the girl that they did not discuss official matters. He clarified with her what she dared to do. The girl then activated a spell and threw the man away with the force of lightning. Shin An was very much surprised. He realized that the girl's cultivation had improved a lot in a short period of time. The guests were surprised that Su Yan was able to push the man away so deftly. People said that the girl's future was too bright. The girl asked timidly to the elders what they now thought about her brother's cultivation. The elders said that they supported the protagonist's enrollment in Huangwu Academy and expressed their support to the protagonist. One of the guests said that the young master's future progress in cultivation would be slow if Chen Dao could not obtain more martial abilities. Then, because of this, the Chen family would remain in decline. The man Shin An suggested that the girl Li Tinger fight with the young master. The winner will gain admission to the Huangwu Academy. Shin An told the protagonist that according to the rules he could not refuse to fight another disciple. The girl was very much angered that her brother was just starting to settle in, and Li Tianer already wanted to fight him. The protagonist walked up to the girl, tugged at her clothes, and addressed her. Chen Dao told everyone present that this matter should be resolved. He decided to handle everything himself. The guy said that he is willing to fight Li Tianer, but that he wants to choose his own time for the fight. Shin An said the fight should take place in the next month before classes at the Huangwu Academy begin. The protagonist said he was fully willing to accept such terms. After a while, all the guests present headed for the exit. My sister told my brother that it's all very risky for him. If he loses his chance of admission. The protagonist told his sister confidently that he could defeat Li Tianer. The girl was silent. She continued to look at her brother with admiration. Su Yan told the protagonist excitedly that she believed in him. The protagonist asked his sister excitedly where the pills he consumed came from. Su Yan looked at her brother in surprise and said that he had bought them himself. Chen Dao said that he had recently become very exhausted and for cultivating. He thought to himself that he had not been able to take over all of his predecessor's memories. His sister said that the pills were sold to his brother by Master Yue Fu of the Prince of Qin's mansion. The girl recalled that the guy spent a lot of money to buy pills. The protagonist thought deeply to himself. He remembered Master Yue Fu's name. The boy remembered that Yue Fu had a good relationship with his predecessor. After his parents disappeared, Yue Fu stopped taking care of him and even sold him expired pills. Suan told her brother that the pills were effective. They helped him in cultivation. Chen Dao said excitedly to his sister that the pills were expired. He was tricked by Master Yue Fu. The protagonist decides to himself that Yue Fu is directly responsible for the death of his predecessor. The girl said that if the main character wanted to poison the pills, it means that their family is being led around. Chen replied to the girl that because of their family's decline, they were able to see the true faces of others. He promised his sister that he would cultivate diligently from now on. Suyan happily said to the guy, all this shows how much he has matured. Soon the protagonist, after a walk, came to a large building. Chen Dao decided that now he needed to practice his techniques and increase his strength. In full confidence, the protagonist began to climb the steps of the building toward the entrance. Inside the building, the guy was greeted by guests, and they were all surprised. The protagonist stepped inside. He looked at the others present with disbelief. The guy went to the shelf and pulled out a book that interested him. The main character pulled out a book called Fist of the Shooting Star. A guy came up and asked the guests why they were so nice to the main character. The guy said they should be more polite to the main character since he started cultivating. The guy told the guests that they all overestimate Chen Dao. While the protagonist is just learning the techniques, it will take him a long time to become part of them. One guy said it's really true low ability and late development. Chen Dao said that he would be able to master a book called The Falling Star Fist. Guy commanded the system to increase her time studying the Shooting Star Fist by 5 years. A magical dial appeared in the space, and the system prepared to fulfill the guy's request. The hands on the dial began a reverse shift for the term of 5 years. The guy thought that thanks to the time adjustment system, his mind was able to fill with knowledge. The protagonist has decided that he must now increase the learning time of all technology by 5 years. The guy commanded the system to increase the time she spent practicing the windy step block by 5 years. The protagonist then demanded that the system increase the life training time of the gripping leg by 5 years. The system was fulfilling the guy's requests. The hands on the magic dial were shifting. The guests looked at the protagonist and were surprised that he can simultaneously practice so many techniques. Someone said that Chen Dao will not be able to properly master any of the techniques. A huge crowd gathered around the protagonist to watch him read piles of books. People couldn't believe that the guy had a photographic memory. Chen Dao carefully read all the books. After that, he decided to rest for a while. The protagonist stood up and said that today, he would stop. He needed to master the powerful techniques that are kept in the library. Some of the guests yelled to their friends to hold up the protagonist. Chen Dao saw his path blocked by a whole group of guys he didn't know. Someone on the guest list said that the main character was opposed by Chen Yue. This guy was able to break through to the 7th stage of yuan condensation. The protagonist angrily asked Chen Yue what he had just said. Chen Yue replied rudely to the protagonist that he ordered him to detain him. The protagonist then punched his opponent in the face with all his might. Chen Yue angrily asked the guy how he dared to hit him now. Chen Dao said that he was a young master. He asked his opponent who he was to order him to detain him. After that, the protagonist hit Chen Yue again and told him to apologize to him. Chen Yue slightly calmed down and told the guy that he wanted to talk to him. After that, Chen Dao once again hit his opponent with all his might and demanded that he apologize. Chen Yue was very furious and annoyed. He realized that he would need to comply with the demand. Chen bowed and said that he apologized to the young master. Chen Dao calmed down and told the guy that they could now talk business. The protagonist looked at his opponent and realized that he had once insulted him in the past. Chen Dao decided that now he would never again be silent like before. Chen Yue said he was in charge of the library. Chen Dao made a mess of the place. The protagonist was only supposed to leave after cleaning up. The protagonist looked at his opponent with a smile and asked if he was discussing the rules with him. The protagonist told the interlocutor that this library belongs to his family, so he won't follow the rules. Chen Yue was very angry upon hearing such a response from the protagonist. After that, Chen Dao said with a smile that the opponent could attack him now. Chen Yue pondered. He could not understand what the young master was talking about. Chen Dao told his opponent that he could attack him openly in broad daylight. The opponent was angry. Chen Yue asked the guy if he could really attack him. The protagonist showed his opponent with an inviting gesture that he could attack. Chen Yue asked angrily at the guy how the guy could be so arrogant after only one condensation stage. After that, Chen Yue prepared to attack the protagonist with his magic. Chen Yue shouted that he would use the new technique of the base stage Fire Cloud Fist. The protagonist was absolutely fearless and looked at his opponent without any emotion. Chen Dao launched the Fire Cloud Fist spell from himself against his opponent. Chen Yue was very much astonished. He didn't expect the protagonist to use such a technique against him. Chen Dao was able to crush his opponent with a low-stage Fire Cloud Fist skill. Those present were very surprised because the young master was able to master so quickly such a spell. People could not believe that Chen Dao could practice such a thing before. Chen Yue was astonished. He asked the master how he was able to master the technique to such an extent. The protagonist cheerfully asked his opponent if he didn't believe him. The protagonist turned to everyone present and suggested that they attack him now. One of the guys shouted back emotionally that he wanted to fight. The guy yelled for the protagonist to look at his hurricane legs that he had trained for 3 years. The protagonist accelerated and kicked his opponent Chen Yu with all his might. From the blow, Chen Yu flew aside and fell to the ground. He was surprised and frightened. The surrounding people were surprised. They noticed that the protagonist hit first, and move following it was a minor stage of hurricane feat skill. At this time, another opponent decided to attack the protagonist with the tiger spell. Chen Dao was afraid of her. All he said was that his opponent was a complete weakling. At this time, the protagonist activated the attacking tiger technique himself. Thanks to the spell, the protagonist was able to immediately fell his opponent. The guy slumped down and found himself completely exhausted after the spell. Someone in the audience shouted that this was once again a minor stage of mastery. Someone said that the young master had had an epiphany and had become the prodigal son. Someone said that not much time had passed, and Chen Dao was able to improve a lot of techniques to the small mastery stage. The protagonist looked at the beaten opponents and asked if they were satisfied. The opponents immediately all started bowing to the young master together. Chen Dao turned to the others present and asked what about them. The other guests told the young master that they were completely convinced. The protagonist stood and pondered the fact that the Chen family was in crisis and at risk of decline. Chen Dao realized that it was necessary to go to extreme measures to unite the people and end the war. After a while, the ghost of a wise old man appeared in the library. The old man said silently that the young master had finally blossomed after so many years. The main character, after visiting the library, decided to head to his home. Suddenly, a servant ran up to the young master from the side and called out to him. The protagonist asked a very disgruntled-looking servant what was wrong. The servant replied excitedly that Master Yue Fu had sent pills to the protagonist. The boy was very much surprised at such news. The servant opened the box in front of him. The protagonist looked into the box. There were bluish pills with a strong odor coming from them. Chen Dao asked the servant what these pills were and why they smelled sour. The servant said that Master Yue Fu had reported that yuan pills improved intelligence and would help focus. The main character put his hand on the box and said he would take these pills. The guy turned around and started to leave. He told the servant to thank the master on his behalf. The servant shouted after the protagonist. He had something else to say to him. The servant reported that Master Yue Fu had reported that the new canned yuan pills would cost 500 gold apiece. The main character told the servant to give something to Master Yue Fu. He said that he urgently needed all kinds of pills and would pay for everything at once. The servant obediently bowed to the young master and said he would do so. Chen Dao realized that Master Yue Fu wanted to trick him again with expired pills. The guy thought to himself that the price of 500 gold pieces a normal person would not be able to earn in a lifetime. When he got home, the guy put the pills on the table and told the system to turn their expiration date to 5 years. The system activated the magic clock to change the expiration date. The hands on the large clock began to move backward, updating the expiration date of the pills. The protagonist looked and saw that only a few pills had changed. The guy picked up the pills immediately, in which the expiration date had returned. The protagonist thought to himself that only 3 pills out of all of them were successful. The guy thought to himself that the other pills had been stored for so long, then even rewinding the expiration date with them to 5 years didn't help. The guy felt the different stages of yuan begin to condense inside him. Eventually, the guy felt the condensation inside him reach the 5th stage. Chen Dao shouted happily that the canned yuan pill was different from the rest. He also thought that it would take an ordinary cultivator a year to break through to the 5th stage without pills. After thinking for a bit, the protagonist decided that he needed more pills from Master Yue Fu. The protagonist was in his home. He heard someone coming to the door. Chen Dao decided to go to the door and check to see who had come to see him. The boy saw his sister standing near the door holding a box. The girl excitedly told me that she had heard about yesterday's incident in the library. She'd come to see her brother. The guy calmly replied that he was fine. The sister noticed an aura around the protagonist. Suan told the guy that his aura chi had improved greatly. She asked if his cultivation had increased. The guy replied to his sister that his yuan condensation had risen to stage 5. The girl asked back in surprise, and she didn't believe that condensation yuan could rise to the 5th stage. Sister said excitedly that the guy had just started his cultivation after all. Suan put her hand on her brother's hand and said that, and indeed, his yuan condensation had risen to the 5th stage. The girl told the brother that he is definitely the son of the master, and madam, he is an extraordinary genius. Suan told the boy that he could defeat Li Tianer. The sister handed her brother a box and said that inside were some pills she had prepared for him. They were not paid for by the Chen family's finances. The protagonist told his sister that there was no need to worry as he had his own supplier of pills. The girl handed the guy the box and asked what kind of vendor he had. His sister told his brother that Master Yue Fu was purposely selling expired pills to him, and for this reason he was now in a difficult situation. The guy said cultivation is expensive. If the sister gives him the pills, what's left for her? Suan replied that she was the older sister and should take care of her brother. The girl told the protagonist that he would need a yuan spiritual item. The best thing for this is a yuan spiritual stone. Sister said she's going to Yuanlin Mountain now to find the stone. It'll help the guy get to the next level of condensation. The main character fearfully warned his sister that there are very dangerous beasts on Yuanling Mountain, and that she should not go there. The sister told her brother that it would be okay since she was not a simple cultivator. The main character was surprised and worried he watched his sister walk away from him. Suyan told her brother to remember to take the pills she gave him. A girl came to a magical mountain. She needed to find a spiritual stone there. Suyan swung her sword and stabbed it into the ground with all her might. At the top of Yuanlin Mountain, an altar with people on it floated in the clouds in the height. The girl looked up and wondered if she could see the other prince now. The second prince told the girl that before her now stood the fiercest beast of all the mountains. The girl saw a huge monster. The second prince said that the beast was guarding the Yuanling stone, which is the highest level stone. Suyan called the guy the emperor's second son. She said he didn't come to her just to help her. The second prince told the girl that he needed a wife so he could strengthen his position in the eyes of his father, the emperor. The guy told the girl back that she was the best fit for him. Suyan was very much surprised by such words from the second prince. She remained silent. The first prince told the girl that he fell in love with her at first sight. He added that they would be a perfect couple. The girl looked menacingly at the guy and told him it was impossible. The second prince calmly replied that you don't have to answer right away and he's very patient. Then the second prince along with his altar girl disappeared with the girl looking after him. Lastly, the second prince said that the beast would take the magic Yuanling stone for himself. If a beast absorbs a Yuanling stone of similar high quality, changes will happen to it. The second prince reported that the beast, after absorbing the stone, is gone forever. The Suyan girl prepared to fend off the evil monster's attack now. Suyan tried to attack the monster in flight, but it dodged her. In the end, Suyan realized that she wouldn't be able to simply defeat the huge beast. The huge beast somersaulted through the air and threw the girl off of him. Suyan gently jumped to the ground. She realized that she would have to use her magic ability. Suyan decided that she should show her best now. The girl served her hands together to defeat the beast. She needed a spell. Suyan activated a spell called Heavenly Fairy Seal. At this time, the second prince's retinue watched the girl from the floating altar. The second prince said thoughtfully that the girl completely lived up to her reputation. He added that Suyan's celestial art was as if it had emerged from fantasy. The prince's acolyte said that such a heavenly force rarely appeared even in a millennium. He added that the image of the Suyan heavenly power had not been fully formed yet. The servant told the prince that he must not miss the opportunity to win this woman. The acolyte added that the second prince would be like the sun in the sky with a future filled with great achievements. At this time, Suyan stood in front of the beast and prepared to slay it with a spell. The girl decided to attack the monster with a spell-induced helper. Suyan commanded the magic assistant menacingly to immediately detain the monster. The magical assistant glowed with a bright golden light that illuminated the surroundings. The magical assistant pointed her hand toward the beast to keep it from getting away. The monster wanted to run away, but he could no longer do so. He roared loudly. The beast was still growling. He wanted to break free as if something was restraining him. A bright golden glow began to emanate from the monster, and it was already badly affected by magic. The Suyan girl was very surprised. She noticed that the beast had started to change. Suddenly, the monster had huge wings and was able to take off sharply. The Suyan girl was greatly surprised. She didn't expect the beast to be able to do such a thing. The second prince and his entourage were also very much surprised and amazed. The flying monster headed out to attack the Suyan girl and her magical assistant. Suyan and her assistant folded their hands in a spell to protect themselves from the beast. The monster with wings started flying circles around the Suyan girl. Suyan was greatly surprised. She was still holding her hands to activate the spell. The servant told the second prince that this beast has the blood of the phoenix god. The servant said that the image of the heavenly force Suyan is still not fully formed. The girl cannot be an opponent to the Jenning beast. The acolyte watched Suyan fight off the monster and said that she might lose. The girl flew high to attack the monster and he spotted her. After that, Suyan jumped back to the ground. She prepared to defend herself from the beast. The second prince told the servants to help Suyan get the Yuan spirit stone. The servant reminded the prince that the girl still hadn't accepted his terms. The servant suggested waiting until the girl was in critical condition to force her to become a wife. The prince told the servants that they were very naive. The prince added that Suyan was unique in her world and ordinary people could not understand her. He added that the girl would rather die than bow down to him. After a little thought, the servant said that the situation was very difficult. Then the prince ordered the servants to help the girl. He was sure he could conquer her. Then the servants jumped off the flying altar and flew towards the beast. The girl was very much surprised to hear what sounded like someone calling her by name. The servant said that they would help Suan to the best of his ability. He directed a fire beam against the beast. After a while, the Wu Yan girl jumped on the monster's head and hit it with all her might. From the impact, the beast opened its large maw and a magic stone flew out of its mouth. After that, the monster closed its mouth and prepared to quickly run away. Suan landed on the ground. She was very happy that she was able to do what she wanted to do. The girl was able to get the magic stone her brother needed. The huge monster in the sky turned around and quickly began to fly away. One of the servants said that their cultivation of the noble king stage didn't make the monster fall. Suddenly, a second prince landed very quietly behind the girl. The prince told the girl that he congratulated her since she was able to mine a yuan spirit stone of the highest grade. The girl thanked the prince for his help and said she had business to attend to. The second prince and his servant stood and watched in silence as the girl walked away from them. The servant told the prince that the girl was very proud. She just turned around and walked away. The prince said confidently that a vulgar courtesan could not be worthy of him. Then the prince said he would stay for a while in Fengyang City. He decided that the girl would definitely be his. The main character in Chen Manor sat and studied the pill in his hands with great attention. The guy said that this pill has a lot of spiritual power and power flavor. This pill is much better than the one he bought from Princess Yueyu. Without a moment's hesitation, the boy took the pill at once so as not to waste time. The protagonist thought that he couldn't waste his sister's good intentions and needed to break through as soon as possible. He waited for Suan to bring him a yuan spiritual item to make contact with him. After that, the main character went into a very deep meditation to improve cultivation. There are two halves in the breakthrough of the yuan condensation stage. Besides the breakthrough in the cultivation process, there is also the adjustment of contact with the spiritual object yuan. An original continent spirit cultivator requires a corresponding yuan spirit item at different stages of cultivation need different spirit items. For this reason, the protagonist was looking forward to what degree of spiritual yuan stone he would still obtain. The main character yelled loudly to himself that it was time for a break. The guy paused the cultivation process. There was a golden glow around him. Chen Dao exhaled with great relief. He realized that the cultivation process was over. The guy said that thanks to his sister's pill, his cultivation had reached the 9th stage of condensation. All he had to do was to attune with the yuan spiritual stone. Suddenly, the protagonist heard someone knocking on the door of the room. The boy was distracted as the servant wanted to break the important news to the young master. The servant said that Suyan's girlfriend had returned and asked him to come over immediately. The protagonist was very excited. He expected his sister to bring him something. The servant reported something very important to the people in the courtyard. Chen Yu asked, "Is it all true?" The servant excitedly confirmed that he had seen everything with his own eyes. He added that Suyan had returned with a rainbow-colored yuan spiritual stone. Chen Yu said this stone has the highest degree of spirituality. Many experts hunted for it but failed. No one believed that the girl could really get it. As a result, Chen Yu became very angry. He angrily clenched his fists. Chung Yu couldn't believe that there was such a big gap between him and the Suyan girl. A girl came over and said that the main character could use the strongest yuan spirit stone to break through the condensation stage. The girl added that Chen Dao is the weakest and has a high condensation stage. Then the girl said that she was one step away from the spiritual C stage and the protagonist couldn't be her opponent. Chen Yu called the girl by the name of Tinner and added that he had full confidence in her abilities. After thinking for a bit, Chen Yu said that there were some changes in the guy's behavior. A guy came over and said that the protagonist had really become different. Chen Dao in the library was able to learn many techniques in a short period of time. If not for the protagonist's previous weakness, he would have quickly reached the 9th yuan condensation stage. Tinder Girl said that the useless waist climbing trail can't be like that in reality. The girl then added that if it was all true, it would be a slap in her face. The girl remembered long ago her childhood years and how young Chen Dao used to invite her to go fishing. The Liner girl replied she would go look for Brother Yuan. She has a cultivation lesson with him today. The girl stopped and wanted to say something to Chen Dao. The boy was excited. After a brief pause, the Liner girl told her friend that his mere existence confused her. The girl explained that everyone makes fun of her for playing with a piece of trash. After that, Liner told the boy to stay away from her and not to look for her. She must improve herself. The man Chen Yue told the guy Chen Yue that he was entrusting him with something important. Chen Yu clarified that after the guy completed the task, then he would be able to choose for himself one of the greatest positions in the Chen family. The guy turned around and said cheerfully to make the man completely sure. After that, Chen Yu called out to the guy and told him to wait for a while. Chen Yue asked the man did he really have any other errands for him. The man pulled some piece of paper out of his robe for the guy. Chen Yu handed the guy a paper and told him to take it with him. The man slyly added that a guy with this paper would do perfectly. Chen Yue turned around and started to walk away. The man noticed someone approaching him from behind. Chen Yu greeted the girl Li Tinger. She was a little embarrassed. The man hugged the girl and told her not to worry. and this place would belong to her. The girl excitedly told the man that she didn't believe herself but only believed him. The main character greeted his sister. He was very happy that she had finally returned. The girl handed the guy a magical stone. It glowed with different colors of the rainbow. Chen Dao was very much amazed. He stared at the stone like a mesmerized man. The guy held in his hand and gazed admiringly at the iridescent yuan spirit stone. His brother told his sister that such a stone was under the protection of the strongest demonic beasts. Many cultivators had died to obtain it. He asked his sister if she was injured. The girl said that she was fine. Su Yan told her brother to use this yuan spiritual stone as soon as possible and achieve a breakthrough. The guy said that with the help of the spirit stone, he would be able to perfectly attune himself and get more power after a breakthrough. The protagonist started using the magic stone from the mountain in his cultivation process. The guy heard a voice from the street telling him that some people wouldn't be able to sit still and watch this. The main character took the stone and hid it in a box. He decided to find out what was out there. Chen Dao met a servant at the door who said that Su Yan wanted to see him urgently. The protagonist told the servant to show them where they needed to go now. The guy along with the servant went outside. At this time, Chen Yue was hiding near the wall. The boy Chen Yue went inside the main character's house. He approached the box with the stone. Chen Yue thought to himself that the protagonist was a big idiot for quickly falling for the ruse. Chen Dao quietly approached the door and began to open it. The kidnapper didn't notice him. The protagonist opened the door and said that stealing the yuan spiritual stone is a serious offense. Chen Yue was very much surprised and frightened. He kept looking at the protagonist. The protagonist said that Chen Yue had violated the family rules. Because of this, he would be punished by the withdrawal of his cultivation and exile. Chen Yue came to his senses a bit. He told the protagonist that he had underestimated him. Then Chen Yue confidently and joyfully said that the yuan spiritual stone was now completely in his hands. The protagonist looked at the kidnapper in surprise and asked if he had actually managed to steal the stone. Chen Dao took out a stone from behind his sinus and asked Chen Yue whether he was thinking of him. The kidnapper was very surprised and annoyed. He thought he already had the stone. Chen Yue opened the box and noticed that it was completely empty inside. The kidnapper tossed the box aside. The protagonist told him it was a very striking coincidence. The protagonist demanded that the kidnapper surrender and promised that he would keep him alive. The kidnapper was surprised at such an offer. He interrogated whether Chen Dao wanted to keep him alive. The kidnapper started to run away very fast. He shouted to the protagonist that he couldn't stop him. Suddenly, Chen Yue noticed how the surroundings around him became completely empty, and no one was there. The kidnapper was surprised and frightened. He could not understand where Chen Dao had now gone. The protagonist appeared out of nowhere and hit the kidnapper with all his might. He asked if Chen Yue thought he could escape. The blow from the protagonist sent the kidnapper flying across the room and banging into the wall. Chen Yue shouted to the protagonist as whoever he was able to reach the 9th yuan condensation stage. The protagonist calmly replied to the kidnapper that he could surrender as long as he counted to 3. The kidnapper didn't want to back down. He decided to start using magic. After that, the kidnapper took out a piece of paper from his pocket that he had received from Chen Yu. He added that this heavenly talisman contained a power that was equal to the full strength of a cultivator at the peak cultivation level of the spiritual sea. The protagonist was puzzled. He knew that a strong talisman always causes a lot of trouble. There were voices outside, and people didn't understand where the noise was coming from. Someone said that the noise was coming from the main character's room. The kidnapper was frightened. He realized that right now, someone was coming towards them. After that, Chen Yue activated the talisman and said that the protagonist would begin the journey to the afterlife. The kidnapper began to use the talisman. A purple cloud appeared above him. Chen Yue then pointed the lightning bolt at the protagonist and told it to kill him. A purple lightning bolt hit the protagonist very hard. He didn't have time to defend himself. In the wake of the very strong lightning strike, Chen Dao flew far away to the side. The main character grabbed the magic stone hand and said it was a fierce light. The kidnapper attacked his opponent again with purple lightning, and the opponent jumped up. The main character was very much surprised. He didn't understand what was going on. There were still huge purple lightning bolts flying around the protagonist. Chen Dao looked and noticed that the stone in his hand was beginning to smoke. He began to guess about something. The protagonist guessed that the target was the rainbow yuan spiritual stone in his hand. The kidnapper was very much surprised. He could not understand why the talisman did not help to kill the protagonist. Then someone commanded the lightning to kill the protagonist, so no one would know about today's incident. Suddenly, some change began to occur in the violet glow. The kidnapper raised his head upward. Suddenly, the purple illumination redirected downwards and struck Chen Yue. The kidnapper was completely blown away by the glow, knocked the spirit out of him. The protagonist was very much startled. He couldn't understand what it was. The young master couldn't understand why the glow had nailed Chen Yue. The protagonist stood and stared in silent amazement at the body of the kidnapper lying in front of him. Gradually, the young master guessed that it was a murder of a criminal to hide the truth. From the balcony outside, Chen Yu and the girl Li Ting'er were watching. The girl said that Chen Yue could not be a worthy opponent for the protagonist. The girl reminded the man that he had prepared a talisman in advance. The man pondered. He was amazed that the protagonist had become a genius. He was amazed by Chen Dao's growth rate. Chen Yue said that the yuan spiritual stone is broken with Chen Yue dead and did not give any information. The man added that if the protagonist attunes himself to the spiritual stone, his strength will increase very much. The girl asked the man why he didn't directly kill the main character. The man replied that it was not yet time. He added that the Chen family estate was still not under his control. The man said confidently that as long as the protagonist remains a piece of garbage, then the right day will come sooner or later. Chen Yu said that he was very worried that the protagonist would continue to look for a way to break through to the spiritual C stage. The man reported that the main character's high cultivation speed carried a threat to the girl Tyner in the competition. The girl replied to the man that she would definitely defeat the protagonist. The Tinder girl promised the man that she would definitely do what she could for him. Into the house of the protagonist entered Suan accompanied by her servants. She saw Chen Dao standing. The sister asked excitedly to her brother what he had here. Looking closer, the girl saw something that struck her very hard. Su-yan and her companions noticed Chen Yue's dead body lying on the floor. The main character showed his sister a broken rock. She couldn't understand how it could be broken. The girl and the guy were silently looking at the magical stone that had broken into 2 pieces. Some time passed. Su-yan's acolytes were deciding what to do next. The man said menacingly that whoever wanted to kill the young master deserved to die himself. The protagonist said that the elders will help uncover the whole truth and who is behind it all. Chen Dao told everyone present that the real conspirator was Chen Xin Yuan. The Su-yan girl and her companions were very much stunned by such information. The protagonist told the servants to immediately inform everyone about the Chen family meeting. The guy added very menacingly that it would be necessary to condemn Chen Yuan. One man said that Chen Yue had already died, and they would have no proof that Chen Xinyuan was behind everything. The main character yelled very angrily at the man to shut up. The other man asked the young master what his exact intentions would be. The servant said he would follow the young master's advice. In doing so, the protagonist must take responsibility for the consequences. Chen Dao replied that he knew everything and that the man should leave. The protagonist asked his sister if she thought he was reckless too. Su Yan told the young master that she supported him since his decision was the decision of the Chen family. The girl warned that Chen Xinyan would never admit his faults and could use the situation against the head hero. The young master replied to the girl that he had absolutely complete confidence in himself. Sister said she was sorry because the Yuan spirit stone was broken. It could have helped the guy get a new condensation stage. Su Yan said that she would go and get another stone from the spiritual mountain for her brother. The protagonist frightenedly told his sister not to go as he had a way to fix his stone. After that, Chen Dao commanded the system for her to roll back the time for the stone by 2 hours. A magical dial appeared around the guy, and the hands began to rotate in the opposite direction. The girl was very much amazed and surprised at all that was happening. Su Yan saw that the Yuan spiritual stone looked like new and excellent condition. The shocked sister asked her brother how he did it. The protagonist decided that he should not hide anything from the girl. Chen Dao told his sister that she was the only one who could know about his power. The brother told the sister that Chen Xinyuan is chasing glory. They must chase him away to bring peace back to the Chen family. The girl told her brother to do whatever he decides. She would help him in every way. The protagonist said that several elders had sided with Xinyuan. He asked that his sister stabilize the situation first. He promised to join later. In the Chen family's manor hall, a group of people had gathered. In the center near the throne stood Su Yan. Chen Yu said that the protagonist wants to accuse him of something. He added that the young master is playing with fire. The girl menacingly told the man that he himself knew best what he was guilty of. The man said he didn't know what he was talking about and added that the main character was talking nonsense and couldn't be a young master. The girl was very angry. She wanted to shout something at Chen Xinyuan. One elder said that the protagonist was overreacting because he accused Chen Yu of attempted murder. Another said that if there was no evidence, it was slander. Su Yan said that the young master was on the verge of death and those present managed to vindicate Chen Xinyuan. One of the people present told the girl that it was very serious. If there was no proof, it would end very badly. Su Yan said that the young master must definitely have proof. The girl thought that in any case, she should help the protagonist throw Chen Xinyuan out of the Chen family. The man asked why the evidence had not been provided yet. He asked where the main character had gone and if he had hidden somewhere out of fear. Suddenly, Chen Dao's voice rang out. He called Xinyuan a jerk. The protagonist informed the crowd that he was here. The young master began to climb the steps. He was heading towards his throne. The protagonist sat on his throne and looked around at everyone present. Chen Dao turned to the man and asked why he did not observe the ceremony since he saw that the young master had entered. Chen Yu hesitated and a very long and silent pause hovered in the room. The people present were silent as they waited to see what Chen Yu would do now. The elders all stood up. Chen Yu said that they all welcomed the young master. The protagonist turned to the elders and said they could sit down. The elders began to disperse and take their seats. The protagonist shouted for Chen Xinyuan to not move and stay where he stands. The man asked the young master if there was any problem. The protagonist looked at his interlocutor and asked if he knew about his crime. The man replied that it was a slander on his name. He warned of the consequences. The protagonist commanded the man to get on his knees immediately. Chen Yu was very surprised and very angry at such an instruction from the young master. The main character once again very angrily told the man to drop to his knees. The man angrily asked the guy what he thought of himself since he ordered him to his knees. Chen Dao turned to his sister standing nearby to intervene in the situation. Suan jumped up from her seat and quickly pounced on Chen Yu in flight. The girl struck the man with all her strength in flight and he defended himself. Very soon, Chen Yu realized that he didn't have the strength to hold back the girl's attack. Eventually, the man complied and dropped to his knees in front of the protagonist. Suan threateningly reminded the man that if young master ordered him to kneel, he must comply. The man menacingly asked the Suyan girl what on earth she was doing. Suyan once again reminded the man that young master had told him to kneel down. Chen Yu turned to the elders to see what the girl was doing right before their eyes. One of the elders asked the girl if she was going to rebel. Another elder told the girl that the Chen family was not a place where she could do whatever she wanted. Suyan replied that she was only listening to the young master of the Chen family. They cannot consider it a rebellion. Suddenly, a powerful golden glow began to emanate around the girl and the floor crackled beneath her. The surrounding elders were frightened. They realized that the girl had great magical power. Suyan menacingly asked the elders what their real intentions were. One of the guests approached the young master. The guy said Chen Xinyuan has been protecting the family since the master and his wife disappeared. The boy reported that the man had invested a lot in the Chen family. It would be wrong to treat a respected person like that. The protagonist asked if a respected family member could be making an assassination attempt on a young master. The man said that the protagonist must personally confirm his words. The protagonist only hummed. He sat there silent for a long pause. The man was still kneeling on the carpet. He waited to see what the young master would say. Chen Yu was not worried. He knew that the protagonist had no serious evidence of his guilt. One of the elders said that without proof, even a young master has the right to treat one of the Chen family members like this. Another elder said that if the protagonist made Chen Yu kneel down, did he really think that he would get off so easily afterwards? One of those present told the young master to say something and provide evidence. The man still on his knees decided that the protagonist had dug his own hole. The elders said that the young master was still very young. He suggested that we return to the current issue after the investigation. The elders said that the assassination attempt on the young master is a serious crime, so the feelings of the protagonist can be understood. The man kneeling said the two elders could stop trying to solve the problem. Then the man shouted menacingly that there was no way today's meeting could be concluded. Those present were very much surprised. They were silent and waited to see what would happen next. The man rising from his knees said he had never been so humiliated. Then the man yelled that if the protagonist didn't give him proof, then he could forget about his position as a young master. The protagonist replied absolutely calmly that if Chen Yu needed proof, he would be able to provide it. After a brief pause, the main character shouted to the side and asked for Chen Yue to enter. The people around them were very much amazed. They couldn't believe their ears. The man said it was a funny bluff. The man thought excitedly to himself that Chen Yue was dead, and there could be no proof. Suddenly, the man heard someone behind him call his full name. The man turned around and saw the living Chen Yue standing beside him. Chen Yu was very much astonished. He could not understand how it could be possible that the guy was still alive. One of the elders also didn't believe that Chen Yue could somehow survive. The guy told the man that he was acting on his behalf to kill the young master. Chen Yu wanted to sacrifice the guy to erase all evidence. The guy menacingly told the man that it was very disgraceful of him. The man shouted loudly that there was no such thing. He kept repeating that Chen Yue had already been dead for a very long time. Suddenly, the man suggested that the guy might be a fake that the main character cooked up. Chen Yu thought to himself that he had used the Heavenly Thunder talisman to smash the guy, and he couldn't survive. One of the elders stood up and said that he would establish Chen Yu's identity himself. The elder walked over to verify this guy's authenticity, and a moment later, he had an answer ready. The very surprised elder confirmed in a worried voice that the guy was Chen Yue. The elder took another hard look at the guy and said that he was without a doubt genuine. The man Chen Yu was very much amazed by everything that was happening. He could not believe that the guy was alive. The protagonist pointed at the man and asked what else he could say about himself. No one at the meeting knew what happened a couple hours ago. The protagonist stood by the guy's body and said he was lucky. The protagonist commanded the system to turn Chen Yue's time back 2 hours. The guy's first time using time adjustment on a living person, he needed proof, so he resurrected the guy. After a short pause, the Chen Yue guy opened his eyes. He was very surprised. The guy got up and sat on the floor. He continued to be silent, not realizing what had happened to him. The guy looked around in surprise but couldn't realize he wasn't dead. The guy turned his head to the side and asked the protagonist how such a thing could be possible. The system informed the protagonist that the time-setting function cannot be used on humans. Next time, the system might explode. Chen Dao thought to himself that even the system had limitations on use. The boy walked up to the young master and thanked him for saving him. The protagonist replied that he saved the guy at great cost, and asked if he knew what to do next. Chen Yue silently knelt down. He realized that he would need to help the young master. The guy bowed and said that from now on his life would belong to the protagonist and he would do whatever was necessary. At the meeting, Chen Yue's man made the excuse that Chen Yue's boyfriend wanted to kill the protagonist out of personal hatred, and it had nothing to do with him. The man continued to ponder to himself. He could not understand what could have happened for Chen Yue to suddenly come back to life. The guy shouted at the man Chen Xinyuan and said that the man was lying. The guy said that on the day when the man heard that the young master had obtained the spirit stone, he ordered Chen Yue to prevent the young master from increasing his strength. Chen Yu also gave the boy a thunder talisman. The man glared angrily at the guy. Chen Yue said that the man was so despicable that he decided to kill even him to cover his tracks. The elders sat attentively and listened silently to what the lad was saying. One of the elders said that Chen Yu is ungrateful to the family that raised him, and another elder said that Chen Xinyuan is very insolent. The man turned to the elders and said that they should trust him as the worthy face of the family. Such words made fellow Chen Yue very angry. He decided to intervene. The guy decided to remind the man of the deeds he'd done over the years. The guy told the protagonist that Chen Xinyuan had committed many crimes over the years. The man got very angry and yelled at the guy to shut up. Fellow Chen Yue wanted to tell the people present what he had gained during this time. The man attacked the guy and said he'd kill him. He decided he didn't want people to know the truth. The male Chen Yu never had time to attack the guy, and the girl Suan tossed him aside with a spell. A very powerful blow from the girl caused the man to fly off and hit the wall. Suan turned to the guy and told him to keep talking. Chen Yue was amazed at how the girl had just saved him. He decided to continue talking. The guy said that the family's decline was due to the disappearance of the two owners. At the same time, the people present did not know about Chen Xinyuan's involvement in this. The guy pointed his hand at the man and said that the man had been lining his pockets and profiting from the family's assets for all the years. He added that the man had stolen at least half of the Chen family's assets. The guy said that the man had been suppressing the young master for many years. Also, Chen Yu did his best to fix the family for himself. The guy pointed at the man and said that he was the exact opposite of the honorable representative. He also accused Chen Yu of stealing. At this time, the man had already come to his senses. He asked the boy calmly how he would prove his words. The guy pulled a notepad out of his robe and said it was confirmation of what he said. The guy said that he had entered into the book all of Chen Xinyuan's crimes over the years. The man was very surprised and frightened. He realized that he would not be able to justify himself. Suyan was carefully leafing through the notebook, and reviewing the notes she turned to the man. The girl asked the man if after all he could be on the same level as the master and madam. The girl told the man he was adopted young. No one could have guessed he would bite off the hand that would feed him. The girl then told the man that she would kill him here and now to rid the family of the threat. The man got scared and shouted very loudly to the girl to stop immediately. Suyan asked strictly to the man if he even knew what fear was. The girl added that if the man knew, he wouldn't have committed all these crimes. The man shouted that he only wanted to break the yuan spiritual stone but did not attempt the young master. The girl turned to the main character. She was waiting for his confirmation. After a short pause, the young master told the girl to kill the man. Chen Yu was very frightened. He realized that he could no longer save himself. The girl accelerated and prepared to finish the man off with a spell. The man fell to the floor and appealed to the elders to save him. One of the elders turned to the girl and told her to lower her hand. The protagonist said that anyone who asked for clemency for Chen Xinyuan would be a traitor. The elders were silent. They decided that they would not interfere anymore. Suyan swung around and prepared to finish the man who was lying on the floor. At this time, there was a noise from the side of the girl. Someone wanted to interfere from the side. The girl swung around to strike, and suddenly she bumped into something. The unidentified warrior managed to block the girl's blow and save the man. The girl was very much surprised. She didn't realize what had just happened. The unknown warrior managed to block the girl's spell and toss her aside. The girl thought to herself. She realized that the man who had suddenly appeared was strong. The unfamiliar warrior stopped all around, were very much surprised. After a short pause, the girl asked excitedly to the man who he was. One of the elders told the girl that the stranger's cultivation was very strong. The unfamiliar warrior turned toward the lying man and told him to run away quickly. The girl noticed the stranger along with the man headed for the exit. Suyan decided to activate a spell called Heavenly Fairy Seal. After activating the spell, the magical image of her assistant rose above the girl. The Suyan girl, along with her magical assistant, began to attack the unfamiliar warrior. The magical assistant attacked the warrior with a fire spell. The strong spell threw the warrior far to the side and he was unable to defend himself. The warrior decided to use the magic black ball to escape. He thought that the Suan girl was very strong and he had underestimated her. After that, the warrior launched the balloon to the side. He decided to leave this place immediately. The black ball flew very fast towards the magic helper. Suddenly there was a very strong explosion and the surrounding people were illuminated with a golden light. The Suan girl looked around and said that the intruders had escaped around the elders standing around. At this time, the protagonist was carefully examining the remains of the balloon on the floor. The young master descended from his throne and called Chen Xinyuan a stray dog. The young master looked at the elders and asked what they would say. The elders bowed and said they were joining the young master. Chen Yu, along with the warrior at this time, jumped over a large wall and ended up on someone's property. The man thanked the eagerly unfamiliar warrior and asked what his name was. The warrior silently turned away. The man stared after him in surprise. Chen Yu, together with the mysterious warrior, were walking along the path. The man asked, "What kind of place is this?" The warrior was silent. He didn't react at all to questions from the man. The man angrily said that if the benefactor wasn't going to talk, he would leave first. Suddenly, some young girl from outside called out to the man, calling him Mr. Chen. The girl looked at her guest carefully and asked where the DN was in a hurry. The man was very much surprised by the appearance of the girl. He called her Princess Yuyu. At this time, the mysterious warrior decided to remove his hood. The man looked at him intently. The warrior turned out to be a gray-haired old man with long hair and a beard. The warrior greeted the princess as if nothing had happened. Chen Yu looked at him with surprise. The warrior was pouring tea for the seated princess. Yu asked the man if he was surprised. The man confirmed that he was surprised. He added that if the princess had saved him, then he would surely repay that debt. The princess calmly drank her tea and told the man to stop idle chatter. The girl looked at the man carefully and said that today he would help her capture the Chen family. The man was very much surprised. He had no idea how he would be able to help the princess now. The princess asked the man in surprise if he didn't want to help her. Princess Yuyu reminded the man that he had ambitions. He had always wanted to take control of the Chen family. The man said things would be different if it wasn't for Suyan's girlfriend. If she leaves the Chen family, then he'll have a chance. The princess reminded the man that he was already a homeless vagrant. Girl asked the man where he got the nerve to say such a thing. The man menacingly shouted that a protagonist without Suyang was completely useless for the rest of his days. Princess Yuyu told the man sternly not to believe the lies he was telling the others. The girl said that the protagonist was growing at an astonishing rate. Chen Dao was able to surprise everyone with the speed of his development before they underestimated him. The man thought about it. He was affected by the words he had heard from the princess. The princess told the man that she wasn't interested in the Chen family and only wanted one thing. The man asked the girl if she really wanted the Chen family's noble king token. Princess Yue looked at her interlocutor and said that he had understood everything correctly. A man asked the princess what the use of the noble king's badge was. The girl told him it was none of his business. Princess Yue said that the noble king token gives you the ability to ascend to the heavens in one step. The girl looked carefully at the man and asked what his decision would be. Chen Yu hesitated. He said that he should think about it some more. Such an answer displeased the warrior very much. He tapped his foot and the ground cracked. The warrior looked at the man very sternly and moved very close to him. There was a bright multicolored glow around the warrior. He asked the man if he really needed more time. Chen Yu was very much surprised. He realized that the warrior was using frozen stage magic. The warrior said menacingly that the Suyan girl would not have defeated him so easily if there was no risk of revealing his identity and the identity of the princess. The man realized that he could not delay. He immediately bowed to the princess. The man very humbly told Princess Yueyu that he was willing to serve her faithfully. The girl was happy with this answer. She liked that the man agreed to help her. At this time, the protagonist was at his home. He decided to investigate the attack of an unknown warrior and the escape of Chen Yu. The young master commanded the system for her to return the concealed weapon time. A magical dial appeared in the space. The hands began to move in the opposite direction. The guy ended up holding a black magic ball brought by an unknown warrior. The protagonist realized that the unknown person who came to Chen Yinyuan's rescue had a connection with Princess Yueyu. Chen Dao thought that because the lousy sheep had been removed from his family, he could now easily improve all the time. Suddenly, some old man came up behind the guy and called out to him. The young master turned around. He was very surprised at the appearance of the old man. The old man told the jolly fellow not to be frightened of him. He gave his name as Chen Tai. The guy was very excited. He called the guest Grandpa Chen Tai. The protagonist analyzed the memories of his predecessor and remembered that he and this old man were very close. Young Chen Dao's parents were very busy for this reason, and the boy spent most of his time with Chen Tai. The old man told the boy that he simply didn't have the cultivation talent yet. He also pointed out that the boy was a descendant of noble cultivator kings. The boy liked these words. He asked the old man joyfully if he was really not useless. Old man Chen Tai stroked the boy's head and said that he wouldn't lie to him. The boy told the joyful old man that he would continue practicing cultivation. One day, a group of warriors attacked Chen Manor and kidnapped a young master. One servant shouted that the master and madam were now absent, and there was little they could do. The boy was very much afraid of the kidnappers from fear he even cried. One of the kidnappers said that 2 noble kings would not leave the kidnapping of a young master to chance. Suddenly, a bright light shone in the sky, and someone shouted for the kidnappers to let the young master go. The martial master old man Chen Tai descended from the heavens in front of the kidnappers. The warriors were very frightened and worried they did not expect that they might have difficulties. One of the warriors decided to try to fight the old man Chen Tai. He shouted to his companions to leave first. The old man hit one kidnapper with such force that he flew aside. The warrior said that the old man was very strong. They did not expect Chen Tai to be able to stop them. The old man crouched down and prepared to finish off the rest of the kidnappers now. One warrior said angrily and threateningly that they would now play with the old man. The kidnapper tossed the boy aside and prepared to confront the old man. The boy, frightened and crying, turned to the old man Chung Tai. The old man gave a very frightened and excited shout and called the boy to him. The kidnapper launched several knives and shouted at the old man to try to save the child. The young master was fearfully falling down at this time. Old man Chen Tai had to help him. The old man looked fearfully at the falling boy. He knew he had to protect him. Chen Tai jumped up to catch the boy and prevent him from falling. The old man shielded the child with his body from the flying knives he was holding. The boy was very much frightened. He looked at the old man very excitedly. The old man was very badly wounded, but could not give up as there were still enemies around. One of the warriors commanded them to continue attacking the young master of the Chen family. The old man was able to fend off one of the attackers with his blue lightning magic. The other warriors continued to attack the old man and the boy from all sides. The attacker shouted menacingly at the old man to say goodbye to his life. After that, the old man Chen Tai fell to the ground together with the boy. They were very frightened. The boy fearfully reached out to the old man and called his name. The old man told the boy confidently that as long as he was here, no one would touch him. After the attack, Chen Tai was badly wounded and took a long time to recover. The protagonist recalled that when his predecessor was in danger, you always had Chen Tai by your side. The old man stood beside Chen Dao and told him that he was watching him closely. Now he could be honorably called the descendant of a noble king. The old man warned the guy not to go unprotected. There are many other threats. The young master asked the old man if he considered the Qin noble estate a threat. Chen Tai said that Fengyan City is guarded by 3 families of noble kings, and there is also an additional noble Qin manor. When the boy's parents were here, no one dared to cause trouble. The protagonist asked excitedly to the old man what he should do now. Suddenly, the old man took out of his robe a small box. The boy looked at it with surprise. The old man told the protagonist to rely on himself. Now he came to him to give him this thing. Chen Tai held out a box to the protagonist. The guy asked excitedly what was inside it. The old man said that he had received a box from his master. The young master was to receive this box after he would take control of Chen Manor. The main character decided to open the box and see what's inside. He couldn't do it. The young master asked the old man if he could open this box. The old man explained that the box had a master's seal on it. He would be able to open it when he gained a certain degree of cultivation. The boy got very excited and wanted to ask the old man something important. The protagonist asked the old man if any of his parents had ever returned about himself. The guy thought that his predecessor had a deep longing for his parents. The old man told the protagonist to breathe deeply. The old man told the guy not to worry about master and madam since they were noble cultivation kings. At this time, the Chen family members from Fengyang City came to the girl Li Tinger. They only survived thanks to the efforts of the elder brother Yuan. The people who came over told the girl in great detail about everything that had happened to Chen Yu. The Tinner girl was angry. She did not understand how the protagonist could accuse Chen Yu of something he did not commit. The girl said angrily that the young master had decided that he was indeed the heir of the Chen family. The girl made an important decision. She decided to go out and help Chung Yu. Tyner said that she would go to the elders and have them abolish the young master's position. Suddenly, someone from behind called out to the girl. She didn't want to stop. After a brief pause, the girl turned around and angrily asked who had disturbed her. The girl turned around and saw that right behind her was a man Chen Yu. The man calmly and cheerfully greeted the Litinger girl. The girl was very excited as she saw big brother Yuan. The girl turned around and told the guests to get out of here as soon as possible. Li Tyner reminded her guests that no one must know about what happened today. The girl threatened to kill anyone who said half a word. The guests dutifully and fearfully replied to the girl that they understood her completely. The guests started to leave. The girl excitedly rushed to the man who had come in. Li Tian'er looked at the man anxiously and asked if he was all right. The man replied to the girl that he was fine. He added that he had come for an important reason. The girl told the man not to worry. Her brother was in the imperial city now and he was fine. Li Tian'er strictly promised that he would definitely get justice. The man said that the most important thing right now was to tear the protagonist away from the family to prevent him from putting down roots in Chen Manor. The girl asked with interest to the man what she should do now. After a little thought, the man asked the girl if she remembered the competition the protagonist had agreed to. The girl asked if she needed to publicly defeat the young master to keep him out of the academy. The man said that the competition should be held immediately, and the protagonist is now without the yuan spiritual stone. Because of this, he is weak. Chen Dao would be an unworthy opponent for the girl. Li Tinder told the man that she would challenge the protagonist to a contest tomorrow. The guy was sitting and meditating at this time. He thought that only through cultivation would he become invincible. He wanted to reach the level of the spiritual sea. The main character had completely given himself over to cultivation. There was a bluish glow around his body. Gradually, the young master began to feel an important change. He came out of cultivation and opened his eyes. The guy yelled to himself that breakthrough had happened to him, and there was a bright glow around his body. Chen Dao thought that right now, he was a broken person. After breaking through to the spiritual sea level, it would appear in the dantian inside the body. The protagonist thought that the size of the spiritual sea determined the amount of chi energy a cultivator could hold, which determined his strength. The young master thought that his spiritual sea was only a pitiful puddle. His talents are very small. The guy was holding a magic stone in his hands. He decided that he should attune himself to the yuan spiritual item after breaking through. Chen Dao thought that as long as the attunement to the spiritual yuan was large, then it could change a cultivator's fate. Suddenly, the guy received a message from the system, informing him that from now on, he had access to a range of time adjustments up to 50 years. The protagonist rejoiced the system would be much more useful to him. The amount of adjustment at 5 years was not enough for him. The guy thought that the magic yuan stone was not the strongest in the world. He had heard that this stone could build up its power over time. The young master looked at the stone and commanded that the system shift his time by 50 years. A huge magical dial stone appeared in space and lifted above the guy's hand. The hands on the magic dial began to gradually reverse. The protagonist was amazed. He felt exactly what the change was. The young master looked at the stone and realized that his request had worked. The protagonist noticed various waves coming from the stone in all directions. The boy was very much surprised. He didn't understand why the stone had turned black. At this time, there was a sudden change in the weather outside and the sky got very dark. The young master immediately sensed that the stone had a very strong aura. At the same time, a violent thunderstorm started outside from dark and black clouds. The guy was surprised and realized that the spirit stone was actually able to affect the weather. The young master remembered that only items above normal levels and those who had attained immortality could summon thunder between heaven and earth. At this time, Princess Yue Yue in her palace was very much disturbed by the sudden changes in the weather. The princess went outside. She noticed how suddenly the sky turned black and a violent thunderstorm began. The princess was surprised. She didn't understand how there could be thunder. Suddenly, the princess heard her warrior servant coming up behind her. The servant reported that the weather phenomenon was similar to that of an immortal treasure being discovered, and he had previously seen a similar scene in the imperial city. The princess pondered. She thought it might be the token of a noble king. Legends say that this thing is made of a special iron. On a neighboring estate, 2 lads were very much surprised at the sudden change in the weather. The young boy wondered what was going on in the Chen manor. After thinking for a bit, the man said that the Chen family had a royal lineage with a deep heritage. The man added that it may not be the main branch, but it is the place the Chen family chose to stay. The man, astonished and thoughtful, said that perhaps it was the discovery of the greatest treasure. He thought it might be the concrete of the noble king of the Chen family. The boy called the man father and asked, wondering what the token was. The father explained to his son that the token was a priceless treasure that could only be obtained by cultivators of the noble king level. The man added that this token could represent a higher mandate. When an ordinary person receives such a mandate, he can rise above hundreds of thousands of others. The boy asked his father if he meant overcoming and mandate. Father replied that for the past few years, no outsider had been able to see the token of the noble king. The man added that now the young line of the noble king in the Chen family is in decline. For this reason, every family may jump at the opportunity. Very excitedly, the son asked his father what they were going to do. The man stepped aside and told his son to head over to the Chen family and see for himself. The man said that he was absolutely sure that the others would also rush to Chen Manor. At this time, the protagonist was in his estate studying how the spirit stone had changed. The young master decided that after rewinding time 50 years forward, the stone was very much advanced. The guy said that the spirit stone itself was excellent and now it was many times better. The young master decided to tune into the magic stone right away. The protagonist decided to complete the process of breaking through to the spiritual sea level. The boy noticed a bright blue glow starting to emanate from the stone in all directions. A little while later, the protagonist closed his eyes and became completely immersed in the process. When the process of breaking through to the spiritual sea level was over, the guy opened his eyes. The young master shouted joyfully that the assimilation with the spirit stone was successful. The guy noticed that he seemed to be floating above the endless blue sea. The main character was surprised. He didn't understand what happened to him and where he was. Chen Dao said that after assimilating with the spirit stone, his puddle became a huge ocean. The main character was sitting in his house. He heard someone calling his name from the street. The young master went to the window. He realized from the voice that the girl Li Tian'er was calling him. The girl menacingly shouted to the guy that they should fight, and she officially challenges him to a duel. From behind came the elders. One of them told the girl to choose her expressions. The girl turned to the elder and said that all of this was between her and the protagonist. The elder said that Li Tian'er could only be rude because of her brother. He added that disrespecting a young master was a serious offense. The girl replied sharply that they would wait to see what the young master himself had to say on all this. Li Tinder yelled for the protagonist to come out and fight her if he had the power. The elder said that the protagonist will decide for himself when he can hold a fight. He added to have the girl immediately throw the place out and stay quiet. Lavushka said she would wait for the young master to come out to her. The elder angrily shouted to the surrounding people for someone to take the girl away as soon as possible. The doors opened and the main character said not to worry. The young master stood on the threshold. He agreed to come out to the girl. The girl was very excited that the guy had finally shown himself. Immediately, the young foreman said he was taking a call from a girl. The elder became very worried. He turned to the young master. The boy told the elder that there was no need to say anything. He's confident in his abilities. At this time, a man named Chen Yu came to the princess's palace with important news. The man was walking very fast towards the princess. He had something important to tell her. Princess Yu asked the man if he had brought her breaking news. The man told the woman that Li Tian'er's girlfriend had challenged the protagonist to a duel. The man also promised to help Princess Yu get the noble king's badge. The girl liked this information and promised to make the man a master of the Chen family. Chen Yu thanked the princess. He asked her where she was going. The princess said she was going to Chen Manor. There was an unusual phenomenon there today, and everything looked like the token of a noble king. The man said that the girl Li Tinger would have time to defeat the protagonist. For this reason, the princess would be able to enjoy the pitiful appearance of the young master. At this time, there was already a young boy near the Chen Manor. He was surprised to see Princess Yu. The princess said she had come to the young master to demand that he pay his debts. The guy said he wanted to talk to the young master too. Guy, along with the princess and entourage, approached the estate's gate doors. The guests approached the steps and saw a girl named Li Tinner standing in front of the main character. The guy said cheerfully that they were on time. He also added that they could witness a real show. Princess Yu asked the servant who was standing nearby if he had found anything. The servant replied that the phenomenon had disappeared and there was no information about the noble king's token. The girl bared her sword and menacingly addressed the protagonist by name. The girl said she would cancel the duel if the protagonist promised that Big Brother Yuan would return. The young master said in response that Chen Yin Yang intended to kill him. The girl said that whatever Chen Yue did had nothing to do with Big Brother Yuan. Li Tiner said that everything Big Brother Yuan did was for the sake of the Chen family. The young master said it was pointless for the girl to argue on behalf of another person. The girl swung her sword and said that in the world all the families of noble kings are prosperous, only the Chen family is in decline. Big Brother Yuan wanted to restore the honor of the Chen family. The protagonist asked with surprise at the girl whether his death would enable the Chen family to prosper. The girl said that the death of the protagonist will protect the Chen family from ridicule. She added that the young master has a bad reputation. The girl said that the guy's reputation is so bad that it could bury the Chen family as well. The main character looked at the girl carefully and called her by the name Liu Ting. Young master asked the girl why her older brother sent her to the Chen family. The girl added that she had come here to escort the young gentleman. Li Tweener added that the main character disappointed her, and that's why she won't stay with him. The guy said calmly in response that the girl chose Chen Xian Yuan. The girl said that Brother Yuan is young and brave, and he is the best in the Chen family. The girl added that if the family is led by Yuan, they will obey him instead of the main character. Li Tyner tapped her sword on the ground and told the protagonist that she was challenging him and not to dare run from her. The young foreman told the girl to treat him with the respect he deserved. Angry, the girl yelled at the guy that he wasn't worthy of respect. The young master replied sternly to the girl that he would teach her good manners. The protagonist activated the spell and prepared for battle. The girl was angered by the guy's words. She didn't want him teaching her manners. Li Tyner bared her sword and asked the protagonist if he had the guts to fight her. The girl raised her sword up. She prepared to attack the guy when he would fly at her from above. Li Tyner was very surprised at how quickly the guy was able to react. The young master struck the sword in flight and knocked it out of the girl's hands. The girl was very much amazed at how quickly she was unarmed. The princess looked at everything that was happening and said that the main character's cultivation level had reached the spirit sea world. The guy said that Chen Dao's rival has the same level, and the protagonist won't be able to defeat her. Li Tweener told the guy she underestimated him. Maybe he's already moved on to the next level. The girl shouted that she had reached the 7th level of the spirit sea world. She rushed towards the protagonist. The young master of any trouble stopped the girl and punched her in the face. The people present were surprised, and the princess said that the young master had just reached the spiritual sea world, but was already very strong. The girl angrily asked her rival if he dared to touch her face. The guy asked his rival strictly if she had forgotten what dignity is. The girl got really angry and yelled at the guy that she was going to kill him. The protagonist grabbed the girl's arm. She asked if he could take the blow. The girl stood in front of the protagonist. He could barely hold back her attack. The young master stood firmly in place. His opponent could not move him. Chen Dao firmly held the girl's hand. She could not break free. Suddenly, Li Tyner felt her strength draining away, and she couldn't believe it. The guy holding the girl's hand asked if she now realized how strong he was. The young master told the girl that she was a nobody to the Chen family. He asked how she dared to mock him. The girl angrily asked the guy where he got so much self-confidence from. The guy thought he wouldn't accept this behavior from the girl and punched her in the face. After that, the young master kicked his opponent with all his might. After a very hard blow, the girl flew far to the side and fell. Li Tyner said that the guy could have taken his power thanks to some powerful spiritual artifact. The girl angrily told the guy that his spirit stone was broken. Did someone find another spiritual artifact for him? The guy gave the girl a stern look and told her to cut the crap. The young master told the girl that she had lost, and therefore only he had the right to join the academy. The girl got to her feet and said that the guy's victory didn't affect anything. She has a much stronger cultivation than the protagonist. Li Tyner promised that she would reach the spiritual bridge world and would definitely take revenge. The protagonist commanded the girl to stop. The girl turned around unhappily and asked the guy what he wanted from her. Suddenly, Li Tyner got really scared the guy wanted to grab her. The protagonist reached out to the girl. He prepared to grab her by the throat. The young master held the girl by the throat with his hand. She asked strictly what he was doing. The guy told the girl strictly that he would definitely teach her good manners. In a choked voice, the girl told the guy that he wasn't going to get away with it. After that, the young master hit the girl in the stomach with all his might. The girl felt very bad after the blow. She started to fall. Li Tyner cried out very tragically that the guy ruined her dantian. The girl fell to the ground. The guy told her that the Chen family belonged only to him. Lying on the ground, the girl said to the guy that he would pay for everything very dearly. The lad ordered the servants to throw the girl out of the gate so that her spirit would not be near the manor. The servants took the girl and asked if she still thought the young master had not changed. As the servants carried the girl away, they told her that she had dug her own grave. At this time, the main character was approached by Princess Yue standing nearby. The princess told the guy that after all she had seen, she still admired him more and more. The protagonist thought to himself carefully that the princess is very beautiful while he knows how she really is. The princess asked the guy how he was able to reach such heights even though he had only recently embarked on the path of cultivation. The protagonist calmly replied that he owed his success to the pills he bought from the princess. The princess was surprised. She thought her pills didn't work at all. Suddenly, a guy came up from the side and addressed the protagonist. The guy told the young master that his brother wanted him to be the head of the Chen family. Chen Dao analyzed the memories and realized that the guy beside him was named Yu Ming, and he was from a famous ancient family of Fengyang City. Yu Ming's boyfriend tells the protagonist on the sly that he wants to talk to him about something. The protagonist replied to Yui Min that he was fully at attention. Bi Min told the young master that he wouldn't beat around the bush. The guy said that over the years, the Chen family has gotten smaller and the spirit wine no longer brings in much income as it used to. The main character listened intently to what the guy was telling him. He was interested. Yu Ming asked the young master for permission to buy the Chen family's winery, adding that it would be beneficial to both of them. An elder came over and excitedly told the young master not to do it. The elder explained that the spirit wine is the legacy left by the master and his wife. It is also the main source of income for the Chen family. The elder said that the Chen house would be very ill without the sales of spiritual wine. The protagonist told fellow Yu Min that the sale of spirit wine is the family's main income. Yu Ming got angry. He realized that the protagonist would not sell the winery. The elder stood next to the protagonist. He was waiting for the young master to answer. Unexpectedly, Chen Dao asked Yu Ming's boyfriend how much he could offer for the winery. The elder was very unpleasantly surprised. He couldn't believe the protagonist would agree to the deal. Yu Ming was also very surprised. He didn't think that the young master would dare to sell the winery. Full of confidence, the guy said that the Yu family was willing to offer 500 spirit stones. The elder said that such an amount was not enough. The Chen family's winery is one of the best in Haiyuan City. He added that the price should not be less than 2,000 spirit stones. The protagonist told the Yu guy minutely that the Chen family's winery was one of the best in Haiyuan City. The young master looked at his interlocutor and said that he could get the winery for 2,000 spirit stones. Then Yu Min said that the protagonist is either joking or doesn't want to sell. Chen Dao patted the guy on his shoulder and said that he wanted to sell, but the guy couldn't afford it. The elder happily thought to himself that the protagonist had scared him to death. He had already decided that Chen Dao would really want to sell the family business. Guy Yu Ming shouted to the protagonist to think again. He added that the sales of the Chen family spiritual wine will continue to fall. Yu Ming pointed his finger at the young master and said that he was doing everything for his good. The protagonist replied to have Yu Ming draw 2,000 stones to confirm his words and buy the winery from him. Yu Ming wondered to himself how the dumb protagonist became so wise and eloquent. After that, Yu Ming said that he was leaving since the protagonist was not going to sell the winery. As he was leaving, Yu Ming suddenly stopped. He wanted to say something to the protagonist. Yu Ming said to his interlocutor he has no idea how hard it is to be the head of a family. Princess Yu came up behind the protagonist and silently watched everything that was happening. The girl thought that the main character had changed, and he would no longer follow her words like before. The elder said that the Chen and Yu families have been competing in the wine industry for a long time. In the past years, the Yu family has been able to steal a large market share from them. The elder then added that if the lord and his wife were here, the Yu family would not even dare to make a peep. The girl told the main character that she also wants to discuss something with him. The guy replied that he is all ears. Princess Yu told the protagonist that they'd best discuss everything in a cozy place with a cup of tea. The young master hesitated. He liked the princess's suggestion. Chen Dao said happily that he was even embarrassed to ask for more. The girl reflected that the protagonist remained the protagonist, and he was all hers. The elder shouted to the young master for them to wait for Lady Suyan first. The elder excitedly thought to himself that Princess Yue had already deceived the young master. The guy turned around and cheerfully said one last time that he would handle everything. The protagonist thought to himself that Princess Yu is sponsoring him, and so he must keep his face. The young master told the girl to go with him as he missed her very much. As the two of them walked along with the girl, the guy put his hand on her shoulder. The princess's servant asked the boy menacingly how dare he do such a thing. Chen Dao apologized and said that he couldn't help himself since Princess Yue was beside him. To defuse the situation, the girl told them to forget everything and move on. The protagonist along with the princess stopped by his house to socialize. The girl told the protagonist that she was very pleased as her cultivation was growing by leaps and bounds. The protagonist replied cheerfully that if the girl was happy for him, so was he. The princess was silent. She looked reproachfully at the protagonist. The young master apologized and told the girl that he would watch himself. The princess said conciliatingly that it was no big deal since they were not strangers. The young master asked the girl why she had called him and said he would help in any way he could. Princess Yue told the protagonist that she wanted the Chen family's royal token. Such a request was very unexpected for the protagonist. He fell silent. The boy sat and looked at the princess with a long testing gaze. The girl turned around and looked at the guy. She hoped he would agree to her request. Chen Dao thought to himself that if the princess asked for a royal token, then she must be holding him for a fool. The girl said that she had always wanted to see the royal tokens with her own eyes. She added that if it was an impossible request, she could endure it. The young master told the princess that he could show her the royal token, but with one important condition. The girl looked at the guy with interest and asked what his condition was. The main character told the cheerful girl that he wanted her to give birth to a healthy heir for the Chen family. The girl was very surprised and discouraged. She didn't like the guy's words. Coming to her senses, the princess angrily asked the guy if he was joking. The young master replied to the girl that he was speaking with great sincerity. He added that if the princess gave birth to an heir, she would become part of the Chen family. Chen Dao told the girl that it wouldn't be a big deal if he gave her a royal token. The girl told the guy sternly that they are not that close, and can't talk about the heir right now. She demanded that the guy show her the royal badge right now. The servant did not like the way the protagonist behaved with the princess. He wanted to kill the guy. The main character got up from his chair and said there was only one option left. The guy offered the girl to apply sincerity in return for sincerity. The girl was surprised. She interrogated what the guy meant now. The young master told the girl that she had defeated him. He asked the princess if he had defeated her. The girl looked at the guy and said she was completely sincere in her feelings. The young master said that all words should be confirmed by deeds. He added that the Chen family should see a manifestation of sincerity on the part of the girl. The princess turned around and said she was leaving and would come back when she thought about the guy's proposal. The protagonist shouted after the princess that he wanted to see her off. The guy thought to himself that the girl had decided to put on a show for him but didn't want to go all the way. The main character together with the princess and her servant were walking on the estate. Suddenly someone called the guy by name. The young master along with his companions stopped. The lad was a little surprised. The protagonist noticed Suyan's sister walking towards him leisurely. The young master asked his sister with surprise why she had come. The Suyan girl slowly approached her brother and his companions. The girl asked angrily at Princess Yue whether she was trying to trick her brother again. The princess servant stepped forward and stood in the path in front of the Suyan girl. Princess Yue replied to the girl, then the girl completely misunderstood. Smiling, the princess said that she was completely sincere in her feelings for the protagonist. This kind of answer really surprised the Suyan girl. She became silent and looked at the princess. The young master said cheerfully to his sister to calm down. The protagonist said with a smile that Princess Yu says everything from the bottom of her heart. Such words really surprised Suyan's sister. She couldn't believe that her brother was so naive. The princess after the conversation told her favor that she was leaving. Princess Yue told the young master that she would give him the pills for free this time. The main character waved happily to the princess and said she was spoiling him. Sister Suyan asked with surprise at her brother. Did he really start to believe the princess? The young master replied calmly that he didn't think to believe the princess and the sister could relax. The protagonist said he'd make the princess pay back everything she screwed him for. The princess and her servant were walking home. She asked him how strong the Suyan girl was. The princess told her servant that the Suyan girl scared her a lot. After a little thought, the servant said that he wouldn't be able to handle Suyan in a fair fight. This kind of answer really displeased the princess. She realized that Suyan was so strong. From the side, a servant suddenly ran up to the protagonist and called out to him. The young master asked with great interest of the servant how it had gone. The servant replied to the protagonist that the fish took the bait as he predicted. The brother told his sister that he wanted to ask her for help one more time, and this time with fishing. The Suyan girl was very much surprised. She did not understand what kind of fishing her brother had told her about. At this time, the girl Lee Tyner was walking down the street. She wanted to find her older brother to take revenge on the protagonist. In the end, the girl met a man, Chen Yu. He was very frightened when he saw her. The man angrily asked the girl what happened and who maimed her. The girl Lee Tyner said that she underestimated the protagonist. Young master is unimaginably strong. The man was surprised. He said that the protagonist was able to hurt the girl this time. The man hugged the girl and said that the most important thing was that she was able to win. For this reason, the Chen family would belong to them. The girl Lee Tyner grabbed the man by his clothes. She had something important to say to him. The battered girl looked regretfully at the man and said she had lost. The man was very much surprised and angered by the girl's answer. Chen Yu menacingly swooped down on the girl and interrogated whether the girl had lost. The man clarified if the protagonist was able to handle the girl. He didn't understand how the young master could win at all. The man couldn't understand how this could have happened. And then there was the sound of people walking nearby. The man Chen Yu, along with the girl, turned to the side to see who it was coming. The main character and his companions approached. The young master said that the man would die today. The man was very surprised to see the protagonist. He didn't expect it. After a brief pause, the man angrily asked the protagonist if he had been following Lee's girlfriend Tyner. The girl asked the protagonist angrily if he was using her. The young master said he didn't just let the girl go, and it's the only thing she's still good for. Lee's girlfriend turned to a man and told him to show the protagonist. The man told the girl that they should fight to the end, even if it would cost them their lives. The girl told the man that she was ready to die without regret if he would be by his side. The Suyan girl rushed forward and said that the traitors of the Chen family would be punished. Lee Tyner shouted back that she was not at all afraid of her rival Suyan. Suddenly, the man with his hand pushed the girl Lee Tyner in the back with all his might. The girl was frightened and surprised. She didn't realize what had happened. The girl Lee Tyner turned back frightenedly. She didn't realize what the man had done. The girl noticed the man decided to make a quick escape and jumped up. The man Chen Yu was running away, and to himself, he apologized to the girl Lee Tyner. At the same moment, Suyan struck the Lee Tyner girl's chest with her hand with all her might. After Lee Tyner was hit, she flew off and fell to the ground. Suyan shouted for her rival to accept her death. The Chuyan girl carefully looked after the fleeing man Chen Yu. The girl decided to activate her spell to delay the man. Suyan shouted at the man to stand, and she directed a bright blue beam at him. The blue beam reached the man and struck him in the back. He began to fall. The man felt very weak, but he decided to himself that he would not die here. Chen Yu felt weak with smoke coming from his back after being struck by lightning. The man felt that he could no longer walk. He began to stumble. The protagonist yelled for the sister to run after the man. He added that Chen Xinyuan must die. At that time, Princess Yu was walking down the city street accompanied by her servant. The princess told the servant to gather up all the pills they had and send them to the protagonist. The servant asked with great surprise to the princess whether it was really necessary to collect all the pills. The princess replied that the pills are completely useless and they are worthless. After that, the princess added that she wouldn't lose anything at all, and bad pills wouldn't be able to help the guy in his cultivation in any way. The servant said that the princess decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He also added that Prince Cao Ming might get angry. The princess replied grudgingly that the prince wouldn't dare do anything anyway. After a little thought, the servant answered the princess that she was quite right. The princess said that once she takes the royal token away from the protagonist, it can be gotten rid of. Suddenly, the girl noticed someone running up to her and falling to the ground. Taking a closer look, the princess noticed that Chen Xinyuan was on the ground in front of her. The exhausted man asked the princess to save him. With great surprise and concern for the process, asked what happened to the man. At this time, the main character appeared. He told the princess that they had met again. The young master said that he had followed the traitor of the Chen family and happened to run straight to the princess. The protagonist said cheerfully that the man himself ran into the trap. Afterward, the guy asked the princess if it didn't seem like it happened exactly as he said it did. Lying on the ground, the man was still begging the processes to save him. The protagonist told the man that the princess would certainly not save the traitor. Chen Yu, from his last strength, lifted up in a weak voice. He turned to the princess. After that, Princess Yue threateningly shouted at the man to shut up. The princess commanded the servant to kill the traitor on behalf of young Master Chen. The man was very frightened and tried to protect himself by covering himself with his arm. The princess's servant hit the man in the chest with all his might, and he went down. Chen Yu lay dead on the ground. The princess told the protagonist that she executed the man instead. The young master said that the princess is indeed sincere when it comes to him. The main character said cheerfully to the princess that he was bowing out and leaving. The princess asked the servant if it was possible that the young master was only pretending and wanted to fool her. The servant said the princess didn't get any benefit from the guy, but he didn't get anything either. Maybe Chen Dao is really faking it. The princess turned around and told the man that they would wait and see what this would all boil down to. The protagonist came home and the servant said that Princess Yu sent him pills. The young master opened the box. He noticed that the pills looked good, so they would go bad in a couple of days. Chen Dao thought that the princess had somehow processed the pills before sending them out. The protagonist commanded the system to move the expiration date of the pills. The young master said that because of the system, he was able to refine the pills, and it would improve cultivation. The protagonist decided not to waste time, took a pill, and began to cultivate. Very quickly, the young master reached the second level of the spiritual sea, and then the third level. Chen Dao continued to take the pills until they completely ran out. Gradually, the young master had reached the fifth level of cultivation. The guy thought the pills were very good and wondered where the princess got them. The young master thought that the pills were very valuable and ordinary people couldn't create them. Only the Yuan Academy could do that. Suddenly, the protagonist heard someone knocking on the door with all his might. He asked who had come. A servant ran in and shouted excitedly that he had bad news for the young master. The young master excitedly asked his servant what was wrong. The servant said the Yu family did something to their winery. The protagonist asked his servant to take him along. The servant said that the Yu family opened a new store against their main winery. Also, they poached more than half of the master winemakers. At this time, a group of men came out of the store and headed towards the protagonist. The servant asked manager Chen what he was doing and where he was going now. The manager asked the guy how dare he raise his voice at him. The servant told Chen An that he was bribed by the Yu family and lured him to their winery. He accused him of betrayal. The manager looked at the servant with a smile and said it was no big deal. Chen An added that the Yu family had made them an offer that could not be refused. A servant told the protagonist that his father had once accepted the manager Chen An into the family when he was on the verge of death. The servant also added that the Chen family had even paid for the funeral of the manager's parents while Chen An was ungrateful. The young master said that if Chen An decided to stay, he would pay him double what the Yu family offered. The protagonist asked the manager what the servant would say, and the servant became very agitated. The manager said he was very touched he didn't expect such an offer. The manager added that daily volumes and sales of spirits wine are falling, for this reason he does not want to stay. The manager added that the Yu family's business continues to bring in more and more profits, and he will not change his decision. The main character told the manager to get out as soon as possible. The manager was surprised and didn't like the young master's words. After that, Chen Dao slapped his hand on the manager's face with all his might. The protagonist sternly told the manager to get lost. The people around them liked what happened. They expressed their support for the young gentleman. The manager shouted menacingly that they would see who would have the last laugh and added that without him, the winery would be dead in a month. As he left, the protagonist ordered his servant to deal with the manager. The man was frightened. The man saw the servant approach him with a knife in his hands. He was frightened. The manager shouted to the guy that he now belonged to the Yu family. The guy prepared to stab the manager when Yu Ming came up and ordered everyone to stop. The servant was very unhappy that Yu Ming prevented him from hitting the manager. Yu Ming asked the servant sternly how dare he attack a man from his family. The manager prayed that Mr. Yu would save him from death now. Yu Ming shouted to the protagonist that the manager Chen An is a member of his family. The young master ordered his servant to cripple the steward. The servant replied that he would fulfill everything, and he stabbed the manager. Yu Ming was very angry. He decided to use spells against the servant. Yu Ming attacked the servant with lightning to protect the manager. The manager was lying on the ground. He shouted to his master that his hand was cut. Yu Ming asked angrily at the protagonist how dare he injure his man in front of him. The young master approached the doors of the building. He told Yu Ming to go inside with him. Yu Ming shouted to the protagonist that in less than a month, the Chen family's wine business would completely die. The protagonist walked into his winery. He looked at the workers sitting around. The workers started shouting excitedly that a young gentleman had arrived. The young foreman looked around and asked the workers strictly who was in charge now. Just then a guy came running up from the side. He wanted to say something to the young master. The guy said that after the manager Chen An left, he was now the boss of the place. The protagonist asked the guy what his name was. The guy gave his name as Chen Liang. The young master asked Chen Liang what the situation in the winery was like now. Chen Liang reported that the main factor for spiritual wine is its age, and for that you need spiritual yeast. Chen Liang added that the age of spirit wine is directly related to the age of spirit yeast, and previously the person responsible for creating the yeast was Chen An. Chen Liang said that after the manager left, no one else can create yeast more than 10 years old. The young master asked Chen Liang what they could do about it now. Chen Liang said that he devoted half of his life to the Chen family winery and would not allow it to close under him. Chen Liang promised that he would take a few people under his leadership. They would look for a method to produce yeast older than 10 years. Chen Liang promised that the former manager Chen An would see for himself how the Chen family winery lives without him. Such words pleased the protagonist. He put his hand on Chen Liang's shoulder. The young master said that from this day forward, Chen Liang would be in charge of the winery. The protagonist asked the new manager for some yeast to study. The new manager was worried. He wanted to say something to the young master. Chen Liang said that the Chen family had little spiritual yeast left, no more than 4 portions. Only those over 30 years old can be reproduced. The new manager said that his predecessor Chen An deliberately used up all the yeast stocks before he left. The protagonist asked that Chen Liang give him 1 batch of yeast to study. The new superintendent agreed to fulfill the young master's demands. The main character went outside and saw his sister there with a group of people. The young master was overjoyed, and he greeted his sister. Suan said excitedly that she had already heard about the winery situation. She asked what the result was. The young foreman replied very cheerfully that he had temporarily sorted everything out. An unfamiliar guy came up and asked the protagonist if he was young master Chen Dao. Then the protagonist got excited. He replied to the stranger that it was him. Suan told the protagonist that the second prince of their dynasty was standing in front of her. The young master nodded his head lightly and told the prince that he welcomed him. The prince's servants did not like the main character's behavior and demanded that he kneel before the prince. The prince soothingly put his hand up and said it was okay. The prince added that relatives of the royal family have the right not to kneel. Then the prince added that he could help the protagonist smooth out the conflict between the Chen and Yu families, so that in the end, the Yu family would not be able to take over the Chen family's spiritual wine business. The Suyan girl became silent. She looked at the prince with great distrust. The prince smiled and said that he absolutely sincerely wanted to help the Chen family. The young master said cheerfully to the second prince not to trouble himself. The protagonist replied confidently that he could figure it out on his own. The prince said that he was well aware of the situation of the Chen family. He also added that the girl's younger brother Suyan is also his younger brother. The protagonist was very surprised and wondered if his sister had ever mentioned a prince. The second prince was greatly puzzled by this response from the protagonist. The prince looked at the young master and said the words caught him off guard. Sister Suyan thought that her brother had changed a lot in a couple of days and he had become more eloquent. Suddenly, the protagonist approached the prince and said he was expecting something from him. The prince was very much surprised. He asked Chen Dao exactly what he expected from him. The young master said he was expecting gifts. If the prince wants to be his big brother, he must have gifts. The prince was surprised to hear the protagonist say that he would not go back on his word. The prince commanded the servant to give the protagonist a yellow rank top technique called the Fist of the Rushing Bull, and the servant replied that he would do everything. The servant took out a special notebook, walked over, and held it out to the protagonist. The servant said it was only a yellow rank technique and was worthless. The protagonist was disappointed by such a modest gift from the second prince. After that, the young master threw the notebook on the ground and told the servant to take it back. Then the notebook remained lying near the young master's feet. The main character said that it was just a yellow rank technique. He added that he deserved more. The servant said angrily that yellow rank apex techniques are recognized and used by all the big families, and the young master said that he deserved better. The second prince said to have the servant give the protagonist a mid-mystic rank technique called Divine Wind Feet. The servant was very unpleasantly startled. He reached in and pulled out another notebook for the protagonist. The servant handed the young lad a notebook with the proper spell technique. The main character was very cranky, saying he still didn't have enough. He never picked up the tech notebook. The servant threateningly told the young master that he was asking for trouble. Chen Dao told the second prince not to even try to shove miscellaneous trash at him. The servant told the prince that he wanted to teach the young master good manners on his behalf. At this time, his sister Suyan walked over to the young master and stood beside her brother. The girl asked very sternly of the prince's servant what he was up to. The second prince took the servant by the shoulder and demanded that he stop. The prince took out a notebook and said that it described a sword technique that belonged to the earth rank. The second prince held out a magic technique notebook to the protagonist. Chen Dao was greatly surprised when he realized that the prince had offered him an earth rank technique. He knew that his family did not have such techniques right now. The prince wanted to explain to the protagonist what the gifts were for. The second prince said that he was helping the young master for the sake of his sister Suyan. The protagonist snatched the magic technique notebook from the prince's hands. Chen Dao told the prince to stop talking and added that he was fine with it. The second prince was very much annoyed and disappointed with this outcome. The servant demanded that the protagonist thank the other prince. The protagonist said that thank yous are mere formalities. They are only used by people who are distant from each other. The guy turned around and started to leave. He told the prince and his servants that they could be free. The second prince silently and thoughtfully looked after the departing protagonist. The prince told the Suan girl that he was leaving, but he promised to definitely come back to her. Eventually, the prince silently, accompanied by his servants, began to leave. The servant told the prince that he had never met anyone so insolent and disrespectful. The servant said that the relatives of the royal family had no right to behave like this. He also added that the prince had given the head hero a very valuable piece of equipment. The second prince said calmly that there was nothing wrong. He added that the young master would not be able to comprehend the sword technique. Also, the prince added that there are a lot of resources needed for the technique. The second prince reported that he had barely comprehended the technique to the first sword, but had spent a lot of heavenly materials and treasures. The prince said that the protagonist is currently suffering from a lot of problems and has nothing to look forward to. The prince showed that he was serious about Suyan's girlfriend with the help of a gift. The servants told the prince very humbly that he had acted very wisely. Suyan's girlfriend told the young master that she wanted to discuss something with him. The boy replied that he was all ears. Suyan said in a worried voice that the Huang Academy entrance exam was about to start. The young master asked his sister with interest and how to get in. Suyan said that the academy would be recruiting geniuses from all over the world in half a month, and that princes and members of noble families could enter without an exam. His sister told his brother that the people from Huang Academy were coming to take him away. The protagonist asked his sister about Huang Academy. He heard that the girl was at Xuanwu Academy. Sister explained that in Huangwu Academy there are 4 schools. The lowest is considered Huangwu, and an ordinary person can only dream of going there. People who got into a more prestigious school have an unimaginably bright future. The young master told his sister that he must become strong so that the Chen family could rely on him. The sister patted the boy on the head and said he had become very masculine. The protagonist took his sister's hand away. He wanted to tell her something important. The young master said that after he entered Huangwu Academy, he would work twice as hard on his cultivation. The Suyan girl very excitedly told her brother that she would wait for him. Sitting at his home, the protagonist realized why the prince had given him the cultivation technique. It was very complicated. The young master learned that to begin comprehending, a large amount of resources would be required to prepare many thousands of bundles of spiritual herbs over 50 years old. Chen Dao thought that 5,000 bundles of herbs would cost a sum that was not affordable for an ordinary family. Only a member of the royal dynasty with access to all the world's resources can master the technique. The young master decided to go to the Yuan spiritual mountains. There should still be plenty of young grass there. The main character sitting on the couch picked up a small green vessel. The young master decided that he would deal with the problem of spirit wine a little later. He wasn't sure if the system would be able to affect the spirit yeast. Holding the vessel in his hands, the guy commanded the system to advance the time of the spirit yeast 30 years forward. The protagonist holding the green vessel in his hands noticed that something was happening. At this time, the magic dial was showing how the system was changing the timing of the yeast. The young master noticed how the spiritual yeast was maturing. Eventually, the vessel broke. The guy realized that the process of growing up was a complete success. The young master watched intently as the white substance floated in front of him. The young master realized that the age of the spirit yeast had exceeded 30 years, so it began to reproduce. Chen Dao realized that the time system could only be used once on an object, with the new spiritual yeast being another object, so one could rewind their time once more. The protagonist commanded the system to move the time of the spiritual yeast forward by 50 years. Afterward, the young master and his servant decided to go to the winery. The protagonist noticed a large bunch of people crowding outside the store. A servant told the protagonist that the Yu family sells wine 30 years old and they also underprice. This could bury the Chen family's business. At the Chen family's winery, the workers talked to the manager. They said that they could not cultivate spiritual yeast 30 years old. The manager was very upset. He thought to himself that he was worthless. The employee told the manager someone had been able to create 20-year-old yeast very quickly. He added that if they had a year and a half, they would have created 30-year-old yeast. The employee said very sadly that the Chen family's winery would not last that long. One of the workers said that the main character took home with him a bottle of yeast he could learn something from. Another worker replied that it was the first time the young master had seen the spiritual yeast. He added also that although the young master is a good man, but he has little talent. The workers became very upset and frustrated because there was no hope. At this time, the protagonist along with his servant approached the workers from the side. All the employees of the winery cheerfully greeted the young gentleman. The young foreman looked at the workers and asked why they had their noses down. The manager was very frightened. Annoyed, he dropped to his knees. In a frustrated voice, the manager said they deserved to be punished. All the winery workers fell to their knees and told the young master to punish them. The main character was very surprised. He asked the workers what had happened here. The manager said that they have created spiritual shivers of 20 years old, and the prices of Yu family intervention wine have fallen. No one wants to buy Chen family spiritual wine anymore. The manager fell down in a bow and told the protagonist that he had let him down. The young master told the manager that he could be proud as he had created a 20-year-old wine in a short time. The manager cheered up and said that in 3 months, he would be able to create a 30-year-old spirit yeast. The young foreman cheerfully replied to the manager that they wouldn't need it. The manager was very much surprised at what he heard from the young gentleman. The main character told everyone to look at him. He waved his hand over the table. The manager was surprised. He noticed a pile of vessels on the table. The manager walked over to the vessels and began to examine them. He picked up one of them. The manager then opened one vessel to check its contents. The manager was very much surprised. He couldn't believe he was seeing 50-year-old spirit yeast. Chen Liang looked at the bottles of spirit yeast and couldn't believe that the young master had succeeded. Chen Dao said that they got it right, and these bottles have 50 years of spiritual yeast in them. Chen Liang turned to the guy and asked if he had found a great master of spirit yeast production. The guy smiled and admitted that he had created all this spiritual yeast on his own. Everyone around them was shocked when they found out it was all the work of the young gentleman. Chen Liang grabbed the guy's shoulders and shouted that it was a blessing from above, and his father was also a master in yeast creation. Tears appeared in Chen Liang's eyes as he said that Chen Dao had inherited his father's talent. Chen Dao felt uneasy as the man shouted that the day when the Chen family's winery would blossom was not far off. Chen An urged people to queue up and not be shy, because there was enough wine for everyone. The man was convinced that without him, the Chen family was worthless, and their winery would be shut down. A man waved to the people in line and told them to take their time because they had enough wine. The people in line started to smell a wonderful odor. One of the guys asked what that smell was. The line began to look around, each person trying to figure out where the wonderful aroma was coming from, until one of the guys pointed to the Chen family's winery and shouted that the smell was coming from there. At this moment, Chen Dao and his subordinates came out of the building carrying jars of wine. The young gentleman shouted that they had a 50-year-old wine that didn't cost much at all. Chen An turned to shout and said that the Chen family could not have a 50-year-old wine. Yu Ming told his father that they had succeeded in completely destroying the Chen family's winery. The man was pleased and said that if the Chen family knelt down and gave them the royal token, he would spare them. They approached the winery and found a huge number of people standing outside the winery. Yu Ming pointed at them and said that their family's wine was very popular because they had poached all the opponent's top workers. The crowd was discussing that the Chen family's wine was really 50 years old, also very delicious. Yu Ming and his father turned gloomy, and the man asked why all these people were talking about the Chen family. The man said that something was wrong since the line was at the Chen family's winery, and not theirs. Yu Ming was angry and started to go to the workers of their winery to find out what had happened here. The guy asked why. In the few minutes he was gone, all the customers had gone to the Chen family. Chen An said that the Chen family was able to create a 50-year-old wine and sell it cheaper than the 30-year-old wine. Yu Ming asked how this was possible if Chen An was the headmaster of their winery. Chen Dao heard them talking, so he told Yu Ming that nothing was impossible in this life. The guy asked if Yu Ming wanted to taste the fresh wine made by the Chen family. Chen Dao walked closer and threw Yu Ming a bottle of 50-year-old wine. Yu Ming opened the Chen family's wine bottle and smelled what it smelled like. The guy realized from the smell that he was holding indeed a 50-year-old wine. Yu Ming told Chen Dao not to dare, to beat around the bush and tell him how he did it. Chen Dao smiled at the guy and admitted that it was all thanks to one person, and that person turned out to be Chen An. The man was very surprised when the young master said his name. Chen An started shouting to Chen Dao not to slander his name because he had done nothing of the sort. Chen Dao said that he was very happy that the man left the method of producing 50-year-old yeast. The guy said that he was willing to forgive Chen An for leaving his family because of this. Chen Dao was leaving and wished the man a good career with the Yu family, and added that he was counting on his help. Yu Ming was angry. He turned to the man and asked if he knew how to make 50-year-old spiritual yeast. Chen An was worried and asked Yu Ming not to listen to the guy because it wasn't true. However, Yu Ming didn't believe him and said that Chen Dao would never have found a way to create 50-year-old yeast. Yu Ming didn't let the man make excuses and said that he was giving him 3 days to make 50 years of spiritual yeast. The guys started asking Chen An what they should do, but the man himself didn't know how they could make it in 3 days. Chen An exhaled heavily and said that they were now meaningless to the Yu family and would be disposed of in 3 days. The workers blamed the man for taking them away from the Chen family, and now they were in this situation. Yu Ming approached his father and asked what he thought about all this. The man said that because of this, they would now be unable to destroy the Chen family's business and take their place. Yu Ming said that they should switch to more reliable means then, since out of the entire family, only Suan was capable of doing so. But father said they couldn't do that since the Chen family was being looked after. The man said that in a few days, Huangwu Academy would open its doors and Chen Dao would get in. Father said that Yu Ming also met all the requirements to get into Huangwu Academy. Yu Ming got nervous and asked if his father really wanted him to deal with Chen Dao in the academy. The man said that this was exactly what he wanted, and within the academy competition, Yu Ming would have a better chance of dealing with it. The man told his son to wait for the right opportunity and grab the bull by the horns. Yu Ming listened to his father and nodded to him confidently. The boy said that he understood everything and would definitely do it. In the Yuan spiritual mountains, a boar-like beast was defeated with a precise strike to the neck. Chen Dao raised his sword after the strike, and the beast's body began to fall to the floor. The guy stooped down to the Yuan spiritual grass that the beast was guarding and plucked it. The boy considered the grass and said he was scared to imagine how his sister had found a strong artifact here. Chen Dao asked the system to advance the spiritual herb time 50 years forward. The guy thought that by promoting immature grass with the system, he would be able to strengthen his cultivation. A while later, the forest on Yuan Mountain was very noisy and someone's roar could be heard. The beasts were defeated, and the guys saw that they had found low-level and immature grass again. The men threw it away and said it was a bad place to be as there was only immature grass left. The immature spiritual grass fell to the floor as it was useless to them. The guys turned to the girl and waited for her to tell them what they should do next. The girl told the boys that they would have to go deeper into the mountains and look for grass there. The guy told Sister Chu that there was a dangerous demonic beast deep within the Yuan Mountains, and it was dangerous to go there. But the girl said it was crucial for them to strengthen the pills now, so it was worth the risk. Sister Chu told the guys that if they were attacked by a demonic beast, they could just run away. The man said that they had no choice, and they went deeper into the mountains. And Chen Dao watched them from afar. Chen Dao sat surrounded by grass, and didn't think that he could gather more than 100 bundles of grass in one day. The boy thought that these three were strong, and he'd better follow them to pick up the grass they were throwing out. Therefore, on the second day of his stay in the Yuanchen Mountains, Chen Dao followed the group. A man held up a spiritual herb and said only one bundle out of hundreds found, 50 years old. Chen Dao watched the man carefully as he threw out the spiritual herb. Chen Dao held many bundles of grass, and believed that at this rate, he would gather 100,000 bundles very quickly. Chen Dao was walking forward when someone behind him asked who he was and what family he was from. The guy turned around at the sound of the voice and wondered who was following him. In Chen Dao's field of vision, the two guys and a girl he had been following these 2 days appeared. The guy said they were lucky the girl spotted the stalker, or he would have followed them further. The man frowned and ordered the guy that he answered immediately why he was following them. Chen Dao said that he didn't wish them harm, and was just picking up the spiritual herbs they were throwing away. The guy realized that he had underestimated their cultivation level since he had been discovered, even though he was being cautious. Sister Chu looked at the guy carefully and asked why he needed such a spiritual herb. Chen Dao said that he needed it for a special technique. Oh, he didn't have the strength to find a grass of a decent age. The girl accepted that explanation, so she turned away and told the guys they were leaving. Chen Dao decided to ask if he could continue to go along with them. The girl didn't even turn around and said the guy could do what he wanted. The man approached the girl and asked why she believed him so easily, since he could have fooled them. Sister Chu said that the guy only has a spiritual sea world and can't do anything with it. The guy agreed with the girl and said the rookie just follows them around because he feels safer that way. After this conversation, Chen Dao continued to follow the group, and so 2 days passed. Chen Dao meditated and thought about the fact that in these 2 days, almost all the grass had gone to him. The boy looked at the group and realized he needed 200 more bundles to comprehend the first sword. The man told the girl that the core of the spiritual mountains was further away, and if they didn't find grass there, the hike would be pointless. At this moment, a beam of light appeared not far away from the group, directed into the sky and attracted their attention. The man asked what that glow was, and the guy could smell the dense medical aroma. Sister Chu thought that someone had found a medical artifact and told them to quickly go there. Chen Dao also got up from the ground and started walking towards the beam of light. They had to go around a small mountain to get to the beam, and the group hurried over to see what was going on. A little later, they walked around the mountain and saw a beautiful blue flower with an aura emanating from it. There, they saw the demonic beast of the Yuan Mountains fighting with a dragon over some plant. The guy said it was a snow lotus holy medicine level 9 medicine that would bloom soon. The man took a closer look and said it was no wonder these creatures came here for the flower. The dragon roared at the demonic beast of the Yuan Mountains and started fighting over the holy snow lotus. Their battle didn't last long, because soon the demonic beast defeated the dragon. The man said that the strongest demon of the Yuan Mountains was able to handle the dragon even though he was injured before the fight. The demonic Yuan Mountain beast threw out a dragon throat from its mouth and roared. After that, the Yuan Mountain demonic beast fell to the ground and was greatly weakened. The man rejoiced that the beast was on its last breath, and they could easily get a snow lotus. Sister Chu agreed to take the snow lotus, but asked the guys to be careful not to get hit by the beast's death attack. And Chen Dao was asked by the girl to move farther away because they were going to massacre the beast. The man taunted the guy and told him to hide or he might end up badly. Chen Dao told them that he would do as he was told and persuaded them to hide in the bushes. The boy remembered well that the beast was so strong that his sister could barely handle it. The men in the group drew their swords and filled them with spiritual energy. Sister Chu ordered them to attack, and all three of them ran at the beast that was already ready to defend. The demonic Yuan mountain beast opened its mouth, and a blue ball began to appear in it. The boys shouted to the girl that they would distract the beast while she took the holy snow lotus. The girl asked them to be careful, and the boys jumped on the beast, attacking it. The demonic Yuan mountain beast threw the guys off, and they realized that it was strong despite being injured. The beast was able to jump up and flew straight at the men who weren't expecting it. They couldn't dodge because the demonic beast suppressed them with its presence. Sister Chu saw the beast jump up and realized that things had not gone as they had expected. 2 long ribbons emerged from the girl's sleeve, which she sent to the boys. Ribbons began to wrap around the guys' waists, securing their bodies tightly, and the girl was able to pull the guys out of the beast's attack zone at the last moment. The man looked at the beast that was looking at them through the scattering dust and said that they had underestimated him. The demonic beast of the Yuan Mountains walked up to the snow lotus saint and breathed heavily. The beast gained strength and opened its jaws to attack the group again. A new ball of energy grew in its mouth. The man shouted that the beast was exhausted and this attack should be the last, so they had a little more time to hold out. The demonic beast started to attack, and the girl jumped aside, warning the guys. The guys also jumped aside, and a blue ball of beast spiritual energy flew beside them. The guys looked at the orb and realized that the demonic beast had cultivated to divine desire. Sister Chu looked at the spiritual energy that surrounded them and shouted that things were not good. The girl yelled for the guys to run away because the demonic beast was trying to catch them. They started to run away, and Sister Chu asked the guys to move faster, but crashed into a barrier. The girl was thrown back, and the boys realized that they had not escaped in time and were now trapped. Chen Dao saw that the group was in trouble. He got worried and realized that he was also trapped. Chen Dao hoped that he could pass through the barrier since he hadn't attacked the beast, but he too was thrown back. He fell to his knees, and beside him was a wall of demonic beast spiritual energy. The beast stayed close to the holy snow lotus. Someone shouted that they had been caught. They realized with horror that they had no chance of escaping the trap. Sister Chu stepped forward and told the boys that she would try to make a path. She drew her sword and started attacking the wall as hard as she could. She hoped she could help them get out. But the wall of spiritual energy didn't even tremble, and the girl couldn't believe it. The girl said that the beast's divine desire was too strong, and they wouldn't be able to break through it with brute force. The demonic Yuan mountain beast grinned and roared at the group of people, but did not attack. The beast lay on the ground, watching the humans carefully as they stared back at him. The guy with the bandage said he thought the beast had locked them up to heal them and then massacre them. Chen Dao didn't understand why he was trapped if he was standing far enough away. Sister Chu drew her sword and turned towards the beast. She realized that they couldn't just wait. So she shouted to the guys that they should attack the demonic beast now. The bandage guy listened to his sister and drew his sword while she yelled that they needed to kill the beast now. The girl said that defeating him while he was weakened was their last chance to survive. The man attacked as well. Lightning bolts from the group's swords surrounded the beast and appeared in various places. The guys and the girl attacked the demonic beast from different directions until it could only growl back. The man shouted that they couldn't even wound the beast, and the guys said that they would just exhaust their spiritual reserves. The demonic Yuan mountain beast was able to recover some strength and grinned. He howled and began to release his spiritual energy, attacking the people. The boys were thrown aside, and the girl was able to hold off the beast's attack and stay put. The guys fell to the floor from a great height and swords flew out of their hands, and the guys themselves got hit badly. Sister Chu was exhausted and wondered if their lives would be cut short here today. Chen Dao appeared next to the girl and said that he would try it now, which greatly surprised Sister Chu. She looked at the guy, but he was calm. There was a small smile on Chen Dao's face. The girl didn't believe that a guy with a level lower than hers would be able to handle a demonic beast. Chen Dao said that he would need all the spiritual herbs they had gathered. The guys who were with the girl were outraged and yelled that he was only interested in weed in such a situation. Chen Dao turned to them and said that he was trying to comprehend a special technique for which he needed a spiritual herb. The demonic Yuan mountain beast rose to its paws, and Sister Chu turned towards the guys. Blood was flowing from her mouth, and she ordered the guys to give all the spiritual herb to Chen Dao. The man frowned and began to say that they had been gathering this herb for more than a day. The girl listened to his indignation, and afterward asked why they would need her if they became dead. The man was disappointed, and said he couldn't believe that a person with the spirit sea world was capable of anything. The girl looked at the man and asked what options they had other than that. The man finally relented and realized that Sister Chu was right, so he handed over the herb. Chen Dao was surprised, but he caught the spiritual herb that the man threw to him. The man turned to the guy and said that if it turned out he had lied to them, he would personally kill him. Chen Dao opened his palm and looked at the spiritual herb that had the appearance of a small ring, after which the guy clenched his fist again and said that he now had enough herb to comprehend the first sword. He bowed to the group and said that he now needed time and asked them to give it to him. The guys didn't argue with Chen Dao and gave him time to absorb the spiritual herb. Chen Dao sat on the floor in the lotus posture and meditated, absorbing the power of the spiritual herb. The man said the boy keeps consuming weed in huge quantities. Chen Dao then explained that he had absorbed the spiritual stone earlier and could now gather a huge amount of energy and not explode. He drew his sword and wondered how the prince had managed to do such a thing, and assumed it was because of the unusual Dantian. His sword was completely surrounded by spiritual energy when the guy said that his sword had formed. The demonic Yuan mountain beast was ready to fight and roared as loudly as it could. The bandage guy said chagrined that the demon had healed some of its wounds and was about to pounce. The demonic beast didn't make them wait long and jumped to attack again. Chen Dao touched his sword, closed his eyes, and said that he had comprehended the first sword. After that, he made his first strike and commanded the sword to destroy. The wall of beast spiritual energy turned into water and parted to the sides. While the guy was destroying the barrier, the demonic beast threw back the group of people with his punch. They fell to the ground and the beast kept advancing, and the man said they would not last much longer. The bandage guy was very excited and said that the demonic beast had managed to get a good rest. The beast was once again beside the snow lotus saint and roared. The bandage guy turned to Chen Dao and asked how his process was, but he was not answered. So the guy realized that he was not in his right mind to count on the boy in such a situation. The demonic beast of the Yuan mountains rushed forward to attack. He was going to finish off the girl. Sister Chu was lying on the ground and realized that she wouldn't be able to dodge the beast's attack. The guys in her group saw this and shouted worriedly, but there was nothing they could do to help. Sister Chu felt someone quickly approaching her and couldn't believe it. The next moment, Chen Dao carried the girl in his arms and dodged the beast's strike. Demonic Beast Mountain Yuan was shocked when he realized that someone had managed to save Sister Chu. The man couldn't believe that Chen Dao was able to save the girl and was so fast. Sister Chu looked at Chen Dao in surprise, as if she was seeing him for the first time. When the guy landed on the ground, the girl asked if he was okay. But Chen Dao did not answer the question. Instead, he set the girl down and asked her to give him a sword. Sister Chu was willing to entrust her sword to her savior and handed it to the guy. Chen Dao turned to the beast and told the girl to rely on him and he would deal with the demon. The girl watched Chen Dao leave and asked him to be careful. The demonic Yuan mountain beast roared even louder than before, and the guy asked if he was angry. Chen Dao closed his eyes and focused on his new abilities, preparing for battle, after which he gripped the hilt of his sword tighter and shouted to the beast to attack. The man watched in shock and asked the others if this boy could handle it. The demonic beast didn't need to be asked twice, so it immediately rushed to attack. The bandage guy couldn't understand how a guy could fight such an opponent with such confidence. A blue glow appeared around Chen Dao, and he shouted for the demon to taste his blade. The guy shouted to the sword to chop and directed a huge wave of spiritual energy at the beast. The bandage guy couldn't understand where such strong sword energy came from, and decided that the guy was capable after all. A wave of Chen Dao's spiritual energy flew straight between the demonic beast's eyes. The man watched as the demon came close and watched the boy's actions in shock. The blow hit the demonic beast, and everything around it lit up with a blue explosion. Sister Chu looked at Chen Dao and couldn't believe that he was able to defeat the beast with a single strike. The guys couldn't believe that someone from the Spirit Sea World level could be so strong. Chen Dao smiled as he listened to other people's astonishment, and was glad that he had mastered this technique. The petals of the Snow Lotus Saint were lying on the ground, which, like the beast, had not survived the impact. The bandage guy was very upset when he saw that the Snow Lotus Saint had been hit, rendering it useless. The girl approached the guy and said that her name was Chu Yun, and she would like to know the name of her savior. Chen Dao looked at the girl and decided that he could tell her his name, so he introduced himself. Chu Yu thanked the guy for what he had done for them, and said that she dreaded to think how things would have ended without him. Chen Dao said that he shouldn't be thanked because he was able to comprehend the sword technique thanks to their help. The girl bowed and said that they were students of Huangwu Academy and that she hoped to meet again. Chu Yun left, and the man had to drag the bandage guy who was upset about the lotus behind him. Chen Dao decided that since he had saved the group, he could take the Snow Lotus Saint for himself. The guy stood over the flower, pointed his palm at it, and asked the system to roll the time back an hour. The holy snow lotus began to gather its petals into a bud and was becoming whole again. When the system finished rolling back time, the holy snow lotus began to emit a medical aura once again. The spiritual energy of the flower was simply unbelievable, and Chen Dao extended his hand towards it. It was the first time the guy had seen a 9th-level plant, and he was amazed by the spiritual energy of the flower. Chen Dao held the holy snow lotus in his hands and decided that it was time to return home. Night had fallen and the month was illuminating the Chen family's manor. The weather was pleasant and tree leaves were flying everywhere. A group of men in black cloaks landed on the roof of a house, and one of them said they had made it. One of the men said they had tried to take the royal token 6 years ago and now came to try again. The man looked down and said that the Chen family was quickly fading away as there was no one on the property. Suddenly they heard Chen Tai's voice behind them, inquiring about their family's extinction. The bandit asked how Chen Tai was able to survive if he was seriously injured when he was protecting Chen Dao. The old man called the group a pack rat and said he wouldn't let any of them escape this time. The bandits laughed and said that the old man had been out of shape for a long time, so he wouldn't be able to handle them alone. At this moment, Suan appeared from the other side and said that Grandpa was not alone here. The guys turned around at the voice and were startled to recognize Suan as the girl. They didn't understand why the girl was here if the academy had started long ago. Someone asked what they should do, and the chief bandit said that even if the ruler of heaven were here, they should do their duty. The man said that they may not worry because Suan is alone. He then ordered the rest of the group to attack the girl, and they jumped off the roof. Several people landed in front of Suan and told her to fight them. The others landed next to Chen Tai, and the man shouted for the old man to appreciate his technique. Old man Chen dodged someone else's punch and called the bandits petty lads. Chen Tai slapped the man and ordered, telling on whose behalf they had come here. Grandpa Tai made too sudden a movement, and blood flowed out of his mouth and he coughed. The man jumped away from the old man and began to gloat that the old wounds were making themselves known. The bandit was also injured and asked, what was the point of Chen Tai finding out who they came from? The other man shouted and ordered the guy to shut up and get rid of the old man. Chen Tai exhaled heavily and said that he had dedicated his entire life to protecting the Chen family. Another man's fists were rapidly approaching him as he yelled loudly that it looked like his days were coming to an end. Suddenly, Chen Dao appeared in front of the grandfather and shoved the bandits away from the man. Suan fended off the crowd's attacks on her own, and the guys asked how they would handle her if she was too strong. One of the men sent 2 men to look for Chen Dao because he was sure that this was how they would get the royal token. The 2 pare in the group obeyed the order and ran further away from Suan to look for the young master. Suan saw that the guys had decided to split up and was confused for a second. The girl used her strongest technique and a spiritual image of a girl appeared behind her. Suan was determined to quickly deal with the bandits and catch up with the others. The bandits saw Suan's technique and realized that it was a manifestation of Dharma. It was a very powerful technique, and one of the guys said to take a pill they were given. The bandits took out a small gold-colored pill and drank it before fighting Suan. Red energy surrounded them, and the guys felt their bodies fill with power and rushed to attack. The men ran to Suan to finish her off once and for all. Suan folded the seal and gave the Dharma orders to urgently grab the approaching guys. Dharma obeyed the order and seized the criminals. The boys shouted that it was impossible. The perpetrator was clutched tightly, screaming that he didn't believe that they didn't have the strength to do anything at all. His partner was also tightly clutched by the huge girl's hand and they couldn't get out. Suan brought the seal closer to her face, and a golden glow appeared behind her as she ordered the guys to submit. The fists of the Dharma manifestation clenched, and the criminals within them scattered apart. Suan was approached by Grandpa Tai and told her that they needed to rescue the young master. The 2 criminals approached another building on the Chen family's property. Inside sat Chen Dao. He was meditating, and there was a dense layer of spiritual energy around him. The criminals immediately opened the door to the building, and it hit the wall hard. The boys walked in and were glad they had finally found the young gentleman. Suan and Grandpa Tai quickly ran to Chen Dao's aid, and the old man was pushing the girl along. When they were near the right building, they noticed the door was open. Suan shouted that they had found him. Chen Tai said that things were bad because young master, with his current cultivation level, was no match for the criminals. On one of the rooftops near the Chen family's territory stood the prince and his entourage, who saw that the Chen family was under attack. The prince folded his arms across his chest and said that someone went nuts trying to get the royal badge. The prince ordered his men to follow him because he wanted to see what was going on there. Therefore, the boy and the 2 adult men flew towards the Chen family's territory. Meanwhile, the fight in Chen Manor continued as the criminals found the young master. However, the criminals were clearly losing because the guy knocked them back with 1 punch. Both bandits flew through the doorway into the street and fell to the ground. Chen Tai and Suan were approaching the entrance of the building when they saw the criminals on the ground. Old man Tai came closer to them and told the girl that they weren't breathing. At this moment, Chen Dao came out of the building and greeted his grandfather and sister. There was still a small amount of dust around the guy, and in his hands was a sword. At this moment, a prince landed beside them and asked Suan if she was all right. Chen Dao replied instead of his sister. He said that he had already dealt with the assassins, so Suan was fine. Chen Tai started to move closer to the guy and asked if the young master had handled the criminals. Chen Dao touched the blade of his sword and said that the assassins didn't even survive 1 swing of his sword. Grandpa laughed and said that the boy had really grown up since he had dealt with them with a single swing of his sword. The prince couldn't believe that the guy had successfully comprehended sword techniques since he was able to deal with a single blow. He looked closely at the bodies and realized that they were killed by the sword ki that the technique he had given the guy had. The prince turned to Chen Dao and asked if he was able to comprehend that sword technique. The young lord nodded and told the prince that it turned out to be very easy for him. The prince was dissatisfied because he had consumed many expensive herbs and spent 5 years learning this technique. Therefore, the prince asked again if Chen Dao was really already able to comprehend the technique. Chen Dao channeled spiritual energy into his sword and asked the prince if he wanted to check. However, the prince backed off and said he could already see perfectly well by the key around his sword. Since the prince's help wasn't needed and he felt humiliated, he said goodbye to Suan and left. A man from the prince's entourage cautiously asked the guy if he was okay. The prince said that he was offended because this time he felt disappointed because of Chen Dao's talent. The men started shouting. Then the Chen family's family master conceded to him all, and Chen Dao was just lucky. Prinu turned to the men and told them to calm down because he wasn't that spineless. The prince wasn't going to be discouraged because of one failure and said that he was determined to get Chen Suyan. The prince left, and only family members remained in the Chen family's estate. Chen Suyan said that the second prince had always been proud, and this was the first time she had seen him so upset. The girl moved closer to Chen Dao and said that her younger brother was very naughty. Chen Tai laughed and said that young master was simply a true dragon among humans. Grandpa Tai was sure that if Mr. and Mrs. found out about it, they would be happy. 7 days had passed since that incident, and Chen Dao had been meditating and raising his level. During this time, the young master of the Chen family managed to reach the 8th step of the spiritual sea. The guy reached for another pill and said that thanks to Princess Yue, his cultivation was growing very fast. Chen Dao looked at the pill, and he wondered where Princess Yue was getting all these pills from. The guy went outside and thought that at this rate he could get to the next stage within a few days. He was about to find his sister and ask about the compatible yuan spiritual item when Suyan appeared in front of him. Chen Suyan was surprised when she saw her brother and realized that he had already reached the 8th stage of the spiritual sea. Chen Dao said that the girl was right and that he was generally developing very fast. Chen Suyan smiled and told her brother that he would catch up with her soon. The guy felt awkward and thought that Suyan really deserved the title of genius unlike him. Chen Dao asked his sister what was the most suitable spiritual item to break through the spiritual sea level. The girl explained to the guy that after the spiritual sea level comes the spiritual bridge level, and the sacred snow lotus will come up. Chen Dao didn't expect to hear that a snow lotus saint was the perfect match at all, and was surprised by this coincidence. Suyan said that lotus is very hard to get, so even geniuses in the academy rarely get it. The guy listened to a long explanation from Suyan about how guarded the flower was, and asked her to look at something in his hand. Chen Suyan looked at her brother's palm and couldn't believe that he had a real snow lotus. After that, they separated, and Chen Dao went on walking. But soon the butler ran after him. He bowed to the young master and said that Princess Yue had already arrived at the manor. Chen Dao turned to the man and said that the princess had come very timely, and it was time to settle accounts with her. Guy asked the butler to count how much money the princess had swindled from the Chen family. The man bowed and said that if all kinds of gold, spirit stones, and the rest were taken into account, half of the Chen family's fortune. Chen Dao was shocked that Princess Yue was able to get half of the family fortune. He gloomed and muttered that the princess had a really big appetite. The butler said that when Suyan was in the academy, the guy trusted the princess too much, and the family got into a mess. The man said that the young gentleman was now collected, so he should not fall for any more tricks. Chen Dao was determined, and said that he would not be cheated this time, and he would even make the princess give back everything she owed. Princess Yue Wu, along with her subordinate, was waiting for Chen Dao in the main hall of the Chen family. The old man said that he was very sorry to give this orb away because King Qing Yu had a hard time getting it. However, the girl said that the sphere now has no value because instead of curing, it poisons. The old man asked what she would do if Chen Dao suddenly died because they wouldn't get a token. The princess said that the guy was already playing with them, and if he didn't give it to them for such charity, he would die suddenly. Soon, Chen Dao appeared in the main hall and said hello to Princess Yue Wu. The guy asked what good she had brought him this time, and the old man thought the lad was foolish and utterly shameless. Princess Yue Wu pointed at the many vials and said that there were 300 pills. Chen Dao thought, then the girl is doing well, and this batch is bigger than the previous few batches combined. The princess said that that was the last batch because the pills were difficult to make, so she couldn't offer any more. Chen Dao smiled and said that it made sense, and thought that the source of the girl's pills had dried up. Young Master Chen became serious and thought that it didn't matter because these pills were for a long time. Princess Yue said that she brought another important treasure that belongs to the Qin family. Chen Dao looked at the thing that was covered and asked what it was. Princess Yue began to lift the cloth and revealed that this protective treasure was called the Xuanying Bowl. Chen Dao was surprised and scrutinized the unusual treasure that the girl had brought. The princess said that the orb nourishes a person's perfection by keeping it close to the body. In addition, this treasure greatly weakened the top-level opponents by reducing damage. The boy got excited and said that Xia Wu Wu was too kind to him. He thought the princess was too generous and decided she wanted to take a chance. Princess Yue Wu pointed at the orb and asked if the guy could now see how sincere she was. Chen Dao put his hand to his heart and said that he could perfectly see the girl's sincerity. Princess Yue Wu smiled and said that she wanted to talk about the noble king token then. Chen Dao shrugged awkwardly and told the girl that his sister had not agreed to give up the token. The girl got angry and asked who cared about her consent if Chen Dao commanded the family. The young master of the Chen family smiled at the princess and said that his sister had said something. The guy told that the princess should give birth to a little heir, and the girl got very angry. Princess Yue Wu jumped up from her seat and started shouting that Chen Dao had tricked her. The guy put his hand on the girl's shoulder and asked why she was so angry if he wasn't done yet. Chen Dao said that he had almost convinced his sister and the princess just needed to keep showing her kindness. The guy said then the sister would soon agree and asked what the girl thought about it. Princess Yue was silent, and Chen Dao asked if she didn't believe him. The guy said he was sincere about her and was sure she wasn't doing all this to get a token. Princess Yue said that she was touched by the guy's attitude, so she expresses her sincerity. The girl ran her hand over the table and asked what the guy thought about it. 50,000 gold bars appeared on the table, and the girl asked if that was enough. The man was shocked by the princess's actions and tried to reason with her, so he shouted, but the girl raised her hand and ordered her subordinate to be silent. The girl said that after the king's injury, their estate had fallen into disrepair, so the guy should tell her appropriately. Chen Dao looked at the gold bars and said that it was definitely befitting, but then added that there is a problem, which is that his sister is not interested in money. Princess Yue waved her hand again, and a plate of stones appeared on the table, and she asked how about this. Chen Dao exhaled, and said that it was almost enough, while he himself thought that the princess was really rich. The girl shouted that these were all the spirit stones that Qin Manor had accumulated over the years. The old man shouted for the guy not to feign indifference because the princess had taken almost the entire estate's fortune. Chen Dao thought that the princess was gullible today and could really go broke. Chen Dao told the princess that it was barely enough, so he should go talk to his sister. Princess Yue Wu immediately jumped up from her seat and ran towards Chen Dao. The young master of the Chen family did not expect such a reaction from the girl and looked at her with surprise. The princess snuggled up to the guy and said she was anxious by nature, so she needed to know when the guy would respond to her. Chen Dao listened to the girl and said that he would give her an answer in exactly 5 days. After the girl got her answer, she immediately turned around and started to walk away, reminding the guy that he had promised. Princess Yue Wu smiled and said that she would expect good news from him. A man's loud cough could be heard behind the locked wooden doors. The man tried to meditate, but blood was coming out of his mouth, and he said he couldn't hold on any longer. He raised his hand and began to use his powers to create a small portal. When he succeeded in creating a portal, the man stuck his hand into it. He tried to find something on the other side and shouted Princess Yue Wu's name. The man was very angry and shouted to be told where the princess was. A huge hand appeared in the sky above Princess Yue Wu, and the girl recognized her father. The girl was very worried and shouted to her father that she was here and looked anxiously at her hand. The man shouted for the girl to come here immediately and began to reach for his daughter's hand. The man took the girl in his hand and carried her through the portal to his room. Her father told the princess that they had not much time left, so he wanted to know how things were progressing. The princess said that Chen Dao promised to give the noble king token in 5 days. The man coughed up blood again and said that for many years the Chen family had safely hidden the token. The man shouted that when they got the token, they could break through to the next level and increase their life expectancy. The man said that Yue Wu had searched everywhere and managed Qin Manor all these years, so she had done a glorious job. The girl said she had to do it for her father, so it wasn't hard for her at all. The man coughed again and said then his daughter could go, and once he broke through to the next level, he would reward her. Princess Yue Wu bowed to the man and said that she was very grateful to her esteemed father. Princess Yue Wu turned around to leave the room and mentally laughed at the man calling her daughter. After these events, 5 days had passed, and it was time for the princess to return to the Chen family's manor. Chen Dao walked over to the group of people and said hello to Chen's sister and grandfather. The young master said that once he went to Huangwu Academy, the Chen family would be in their hands. Grandpa Tai said the guy can rest easy because the parasite has been eliminated and the wine business is thriving. On top of that, the guy got the money back from Qin's estate, so they can start with a clean slate. The guy looked up into the sky and told the young master of the Chen family that the people from the academy had arrived. The guys landed on the Chen family's territory and said that he could see that they were already waiting for them. The guys straightened up and began to look at big sister Chen Suyan with admiration. The girl said she didn't expect the guys to send out invitations to new students. The guy said that they had no choice, and they can't finish the academy as fast as Suyan can. Chen Suyan said that she would rely on her juniors to take good care of her brother. The guy said that big sister is too polite, and she is the pride of Huangwu Academy of Tianshui Dynasty, and they should do it. Chen Suyan turned to her brother and said that once he left, she would also return to the academy for a few days. Chen Dao smiled at Suyan and said that he would do his best to join Huangwu and find her. Chen Suyan said that although the guy speaks confidently now, but it is not easy to enter Huangwu Academy. Chen Dao said that he is not that confident, but when the beautiful sister is left alone in the academy, he can help but worry. Chen Suyan was embarrassed by such words and took her gaze away from her brother. The guy from the academy gave Chen Dao an academy enrollment token and asked him to break it within 3 days. After that, the guys jumped into the sky and said it was time for them to inform the rest of the students. The man approached the young master and told him that Princess Yue Wu had arrived. The guy turned to him and said it was time to end this, and just the thought of how angry the princess would be made him feel satisfied. Chen Dao headed to the main hall of the Chen family to settle the problem with Princess Yue Wu for good. As soon as the girl saw the guy, she asked if he had brought the token of a noble king with him. Chen Dao started looking for something in her clothes and asked why she was in such a hurry because he had brought it. The guy took out a rectangular thing-wrapped paper and asked why Xiao Wu is not excited. I am not surprised. The girl looked longingly at the wrapped royal token and said she was excited and very surprised. The princess took the bundle and said that she wanted to see soon, but she herself thought that Chen Dao was a fool. The girl unwrapped the token layer by layer, and now, when she took off the last layer, she was very surprised. There was an ordinary brick in the princess's hands, and she asked if it was definitely the token of a noble king. Chen Dao sat down not far from the girl and asked if this thing didn't look like a token. The princess was angry and asked if the guy thought it could be like the token of a noble king. The girl was furious. She moved closer to the guy and started yelling that he had fooled her. The man rushed to the attack, shouting how the guy had the nerve to trick the princess with a lump of clay. At this moment, Chen Suyan appeared in the room and shouted that if there was anyone here, only a man was brazen. In the next moment, the old man was already thrown to the opposite sides of the room, and Chen Suyan was standing near the entrance of the building, ready to teach the Qin family a lesson. Chen Dao said that the princess tricked him with pills, so why can't he trick her with a piece of clay? Princess Yue Yu's subordinate couldn't take it anymore and shouted that he had had enough and attacked again. However, the girl stopped him, ordering him to leave the situation. The man couldn't believe his ears. Princess Yue Wu told the old man that they were leaving, and Chen Dao told her that he would not see her off. Suyan looked after the princess and said that this woman was deeply hiding her true thoughts and would never let it go so easily. The young master of the Chen family walked up to his sister and said that she didn't have to worry because he had everything under control. Chen Dao returned to his room and sat in front of the lotus and pills going to break through to the spirit bridge level. The young master of the Chen family took the boxes of 3 pills and pulled them towards him. The guy drank the pills and began to combine his spiritual energy with the energy of the holy snow lotus. Spiritual energy raged around the guy, and he soon comprehended the 9th step of the spiritual sea level. The holy snow lotus began to rise into the air, breaking off one casket and filling everything around it with its energy. Chen Dao held not the snow lotus saint in front of him and ordered him to open up. The flower obeyed and flew up into the sky, becoming just a huge size, greatly surprising the guy. Chen Dao noted its enormous size, and was pleased that the sacred snow lotus had entered his spiritual sea. Since the holy snow lotus was in the Chen Dao spiritual sea, which meant that the process was going well. Soon, the young master of the Chen family saw the silhouette of the bridge and shouted that the crossing process had begun. Chen Dao looked at his bridge and noticed that the length of his bridge exceeded the 10 meters that an ordinary cultivator was capable of having. After a while, the spiritual bridge was more than 100 meters long. It was mined with compatible objects. The bridge continued to grow, and Chen Dao was thrilled to notice that after an hour, its Dina was 1,000 meters. However, this was not the limit of the Bridge of Spirits, and after 2 hours the bridge was at least 10 kilometers. When 4 hours had passed since the bridge had started, Chen Dao doubted that it would ever stop. The Bridge of Spirits continued to grow, but the guy, too tired to watch, decided to lie down for a while. And since there was no way he could control the growth of the bridge, all he had to do was wait for it to be over. After a while, the guy finally felt like he had taken it to the next level. The young master of the Chen family stood up and shouted that the spirit bridge had stopped expanding, so it had completely changed to a new level. The guy looked at the endless long road ahead and couldn't believe it was his bridge. Chen Dao didn't know how to feel about the fact that his bridge appeared to be very long to the point where he couldn't even see the end of it. He supposed that probably no one would believe him if he told how long his spiritual bridge was. However, the guy became very curious about what was at the end of the spirit bridge, so he went ahead. As expected, the guy had to walk for a very, very long time, but the end of the bridge was still out of sight. Chen Dao walked for hours on end and began to despair because he didn't believe that he would ever reach the end. And since he'd spent quite a bit of time on it, the guy decided to go back to his world and deal with the bridge later. Therefore, Chen Dao found himself in his room in the lotus posture and felt his new strength. He stood up shaking his fist and realized that now at the spirit bridge level, his strength had increased several times. And since the main plus was the realization of his own power, it would soon become even greater. Suddenly the guy felt something very hot near his chest and saw a yellow color. He pulled an iron box out of his clothes and remembered that his parents from this life had left the box to him. Chen Dao decided that since the box was reacting, it meant that he could now open it. He pulled the lid up and he actually succeeded. The box opened and a ball of light appeared. The boy looked closely at the strange thing and tried to figure out what it was. The aura from the item that was in the iron box spread to the entire Chen family's estate. Therefore, Chen Suyan sensed her the moment her brother iron box and became worried. When the light from the aura dissipated, the guy saw that the box contained a token and a letter. Chen Dao scrutinized the token and thought about whether it might turn out to be the token of a noble king from the legends. The young master of the Chen family took out a letter from the box and decided to read what it said. The letter was written by his parents, who said that if he sees this letter, they are no longer there for him. Chen Dao smiled as he realized that this letter had been written and left to him by his parents. They wrote that he need not worry about them because they were off in pursuit of the stars and the sea, and the lad must work hard and obey his sister's words, and promised that they would return once their goal was accomplished and they saw their son as the coolest cultivator. His parents had nothing to leave the boy, but they decided to entrust him with the token of a noble king. The noble king token emitted special ki fluctuations that could be detected by others. This item was very precious, so his parents asked him to quickly hide it in his body to block the ki fluctuations. Chen Dao tensed up greatly when he realized that the noble king token could be discovered by others. The young master of the Chen family looked at the token in her hands and realized that the ki fluctuation was indeed there. He immediately hid it in his palm to disguise the aura of a noble king token. However, he was sure that in the time while he was reading the letter, the hesitation had managed to seep out far enough to be felt. Yu Ming sat next to his father, who was drinking tea as usual. However, suddenly the man felt an aura, his hands clenched into fists from what he felt. So the cup in his hand shattered into small shards, but the man paid no attention to it. Yu Ming noticed that his father had broken a cup and was sitting in the tea in shards, so he asked what happened. Standing up and shouting, he felt the aura of the token, and after so many years the noble royal token reappeared. Qin Manor was amongst a huge number of trees, and the princess had returned home. She, along with her subordinate, went to the mountain in which there was a cave. The man asked why the princess didn't kill the Chen family if Chen Dao had so brazenly deceived her. The girl darkened, turned her head slightly towards the man, and asked what would happen even if they destroyed the Chen Manor. She said that the noble king token would have been lost anyway, and now Chen Dao would die when he used the ball. Princess Yue Wu frowned and said that the other thing that was important right now anyway was how she should tell her father. The old man started to say that he had a proposal, but the girl asked him to shut up with a gesture. After that, Princess Yue Wu said that she didn't want to hear even one more word and left. The man watched the girl enter the cave and yelled that she should be very careful. Her father sounded the strongest aura and was very angry. He was saying that Yue Wu had disappointed him. The princess was on her knees saying it was all due to her incompetence and begging for more time. However, her father remained angry and said his time was coming to an end, and then screamed that if he couldn't live, he would destroy everything, making the girl shiver in fear. Princess Yue Wu was very nervous when she realized that her father had gone crazy again. Just at this moment, Chen Dao took out a noble king token from the iron box, and then his aura began to spread far beyond the Chen family's manor. The man was already reaching for his daughter, but suddenly stopped and frowned in disbelief. And then he laughed loudly and happily, shocking his daughter even more. The girl didn't understand what was going on. Her father shouted that he felt the aura of the noble king token and praised his daughter. Princess Yue Wu was surprised by her father's words, that the noble king token had reappeared and didn't understand what was going on. Suyan and grandfather appeared next to Chen Dao's room, saying that the fluctuations were coming from there. They quickly rushed into the young gentleman's room and worriedly asked if he was all right. Chen Dao stood in the middle of the room and turned slightly towards his sister when she asked if this fluctuation could be what she was thinking. The guy confirmed that it was a noble king token, asked if he was in for something serious. Grandpa Tai asked if the token was in the iron box the master and madame had left him. Then he noticed that the iron box was open and realized that he was really lying there, and said that this was what happened all his expectations. Grandpa said his parents couldn't have been unaware of the danger the token provided, and tried to understand why they did so. But Suyan suggested discussing it later, and ordered her brother to immediately break the jade token and head to the academy. Grandpa Tai supported her idea and said that only by entering the academy would he be safe. The criminal sat on a branch and said that after waiting for so many years, the token had reappeared. He immediately jumped down from the tree and headed towards the building Chen Dao was in. The perp was yelling for the guy to give him the noble king token. Chen Suyan frowned, turned towards the entrance and shouted that someone was quickly approaching here. Grandpa Tai shut them down with him and said he could contain the criminals for a while. Grandpa Tai kicked the perpetrator, but the latter put up a block and they bounced in different directions away from each other. Grandpa said it was an expert pill maker and asked what family he was from. The criminal said for Grandpa to stop talking nonsense and immediately hand over the token of the noble king. Chen Dao and Chen Suyan were trying to get farther away when two more strangers appeared from the other side. The girl turned toward the approaching criminals and shouted that someone else was coming to take away the token. Chen Suyan jumped to hold off the approaching guys and ordered her brother to go to Huangwu Academy immediately. Chen Dao watched his sister and held the academy enrollment token in his hand. He looked at it and realized that all he had to do was break it, and then he would be safe. But he was in no hurry to do so, as he was worried about what would happen to the Chen family if he left. He remembered his sister and thought about how he didn't want to see his family destroyed, so he had to stay and take part in the battle. While he was standing in the courtyard of the manor and making a decision, someone was quickly approaching him. That person turned out to be Yu Ming, who knocked the admission token out of the guy's hands, forcing Chen Dao to retreat backwards. Huang Wu's academy entrance token bounced off the ground a few times, and finally landed nearby. Yu Ming told the guy to immediately give him the Noble King token, and then he would keep his life. Chen Dao frowned and realized that Yu Ming had come to their manor to take advantage of the situation. Yu Ming shouted that their family was on the verge of bankruptcy because of him, and was going to deal with him at the academy. But he didn't expect the token to appear. The guys attacked each other, and their fists and spiritual energy met without letting them get close to each other. Yu Ming said that the level of spiritual bridge was amazing, but he himself had reached the level of reality condensation. A sword began to appear in Chen Dao's hand, and he told his opponent that he was asking for his own demise. At this moment, Chen Dao felt someone slapping him hard on the back of his head. The young master of the Chen family began to fall forward, and was shocked that someone had managed to sneak up on him from behind. The guy fell to the ground, and Yu Ming and his father towered over him. Chen Dao lost consciousness. Yu Ming turned around to his father, who jumped even closer to him and was very happy to see him. But the man said time was of the essence and his son was messing around here and ordered him not to miss the chance. The man leaned over to the guy and told him they had to get hold of the token and leave as soon as possible, or it wouldn't be that easy. While the man was examining Chen Dao's clothes, he found a small green ball and tried to figure out what it was. The young master of the Chen family had already regained his senses and was greatly upset that the man had taken away his healing orb. Yu Ming pointed at the artifact and said that it didn't look like a Noble King token. Father agreed, but said that it was some kind of treasure. Otherwise, Chen Dao wouldn't keep it to himself. Yu Ming walked closer to his father and asked why not activate it and see what it could do. The man decided it was a good idea and activated the orb in his hand. A green aura burst from the ball and began to surround the man, who didn't realize what was happening. But he soon realized he had made a big mistake as he grabbed his throat and began to choke. Yu Ming was extremely nervous and shouted for his father to answer him what was going on, but he only coughed. The boy was very scared for his father and didn't understand what was wrong with him or how to help him. Chen Dao lifted up from the floor and saw that Xuanyin's orb was ruined, and was glad that he hadn't used it. The man clutched at his heart and said a powerful poison had entered his body and he urgently needed an antidote. Yu Ming turned to the guy and shouted at him, asking him how he dared to poison his father. Stretched out his hand and ordered Chen Dao to immediately give him the antidote and save his father. Chen Dao picked up his sword from the ground and said that the man had taken his own life by his own misdeeds. Then he turned to his opponents and said he had no antidote. The man shouted that he was no longer able to hold on, but he wasn't ready to accept death. Therefore, he steeled himself from his last strength and threw himself at Chen Dao, ordering him to give up the antidote. Chen Dao easily repelled the poisoned man's attack and flung him away from himself a few meters away. The man bled and said he was disappointed because the head of the Yu family shouldn't die so miserably. Yu Ming saw his father fall to the floor and ran to him. He shouted and called out to him. The guy picked up his father and went into a rage. Yu Ming shouted how Chen Dao dared to kill his father. Chen Dao said that those who do many unjust deeds inevitably die. Yu Ming threw himself at the guy and shouted that he would kill Chen Dao to avenge his father. But Yu Ming froze when he suddenly sensed some terrifying aura. Behind them was Chen Suyan, who used her Dharma invocation technique and shouted that they dare not defile the family. Yu Ming turned around and got worried because they had come for the wool and came back shaved. Yu Ming saw that in such a short time, she had managed to beat the guys to a terrible state. The guy frowned and thought that Chen Suyan's strength was simply terrifying, and continued running towards Chen Dao. The young master of the Chen family prepared for a fight, and shouted for Yu Ming to attack. But to Chen Dao's surprise, the guy didn't attack him. The young master turned around and followed Yu Ming. Instead of joining the fight, Yu Ming turned at the last moment and ran away from the manor grounds. The boy yelled that revenge for his father couldn't be decided right now, but he promised to come back. Chen Dao was unimpressed and shouted that the guy was an unworthy son since he didn't even return his father's corpse. The guy picked up the orb and said he had no idea it contained such a strong poison. Chen Dao thought that this orb was really special, which meant that one should take out the poison and it would become a treasure. Chen Dao turned to the system and asked it to rewind the time of the Xuanyin sphere 30 years forward. The system rewound time, and the guy noticed that the poison had lost its potency considerably. Chen Dao reeled off some more time and the Xuanyin sphere began to have more color. It worked and most of the poison in the sphere was neutralized. The boy brought the sphere closer to his face. Chen Dao asked the system to rewind the time of the Xuanyan sphere another 30 years forward. Xuanyan's sphere changed again and cleared a bit of poison and took on a greener appearance. Thanks to the system rolling back the time for the sphere by 60 years, its poison was neutralized. If Princess Yue's words are to be believed, this orb is a valuable protective treasure. Chen Dao was quickly approached by his sister and Grandpa Tai, and the girl asked why he was still here. Grandpa Tai asked the guy to leave soon because there were strong auras attached to their family that could appear at any moment. The guy asked what would happen to them if he left because these people won't rest until they get a token. Grandpa Tai asked Chen Dao not to worry about them because the young master is the hope of the manor. But Chen Dao said that he had already decided to stay and would only run away when there was no other choice. Grandpa Tai was greatly worried, but he did not argue with the young master of the Chen family. Grandfather said the young gentleman values honor and kinship, and if you add charisma to that, he's impressed. Chen Suyan put her hand to her heart and said that her brother was a real man, in every sense of the word. Grandpa Tai pulled the pair back and they all stared up at the sky in shock. Right above them flew a horse that was pulling a cart behind it, and Grandpa recognized it as the divine horse cart. The man said that it was Chi Laomo from Mount Fukong, and that he didn't expect to see it here. There were a huge number of people beside the divine horse carriage, and they were asking where the token was. One of the guys yelled out that there was definitely an aura fluctuation in that spot and asked why it disappeared. A huge number of people appeared beside Chen Dao, and their main task was to protect the Chen family. Chen Yue and his men surrounded Chen Dao, and the guy shouted for them to definitely protect the young master. The divine horse carriage stopped in front of Chen Dao, and they heard the people inside admiring the view. There were two brothers sitting in the wagon, and the younger one told the older one that he loved it when there was so much noise around. Grandpa Tai said that the two were guards of the Shengxin sect, and he didn't expect them to come. Chen Suyan frowned and said that they were lucky that some token aura had leaked out. After the brothers, another person appeared nearby and called out to Suyan, and the girl looked in the direction of the sound. She was called out by the second prince, who said that if they failed today's test, the consequences would be unthinkable. Chen Dao heard the prince's words and asked the guy to directly say whatever he wanted. The second prince said he could offer his help in exchange for Suyan becoming his consort. Chen Suyan lowered her head and seriously thought about the prince's suggestion since this was their chance. But she didn't have time to say anything, because Chen Dao blocked her with him and refused the prince. The second prince tried to explain to Chen Dao that the Chen family's estate was now on the verge of disaster. The guy got angry and said it was none of the prince's business and he wouldn't allow his sister's happiness to be sacrificed to help. The second prince exhaled heavily and said that he just wanted Chen Suyan to see his sincerity. Meanwhile, the Qin family's estate also felt the aura of the noble king token. UAWU's father said that he had already sensed several aura sources rushing towards the Chen manor. The man was very angry as he said that he wasn't the only one eager to receive the token of a noble king after all these years. The man started to get up and told Yue Wu to follow him to deal with the scum and pick up the token afterward. The princess reminded the man that he was badly wounded and suggested waiting for the others to kill each other before attacking. The man listened to his daughter and said that the token of a noble king was already in his hands, and there was no need to hurry. The girl said that she would go to Chung Manor right now and spy and relay information. The man nodded to Yue Wu and said that she could go and he would wait for her report. Princess Yue Wu darkened, smiled slightly at her father, and said that she would obey his order. The people demanded that Chen Dao immediately hand over the token and threatened to wipe out Chen Manor if they didn't obey. The prince's aide asked Dao not to overestimate himself and accept help as long as his estate was intact. Chen Dao was not convinced by these words, so he took out his sword and said that everyone could come up and try to destroy the manor. At that time, a bunch of people rushed out and shouted for everyone to try to capture Chen Dao and take away his token. Grandpa Tai asked how dare these people behave like this, and he and Suyan joined the fight. The guards of the Shengxin sect jumped out of their wagon and shouted that they also wanted to join in the fun. Big Brother quickly approached Chen Dao and shouted out, taking this brat on himself. Junior tried to catch up to his brother and asked him to slow down and send Chen Dao to him. Chen Suyan was distracted from her fight and shouted for her brother to leave and hide because it was reckless to fight them. But the young master of the Chen family was not going to listen to his sister this time, and shouted that he would hit. After that, the guy swung his sword and sent a wave of spiritual energy straight at the senior guard. So soon, the blow had reached its target and the man began coughing up blood, not realizing what was happening. After that, Chen Dao struck again and threw back all the enemies in the air despite being on the ground. The prince's aides couldn't understand how a sword swing could be so powerful, even though he had a powerful spiritual bridge. The second prince was very surprised and thought about the fact that Chen Dao's one sword was stronger than his by many times, and he wondered how this happened. The younger guard tearfully ran up to his older brother and lifted his body. The guy's eyes turned red, and as he continued to cry, he shouted that Chen Dao had killed his brother. The young master of the Chen family said that his brother deserved it and asked for it himself. The junior guard rapidly increased in size and shouted in rage that Chen Dao's act was unforgivable. The younger guard lifted his brother's body off the ground and shouted for his brother to act. He brought it to his mouth and said that they would become one, and they would never be separated again. The huge guard ate his older brother's body as he continued to flood with tears. After that, he raised his hands and shouted to Chen Dao that he would make him pay with his life. The prince's aides blocked him and said that his strength had increased several times after the merger. Chen Suyan turned at the screams and saw a huge guard approaching her brother and realized that he was in trouble. The girl used the Dharma emergence technique and decided that she had to save Chen Dao at all costs. A divine horse carriage appeared in front of the girl, and someone said that her family was now doomed. Chen Suyan turned toward the cart, shouted for it to get away, and pointed her hands in its direction. Suddenly a man came out of the carriage and stopped the huge Dharma arm and ordered it not to move. Chi Laomo was telling the girl that she was just a helpless child in a fight against him. Chen Suyan shouted, and asked how the man dared to obstruct her, and promised to destroy his mountain to the ground. Chi Laomo told the girl that all of this would happen in the future, and right now, he would get a token. The huge guard ran at Chen Dao in a rage and shouted for his big brother to be returned to him. Chen Yue shouted to everyone to protect the young master of the Chen family at all costs. Chen Yue and the other guys tried to hold the huge guy back, but he easily scattered them to the sides. Chen Dao ordered the system to improve his swordsmanship 50 years ahead. The guy wanted to find out if he could further increase his strength from this sword technique. The system fulfilled Chen Dao's requirement, and he managed to unlock many technique secrets and doubled his strength. Just at that moment, a giant straddle arm appeared right above him, and the guy punched it. Chen Yue was lying on the ground when he saw that the young master was attacked after all and shouted. Chen Suyan was also distracted from her fight with Chi Laomo and called out to her brother in dismay. The huge guard's hand was pressed against the ground and a wave of spiritual energy passed through it. The guard didn't understand what was going on or how anyone was able to survive such a blow. In the next moment, the spiritual energy became explosive, and the giant was thrown backwards. And then Chen Dao stood in the same place with his sword raised upwards and surrounded by spiritual energy. He ordered everyone to listen. The young master of the Chen family was serious and declared that anyone who encroached on the Chen family today would be killed. A lot of people were shocked by such a powerful impact and were trying to figure out what the technique was. The second prince was even more shocked and shouted that it was impossible for Chen Dao's sword to become even more powerful. The prince didn't understand how such a mediocre person could become better than him. Suddenly, a small portal appeared in the sky and someone's voice continuously called out to Gigi. Soon, a coffin appeared out of the portal, and people recognized the old demon Yinshan in it with fear. Grandpa Tai told him that Yinshan was half human and half demon, and it was surprising that even he had come. A voice from the coffin shouted for the Jin family to hand over the noble king token to him, or else they would be the end of them. Chen Dao listened to the old demon's demands and jumped up to approach him. Soon he was next to the demon's coffin, and said that it was very arrogant to make such a statement. Chen Suyan was very worried about her brother and shouted at Chen Dao not to get into a fight. Old demon Yinshan asked if the guy thought he was on his level because he killed the Shengtian guards. The demon yelled that the guy was overestimating himself, and Chen Dao punched him and said that he wasn't afraid to see the demon's strength. The coffin exploded and the guy was thrown aside. Then he said he really couldn't resist it. The coffin lid opened and flew aside at high speed. Chen Dao concentratedly frowned and watched the old demon, realizing that he was very strong. As the explosion disappeared, a hand with sharp nails emerged from the coffin and the demon said it was ready. Yinshan stood up fully, his body wrapped in bandages, and he said that he had not left the coffin for 2 years, but he would practice today. People were trying to figure out how a scum like Chen Dao was able to open Yinshan's coffin that had been untouched for 100 years. Princess Yue Wu and her subordinate stood not far from the Chen manor and watched the fight in the sky. The old man was greatly distressed and didn't understand if Chen Dao was really that strong. The man said that the guy hid the power so carefully and deeply that even the princess was deceived. Old demon Yinshan smiled with his sharp teeth and enjoyed his position. He jumped to attack Chen Dao and shouted for the guy to give him the noble king token. But the demon couldn't get close to the guy as Dharma Suyan appeared in front of him. Soon his sister appeared beside Chen Dao and began to form seals against the old demon. Yinshan said that if they met in 10 years, even he wouldn't be able to resist her, but not now. The old demon drew his sword, and its blade was surrounded by a dark spiritual aura. The old demon was right in front of the Dharma and swung around to strike from above. The girl's seal shattered, and the Dharma missed a serious blow from the strongest demon. This blow also affected Chen Suyan because blood immediately flowed out of her mouth. The girl stopped controlling her strength and flew down. Chen Dao was very worried about her. The second prince immediately rushed to catch the girl, shouting her name when he saw her falling. The prince managed to save Suyan at the last moment and asked her how she was feeling. The girl said that this demon's ki was so powerful that even the heavenly fairy was scattered. While Chen Dao was looking at his sister, The demon began to attack him, shouting that he had honed this skill for over 100 years. Chen Dao was at a huge disadvantage and thought that the Chen family would indeed lose today. This time, Chen Dao was covered by Grandpa Tai, who ordered the guy to run away from here as soon as possible. Yinshan stabbed Grandpa Tai in the chest, and he, bleeding, began to fall to the ground. Young Master Chen watched his grandfather's fall and felt terribly helpless. It made him angry, and he figured he wasn't going to give up in front of this gang of scumbags. Yinshan looked at the guy again and shouted that now they would find out how strong Chen Dao's sword was. The people who watched this battle were 100% sure that Chen Dao had overestimated his strength. They were all sure that the guy was finished and the old demon Yinshan would just chop him in two. Chen Suyan couldn't look at this calmly and tried to get up from the prince's arms and thwart the demon. But the second prince wouldn't let her risk herself again, ordering his men to rescue Chen Dao. The men flew into the sky and told the prince they would do their best, but it might be too late. Grandpa Tai, who was lying on the ground and was badly injured, was also very worried about the young master. Princess Yue Wu watched carefully and said that Chen Dao was simply unable to withstand the demon's strike. Chen Dao looked at the blade in an intimidatingly strong aura and tried to think of what to do. Finally, he ordered the system to roll the blade in the demon's hand back 50 years. The system immediately complied with his demands, and the sword aura became many times less powerful. Therefore, Chen Dao shouted out for old Yinshan to test his strike and prepare to win. Chen Dao rushed towards the old demon, about to fight him face to face. Their swords met, and Chen Dao put all his strength into this strike, while the demon was relaxed. Yinshan smiled contentedly and started to say that the guy was overestimating his strength when his blade cracked. Old demon Yinshan's face immediately changed and couldn't believe that this had actually happened. Chen Dao took advantage of his weakness and shattered Yinshan's sword blade into small pieces, sending the demon to the ground. Old demon Yinshan landed, and the ground beneath him scattered in different directions. The prince's aides, who were rushing to help, stopped and looked at Chen Dao in shock. The men couldn't believe their eyes and didn't know if they should interfere now. The old demon looked at his broken blade and couldn't believe it had broken. Chen Suyan was already on her feet beside the prince and was happy that her brother was actually able to win. People were shocked and tried to understand how he had done this with a simple sword and the simplest level of cultivation. Princess Yue Wu was also shocked and said that Chen Dao had amazed her with his strength. Old demon Yinshan threw himself into the attack, shouting that the brat had angered him, and now Chen Dao would have his neck snapped. Chen Dao also stepped in and told the old demon to stop bluffing and accept defeat. Old demon Yinshan's hand met Chen Dao's blade, and they began to measure their strength. Chen Dao conceded to the demon in this, and with a small explosion, the guy was thrown backwards. But he had a Suan Yin refined sphere in his clothes, which instantly healed all of his wounds. Therefore, Chen Dao was completely healthy, and the demon couldn't believe that he was able to withstand his attack. The duel spectators began to ask if Chen Dao was really fighting the old Yinshan demon as an equal. The guy touched his chest and thought that Xuan Yin's orb was incredible and helped block some of the demon's power. Princess Yue Wu felt a familiar aura fluctuation and asked if it was Xuan Yin's sphere. The old man beside her said he found that all the poison from the sphere had been completely drained out. Princess Yue Wu realized that Chen Dao was hiding something and said that today the guy truly surprised her. Old demon Yinshan smiled and suggested that the people join hands to take away the noble king token, and asked the people around them if they were going to wait for more people to arrive. The people decided that the demon was right and rushed to the rescue to take away Chen Dao's token. Grandpa Tai shouted for all the members of the Chen family to listen and obey and protect the young master. Chen Yue ran to Chen Dao and also shouted for everyone to protect the young master. Chen Suyan recovered a bit and folded the seal to join the battle as well. Absolutely all the members of the Chen family united and ran to stand up for the young master. Princess Yue Wu couldn't believe that a family that had always been a mess could act so cohesively. She said that the guy had really changed, but the old man said that despite that, against such opponents, they couldn't stand up to them. Chen Dao was attacked from all sides and shouted for him to give them the noble king token. Guy fended off one man's attack, throwing him away from himself, when suddenly he felt a sharp pain from behind and realized he had missed a punch. A guy snuck up on him and yelled for the guy to get and punched him in the lower back. And after that strike, Chen Dao flew into the wall of one of the buildings of the Chen manor. His family was worried about him when a huge cloud of dust formed where he fell. Many were hurt, and Grandpa Tai said they should let the young master retreat. Old demon Yinshan shouted to give him the noble king token, and they would kill them at once. Chen Dao was covered in abrasions, but he still stood up, leaning on his sword, not intending to give up. Chen Suyan saw this and shouted for the guy to immediately get up and run away from here. Grandpa Tai yelled for the guy to smash the sign and rush to Huangwu Academy. All of the Chen family members who were injured also shouted that the young master should go. Chen Dao looked at everyone who was willing to risk their lives to save him, when one of the attackers started pushing the Chen family members around and yelling at them not to block the road. One of the guys who was already on the floor grabbed the man's leg and yelled at him not to move. The guy looked at the young master and yelled for him to get out of here soon. The man easily released his foot and stepped on the guy's chest, causing him to cough up blood. The guy's hands trembled as he told Chen Dao with his last strength that as long as he was alive, the Chen family existed. The Chen family members all said that the Chen family would exist with him, and asked him to run despite their own injuries. An old demon appeared next to Grandpa Chen, shouting how dare a man interfere with him. The old demon hit his grandfather, and he flew backwards and landed next to Chen Dao. Old demon Yinshan was very strong and was preparing to defeat Chen Dao. Grandpa Tai reached out to the boy with a trembling hand and asked him to stop procrastinating and run to the academy. Chen Dao clenched his fists and trembled from his own powerlessness. He was frustrated because of his weakness. A noble king token appeared in the Chen family's young master's hand, and he showed it to everyone. People felt the unique aura fluctuations and realized that it was actually him. Grandpa Tai couldn't understand why the young master was doing this and why he was still here. When Chen Dao raised the token and said that he was changing it for the lives of all the members of the Chen family, Grandpa Tai tried to stand up and started shouting and begging for Chen Dao not to do it. But Chen Dao didn't listen to him and told his grandfather that this thing was not as important as all the lives of their family. Every member of the Chen family looked at the young master with respect and couldn't believe that he would give up a token for them. The people said that Chen Dao understood the situation well and ordered him to hand over the token to begin with. But the young gentleman said that since there was only one token, they would have to decide who would get it first. Qi Laomo realized that they would really have to figure it out, but everyone wanted a token for themselves. Old Demon Yinshan also realized that they were now facing a major problem. They were now former allies and began to look at each other angrily. Old Demon Yinshan said that the token of the noble king was his, and whoever wanted to challenge this would be buried. Qi Laomo said that the demon was arrogant and wouldn't be able to handle so many cultivators. The cultivators cheered up and said that the demon couldn't threaten them since even Chen Dao had broken his blade. Old Demon Yinshan couldn't believe he was hearing this and became furious. He threw himself at the cultivator who said that and shouted that he would tear them all to pieces and without a blade. Old Demon Yinshan eliminated one cultivator after another with his own hands. Everyone around them fought, and Grandpa Tai told Chen Dao that it was a great trick. Thanks to the commotion that was going on in the Chen manor, the princess entered the grounds with ease. She called out to Chen Dao, and the guy turned to see a girl he didn't expect to see. Chen Dao clutched the token tighter and asked if she had also come to fight for the token. Princess Yue Wu asked if the guy would believe her if she said that she wasn't interested in the token all this time. The young master of the Chen family raised an eyebrow and asked if the girl thought he would believe her. The princess smiled and said it didn't matter because she wanted to make a deal with him right now. Chen Dao was surprised that the girl wanted to make a deal with him and asked if what he had already done to her was not enough. Princess Yue Wu was very angry at these words and couldn't believe that a guy was talking to her like this. The man behind the girl couldn't stand it and started shouting that if the brat dared to anger the princess, he was sick of living. The girl was silent and tried to gather her thoughts and figure out how to respond to the guy with dignity. The princess asked Chen Dao, did he really think that one prank would be enough for the opponents to slaughter each other? The guy knew it wouldn't happen, and told Princess Yue Wu that he knew it wouldn't happen. The girl said that all these people were fools, but they weren't fools and wouldn't keep fighting for long. Princess Yue Wu said that Chen Dao was able to get a temporary respite, but it didn't solve the problem. Chen Dao pretended to ponder her words, and afterward asked if she really wanted to help. Since the girl had hinted to the guy about exactly that, she immediately confirmed his theory. Chen Dao wondered what the princess could offer him in such a situation, and he told her, telling her. After the girl told the guy her plan, she asked what Chen Dao thought of it. The guy frowned and asked Princess Yue Wu what would she get out of it in that case. However, the girl was in no hurry to tell about her interests and said that the guy would find out when the time was right. Chen Dao realized that he didn't have too many options and said to trust the princess this time. The girl told the guy that he had no choice either way because she was his only hope. Just at this moment, Qi Laomo spoke. He shouted for everyone to stop and listen attentively. The man said they would accomplish nothing if they kept killing each other. Qi Laomo suggested to first obtain the noble king token before deciding who would get it. One of the cultivators shouted for everyone to listen to the old demon Qi and stop fighting. The commotion stopped, and Qi Laomo extended his hand to Chen Dao and asked him to hand over the token. But Chen Dao wasn't going to give up the token, and said that they were all unworthy to receive the token of a noble king. The cultivators got angry and began to ask if the young master was recanting. Qi Laomo also became furious, and shouted that Chen Dao must really be tired of life. The man rushed toward him, screaming that he was going to rip his head off right now. But Princess Yue Wu appeared in front of Chen Dao, covering the guy with herself and ordering him to stop. Qi Laomo was forced to stop right in front of the couple, and tried to understand where the girl came from. Old Demon Qi was very surprised and didn't know what would follow next, so he waited. Cultivators pointed at the princess and asked who she was, but some thought it was unimportant and her head should be torn off. Princess Yue Wu Ye paid attention to the cultivators and told Qi Laomo that young master was right. The girl kept a serious expression on her face as she said that none of them were worthy of a token. Chilaomo heard the words that made him angry again and couldn't believe that they were said by this girl. The man asked how dare such a little girl provoke them like that. Chilaomo shouted that it didn't matter what bloodline she was from because she was finished and jumped towards the princess. Princess Yuewu expected something like this, so she smirked and asked Chilaomo if it was true. Then the girl quickly raised her hand and pointed to the sky. No one realized why she was doing that. But then the girl called out to her father. She shouted that now was the time, and a portal appeared in the sky. Chilaomo looked at the portal and tried to figure out what was going on and what he should do. A man's huge hand appeared from the portal in the sky and reached out to Chilaomo. Soon, a second hand appeared and Chilaomo was grabbed. The man tried to break free, but he was unable to do so. Chilaomo was still fighting back even though he realized that he had no chance when he heard a loud laughter. A man with red eyes appeared from the portal, shouting that the king had arrived. After that, Chilaomo and the king were surrounded by a bright purple ball of strong spiritual energy. The cultivators were shocked because the old demon Chi couldn't fight back. The king defeated the old demon Chilaomo and considered his hands. After that, he flew up into the sky, and the cultivators were trying to figure out who this person was. The man looked down at everyone and said that as long as he was here, no one would even think of taking away the noble king's token. The cultivators recognized the man as Emperor Qin and tried to understand why he was still alive if the poison had seeped into his organs. Old demon Yinshan smiled and said that the infamous Qin emperor was standing in front of him. The demon appeared in front of the emperor and said that from the looks of it, the poison had not yet been completely eliminated from his body. The man ordered the demon to be silent and said that despite his poisoning, anyone who dared to take the token would be killed. Old demon Yinshan said that it was very impudent of the emperor, and he would still get the token no matter what. The cultivators shouted that Emperor Qin was deeply poisoned, so he didn't need to be feared. They were yelling that there were many of them, and he certainly couldn't handle them alone when something whizzed past them. It turned out to be Emperor Qin, who was able to get behind all the cultivators and wound them in a second. The man began to emit a powerful, overwhelming spiritual energy and laughed, after which Emperor Qin shouted that he would make sure that none of all these people would leave this place alive. Chen Dao was shocked when he saw that Emperor Qin was really that strong. He frowned and carefully looked at Princess Weiwu, and then began to think about the reason for her actions. The girl noticed Chen Dao's worried look and asked if he was scared. The young gentleman said he wasn't exactly frightened, but he was intensely interested in something. After those words, someone fell right in front of him, and the guy was thrown backwards by the shockwave. Emperor Qin pinned old demon Yinshan to the ground and shouted at him that he was weak. Chen Dao stood very close to and was amazed at how easily the emperor defeated the demon. After that, a strong wind rose up, and the blade of old demon Yinshan's blade flew towards the young master. Chen Dao raised his hand and carefully caught a piece of the blade to scrutinize it. When he held it in his hands, he realized that he had caught the yin blade of the old Yinshan demon. Emperor Qin was once again in the sky surrounded by cultivators and asked who else here wasn't afraid to die. The cultivators realized that the oldest demon was dead and decided that the token was not more valuable than their lives, so they began to run away. Emperor Qin looked at his daughter and ordered her to quickly bring him the noble king token. The girl turned to Chen Dao and told him to give the token in exchange for the lives of the people of Chen Manor. The guy turned to the girl and admitted to her that he no longer had the token on him because he had sent to hide it during the skirmish. Emperor Qin heard this and asked the young master where he had ordered the token to be hidden. Chen Dao pointed to the side and said that he would ask someone to bring Emperor Qin to the place. However, Princess Yue Wu said that he didn't need to bring anyone and asked him to take them by himself. Chen Dao smiled at the princess and agreed to take them to the location of the noble king token on his own. Chen Suan and Grandpa Tai were very worried about the guy and tried to stop him. But Chen Dao turned around to his sister and grandfather and asked them to relax and promised that he would be back soon. The prince turned to Emperor Qing and asked him not to harm young Master Cheng. The emperor said the prince could be sure he wouldn't touch a single hair on the guy's head when he got the badge. Emperor Qin raised his hand. A bit of spiritual energy appeared on his fingers, and he told them to let them leave. Princess Yue Wu was completely calm as they began to move, unlike the surprised Chen Dao. The prince stood behind Chen Suyan and Grandpa Tai, and they all watched the disappearance of the Qin family and the young master together. The prince said that Emperor Qin was once the most respected cultivator but was severely poisoned a few decades ago. But his status was maintained and the royal family could not actively interfere in his affairs. But Suyan promised to destroy his clan if anything happened to his brother. They flew high above the dense forest. There was a light breeze and they flew close to the leaves. Emperor Qin flew first and asked the young master if they were in place and where the noble king token was hidden. Chen Dao said that they were already in place, carefully looked down and pointed somewhere. There was a rock sticking out on the ground in the middle of the clearing, and the guy pointed to it and said the token was hidden there. Therefore, all three of them landed on the ground in the right clearing, and the princess looked at Chen Dao carefully. The boy told the emperor that the token of the noble king was hidden under this huge stone. Emperor Qin asked his daughter to watch over Chen Dao while he got the noble king token. But the girl called her father and told him that the young gentleman was very cunning and asked him to get the token herself. Emperor Qin looked at Chen Dao carefully and made the decision to allow the girl to go after the token. Princess Yue Wu walked over to the huge stone and carefully looked at the grass beside it. Soon she picked up a small box and shouted joyfully that she had found the token of a noble king. Her father immediately ran up to her and snatched the box out of his daughter's hands with a crazy smile on his face. Emperor Qin was in full confidence that after all this time, he had finally gotten what he wanted. When the lid was opened completely, rays of light poured from there directly into Emperor Qing's face. The man fell to the floor and screamed as the bright light from the box flared ever stronger. The box fell out of his hands, the emperor grabbed his face, trying to cover himself, and screamed that louder. The man's eyes turned red, and he looked at Chen Dao in fury and asked how he and her were plotting something against the emperor. Emperor Qin shouted that he would tear the guy's body into thousands of pieces and ran towards him. The man was quickly approaching Chen Dao, but at some point he was stopped by a circle of blue color. Blue ropes appeared from the ground and wrapped around the emperor, and he realized it was a trap. The man was furious and questioned how Chen Dao had thought of preparing a trap. Emperor Qin broke the shackles and asked if he thought it could stop him. The man thought it was too naive and started telling the guy that he would make him. But he couldn't finish his sentence because his daughter stabbed him in the back. Emperor Qin fell to his knees and looked after Princess Yue Wu, who was approaching the guy. Chen Dao thought about the fact that the girl had calculated every move and had always deeply hidden her thoughts. Emperor Qin asked why, and the angry Yue Wu asked if the man really didn't understand. Emperor Qin shouted that she was his daughter and had no right to betray him. The girl smiled wickedly and said that for the third year he had never once treated her like a daughter, or at least like a human being. The girl screamed that she was just a tool, and now she had had enough of this treatment. Emperor Qin said that the trap he was in was complicated and couldn't be created in a short time, which meant that the girl had been planning to betray him for a long time. Princess Yue Wu said that father is right. I covered the Chen family's wealth to improve this trap. Chen Dao was a little angry about the girl framing his innocent Chen family. The emperor tried to stand up and said that the girl was born from his dress and blood, so he had the right to treat her as he pleased. The man's eyes flashed red again as he said that betraying the girl would be the best mistake of her life. These threats had no effect on Princess Yue Wu, and she simply said that the man was not worthy of being a father. Whereupon she told him that her father died when he abandoned her mother for his own life, and she wanted to kill him. Chen Dao listened to the princess's story carefully and thought that she had a very tragic childhood. The girl said that Emperor Qin was now subordinate, and as a sign of respect, she would leave his body untouched. The man laughed because of these words and told her that she was a very obedient daughter. After that, a dark energy appeared around the man. He screamed to be allowed to watch the girl try to kill him. Princess Yue Wu pointed her hand at her father without ordering the trap to bind him. The trap immediately repaired itself, and a multitude of blue ropes began to bind the emperor's legs and body. Blue energy enveloped the man's entire body, but some of it began to tear as the man screamed. But soon the ropes broke, and the man shouted that he was a cultivator of a noble king, and now they would see smog if the princess could go for the father of murder. The princess drew her sword and was ready to fight her father. Their spiritual energies met when the princess screamed to kill the emperor. The girl hit the ball and it hit the arm he was defending himself with. Emperor Qin told the girl to approach him because he wondered if she could kill him first. Princess Yue Wu was furious and shouted for the man to not even think of running away because such a person didn't deserve to live. The girl used her spiritual powers again, struck another blow, and ordered her father to be killed. Emperor Qin was tied up and shouted that the girl wouldn't succeed because he had already broken free from those charms once. Looked at his daughter and said that he would now send her to meet her mother. The girl saw that the ropes were starting to come off again and couldn't believe her father was saying such words. The man was breaking free of the trap, and the princess made the decision to try to escape. She thought about how noble kings were very powerful indeed, even at the threshold of death. The princess suggested that Chen Dao should fight together because they wouldn't be able to survive otherwise. Chen Dao told the girl that it seemed to be that this was the only option and drew his sword. The guy yelled for them to attack together, and the pair quickly ran towards the trap. Chen Dao and the princess took advantage of the moment and struck their swords directly into the man's stomach. Emperor Qin immediately coughed up blood, and his strength weakened slightly. Princess Yue Wu shouted to the guy that their tactics were working and was overjoyed. She looked at the serious Chen Dao and thought that she never imagined that a guy could become so strong. Emperor Qin shouted that noble kings were not beings they could humiliate. The man began to break free of the trap again and shouted that he would skin the traitors. The girl saw this and yelled that it was not good I asked to restrain the man, or else they would get in trouble. However, at that moment, the man broke free completely and hit his own daughter with tremendous force. The girl flew off to the side and fell to the ground and was driven around for several meters. Princess Yue Wu was able to open one eye and told Chen Dao that they were now finished. But the guy wasn't going to give up so easily and stood in front of Emperor Qin about to fight. Emperor Qin looked at the guy and shouted that a snot like him should be scared to death. The man threw himself into the attack with shouts that he would blow Chen Dao's head off his shoulders. But suddenly, Emperor Qin saw a purple wave that consisted of several faces. The man froze for a second and was greatly surprised when he saw that a similar attack had been used by Chen Dao. Emperor Qin was hit by this dark energy and flew backwards. The man was able to land on his feet, but he still had to drive on the ground. The injured Princess Yue Wu couldn't believe that Chen Dao was actually able to hit her father. Chen Dao held the yin blade in his hands and was happy that he had returned it to its original state with the help of the system. He thought about the fact that, as expected from a blade that the old Inshan demon had been sharpening for over 100 years, his strength was on another level. The girl recognized the blade in the guy's hands and couldn't understand why it was broken before and intact now. Blood flowed out of Emperor Qin's mouth again, and this blow aggravated his previous injuries. The man said it was a very powerful blade. Its accumulated energy over 100 years caused the wounds to reopen. Princess Yue Wu and Chen Dao started attacking again, and the guy said that this was their chance to end the emperor. Emperor Qin tried to stand up, but his injuries were too serious. In front of the man stood Chen Dao. There was a pool of blood on the ground, and the emperor couldn't move. And no matter how hard the man tried to force himself to get up, he failed, and it mortified him. He started to fall to the ground and said he wasn't going to die like that. Princess Yue Wu and Chen Dao looked at him and couldn't believe that he was finally dead and they had won. But in the next moment, the man's body powerful energy and they retreated a little. Chen Dao asked the girl what it was and why it was happening to the emperor's body. The girl told him that the poison had long ago seeped into his bones and was only held back by cultivation, and now the poison was consuming his body. A few seconds later, instead of Emperor Qin's body, there was only a roll of paper on the ground. Chen Dao said that the poison hadn't touched some scroll and asked what kind of treasure it was. The princess picked it up off the ground and said it was something akin to a map that was poorly preserved. The girl said she could give it to him if the guy was interested, and thanked him for his help. Chen Dao didn't immediately accept her offering, and he was very curious as to why she was so generous. The young master took the scroll in his hands and said he would take the map after all. After that, the princess asked why the yin blade that had been broken had become whole again. Chen Dao smiled widely at the girl and told her that it was a secret. He turned around, waved goodbye to her, and told her it was time for him to leave. The princess called out who to tell him, and the guy stopped. He turned to Princess Yue Wu and asked her if she wanted anything more from him. But the girl held out her hand to him, smiled, and told him that she had enjoyed working alongside him. And afterward, the same trap that had previously held Princess Yue Wu's father back appeared around the guy. Chen Dao turned out to be the kind of blue ropes did not realize that he was also trapped. Princess Yue Wu was standing right in front of him. Not a guy asked why she decided to attack him too. The girl said that the young gentleman had changed a lot lately, and if he told her his secret, she would let him die quickly. The guy said she's too mean and changes her choices faster than she flips through a book. Princess Yue Wu pulled out her sword, spiritual ropes, lifted the guy above the ground. The girl said that everything in this world belongs to her. She pointed the tip of the blade at the guy and said that anyone who disagrees with her plans will be destroyed. Chen Dao smiled and said that she was too confident that she could kill him. The princess said that he was her father, and not a cultivator of a noble king, and the strength of this trap would be more than enough. She screamed, giving him one last chance to speak or she would finish him off immediately. The spirit ropes began to squeeze the guy's body tighter, and he felt intense pain. Chen Dao opened his eyes and thought to himself that his level of development right now was not enough to escape from the trap. The princess said she thought he really wasn't going to tell his secret. She pulled out her sword and said she wouldn't waste any more time on him then. After that, she threw herself at him in an attack to finish him off for good. However, the guy used the time system while he was there, bound by the princess's spiritual powers. Because of this, he was able to escape from the trap, and the girl shouted that Chen Dao had come to an end. Princess Yue Wu shouted for the system to change the time by 50 years and rushed to attack. The guy also rushed to attack the princess, but he was greatly surprised by her words. Chen Dao attacked the girl using the yin blade and struck straight into the princess's body. The black energy that had been accumulating in the blade for 100 years was very strong. Princess Yue Wu, who was flying to the ground again, shouted that this was simply impossible. Lying on the ground, the girl opened her eyes and thought about how she didn't realize what was going on. Chen Dao smiled wickedly and said that it was very curious. He started to approach the girl again and said that if she let him chop herself up, he would tell everything. The princess managed to jump back at the last moment and dodged Chen Dao's strike. She landed a little further away and called out to young Master Chen. The girl said that since he didn't die, it was safe to assume that no harm had been done. Chen Dao told the princess that next time he wouldn't believe a word she said and would kill her when he saw her. The girl asked if they really had to do that, since it was better to have an ally rather than an enemy. Attempted to attack her again, and Princess Yue Wu at the very last moment. She was a little nervous, and said that Chen Dao was acting like the ultimate brute. The girl jumped up and said she was in a great mood today, so she wouldn't fight with him. After a while, Chen Dao was able to return to his manor to the people who were waiting for him. All the family members were very anxious and happy that the young master had finally returned. Grandpa Tai smiled and said that thanks to young master, the whole family had taken the upper hand today. Chen Suyan told her brother that the noble king token had been discovered, so he couldn't stay in the manor for long. At this moment, storm clouds abruptly appeared in the sky, with light shining through them. Soon a huge golden hand appeared in the place of this light, reaching down. The entire Chen family looked at her intently, and Chen Suyan recognized that hand. Grandpa Tai shouted that it was a noble king cultivator and added that a real noble king cultivator had attacked them. Now the Chen family members were once again yelling at the young master and shouting for him to flee immediately. The golden palm was approaching the ground very quickly and carried a destructive power behind it. The lower the hand went, the more chaos was created on the ground and pieces were flying around. Huge cracks began to form on the floor due to the very intense pressure. The Chen family members also felt the pressure on themselves. They were pinned to the floor and were bleeding from their mouths. Chen Suyan pushed her brother away and asked him to run while everything around her was rapidly collapsing. Chen Dao looked at the jade token and tried to figure out if there was really nothing he could do to stop this. He actually realized that he was useless and clenched the jade token in his hand with anger. The golden hand continued to approach downwards and hovered over Grandpa Tai. Grandpa Tai released a huge amount of spiritual energy from his body and said it doesn't matter who you can be. The man ducked down to jump and attack the arm, and concentrated his spiritual energy to do so, after which he shouted that this old man would put all his strength to defeat the noble cultivator. The man was in midair, and the golden hand said that he was just an insignificant ant in comparison. After that, the hand ordered Grandpa Tai to burn and realize his insignificance. Chen Dao heard this and couldn't believe that this would actually happen and shouted to call out to his grandfather. Too late, his sister standing behind him begged her brother to leave. She ran forward to hold up the golden hand and shouted to her brother to not let their sacrifices be in vain. Chen Dao shouted and tried to stop his sister because he was very worried about her. But the girl didn't stop, and the hand said she was vastly overestimating her strength and threw her to the floor. Chen Suyan found herself pinned to the floor, and the pressure from above pressed her deeper and deeper into the ground. The golden hand said that the girl was just a little doll that was able to survive the blow from the noble king. The prince looked at Suyan, who frowned and thought that she should buy enough time for her younger brother to escape. The second prince video by the girl's face that she was not going to stop and would fight until her last breath. Chen Dao turned around to look at his sister and saw that the prince and his subordinates were beside her. He turned around and shouted for the other prince to save her sister said him a favor. The guy said that made him deal with the cultivator of the noble king he must rate it very high. But Chen Dao told the prince that if he couldn't handle this cultivator, he wouldn't have stayed here. The prince crossed his arms over his chest and told the guy to forget it, because he would accept the request, and he was going to protect the girl anyway. The prince frowned and said that if judged because of what the young lord had recently done, his services would be worth a lot in the future. The second prince wanted to inquire about the identity of the esteemed king elder, asked him to show his face. The golden hand told the other prince to mind his own business and struck the ground again. There were many injured Chen family members, and the golden hand told the prince to leave immediately. The guy got angry and asked how dare he disregard his identity. The prince created a golden bell in his hands and sent a barrier of golden ray upwards. A small golden dome covered the second prince, his subordinates, and Chen Suyan. A golden hand struck the ground next to the second prince's dome, and everything around it was destroyed. Chen Dao made sure his sister would be safe and protected by the prince, and realized it was time for him to leave. He broke the jade pendant he held in his hand and headed to the academy. After that, his body slowly started to become invisible and was transported to Huang Academy. The golden hand sensed that the young master had disappeared the territory and shouted that he had escaped. The noble king shouted that at home the master would not be allowed to leave the grounds of the estate. Chen Suyan was able to get up from the ground. She looked around and said Chen family was destroyed eventually, despite their best efforts to preserve it. The prince stood behind Chen Suyan and said that they shouldn't linger here. The girl was very upset and declared that Chen Suyan would achieve retribution for this pain. She walked forward through the ruins that a couple minutes ago and was still the Chen family's manor. Yu Ming watched the chaos and the destruction caused nearby. He was very angry and thought that the Chen family deserved to be destroyed because Chen Dao had killed his father. The guy turned around and started to leave because it was time for him to report to Huangwu Academy. Princess Yue Wu, her subordinate, also stood on one of the towers and watched the destroyed Chen Manor. The girl asked who was the noble king who had attacked them, and if he was afraid that the two cultivators would take revenge on him. The man said that the attacked noble king dared to act, then he is not afraid. Nor would he act if there was a chance they would return, and the princess agreed. The man said that the demonic sect had sent a message and now she had a chance to become a heavenly demon. The girl also received the academy's jade pendant, and the man asked what she was going to do. The princess turned to the man and said that her ambition and could not be limited. so she would become a heavenly demon. Since Chen Dao had broken his jade pendant, he soon found himself on the grounds of Huangwu Academy. He landed on the floor, but he felt no joy at all. The boy thought about the fact that Grandpa Tai and the rest of the family had died. A group of guys appeared next to the guy, pointing at him and saying that another one had shown up. Chen Dao was walking down the stairs in a group of guys. He was very angry and upset. He mumbled to himself that it didn't matter who the man was who destroyed his family because he would destroy him. Chen Dao walked close to the guys and didn't even see them because he was immersed in his thoughts. The man called Scar shouted for the guy to stand still. Chen Dao stopped and finally turned his attention to the group of guys and asked what they wanted. The guy said he must be new to the academy, and newbies have to learn the rules. Chen Dao asked what rules he should know when entering Huangwu Academy. Scar pointed to himself and said that the boy must obey all his orders. The rest of the guys noticed that Scar was starting to bully the newbies again, and were trying to figure out what to do. Chen Dao was not impressed and asked the guy how he should obey. The guy who was standing next to Scar shouted that he had to give up his most prized possession right now. Chen Dao was in no mood to deal with such a thing, so he simply continued walking forward, ignoring the pair. This behavior really pissed off Scar's assistant, and he yelled that the guy didn't dare do that. He put his hand on the young gentleman's shoulder and said that he would get it now. But instead, Chen Dao tricked his opponent and the latter screamed. After the guy was released, he shouted that Chen Dao had broken his arm and ordered him to kill him. Scar began to approach the young lord and said that in so many years he was the second person who had dared to stand up to him. The guy threw himself into the fight, shouting that today he would teach him the rules of Huangwu Academy. Chen Dao remained silent because he didn't think it was necessary to waste unnecessary energy on such a person. And when the Scar came close enough, he easily pushed it away with his foot. The guy flew so far away that when he landed on the ground, a big puff of dust rose up. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked and shouted that the rookie was very strong. Scar pulled out his blade and yelled for his deputies to follow me and stab the guy. However, they were not so lucky, and all three of them were beaten and told Chen Dao that they had made a mistake and asked for mercy. Those around him couldn't believe the rookie was so strong, and says this is the first time Scar has been beaten so brutally. The boy smiled and asked how Scar dared to attack being so weak. The guy said it wasn't that they were weak, but that the young master was too strong. Chen Dao extended his hand to the guys who were kneeling and told them to give it to him. The guys smiled awkwardly and asked again what they had to give back. Chen Dao crossed his arms on his chest and told them to give away all their most valuable possessions and be prepared to be robbed if they robbed others. In the end, all three were left, stripped naked and crying that they were good robbers compared to him. Chen Dao remembered something, turned around and asked who was the first to dare to oppose them. Scratching his cheek, he said that the first person was the famous Lady Chen Suyan. The guy laughed and said it was really who he meant. He thought that now that the Chen family had been destroyed, he didn't have a penny behind him, and he should find an opportunity to strengthen himself to take revenge. Soon another guy showed up and said that all newcomers should go to the plaza to get an identification tag. One of the naked guys asked Scar if they were going to let it go, and the guy said no way because they were humiliated and now they're going to find their sister. In the main square, there was a huge number of people who were entering Huangwu Academy this year. Suddenly, someone behind the guy put their hand on his shoulder. Chen Dao turned around, saw my boyfriend asking if they would help him carry the sack. Chen Dao looked at the guy carefully and asked why he needed help carrying the sack. The guy pulled in 3 emerald stones and said he'd pay him for it. Chen Dao looked at the middle-class spiritual stones in surprise and thought that this guy must be rich. The guy looked at Chen Dao agreeing and asked in surprise, was it not enough? After which he added 3 more spirit stones to his hand and said that he could double the value. Chen Dao doubted whether he should say something to the guy and accept the deal, and then decided to accept the bag after all and said the payment was enough. The guy said that Chen Dao is a true realist and offered to hang around with him. The guy pointed to himself and said that newcomers have a hard time, so it was lucky for him that he took him under his wing. The guy introduced himself and revealed that his name was Lin Hu, and Chen Dao introduced himself in response. The guys approached the token issuing area, and the man asked to keep them carefully. The academy staff explained that they are their ID card and they have many uses at the academy. The boys thanked the academy staff for explaining the tokens, and were about to leave the queue when someone called out to them and asked them to wait. That person turned out to be Chu Yun's elder sister, before whom the academy staff kneeled down. The newcomers began to whisper that the sister was very beautiful and ranked 3rd among the geniuses in the academy. Sister Chu Yun stood in front of Chen Dao and couldn't believe that she had finally met him again. Lin Hu whispered that the sister celebrity in the academy was not only beautiful, but also strong. She smiled and said that she never thought he would also go to Huangwu Academy. Lin Hu was surprised that his new friend knew such a popular girl. Chen Dao did not reply anything and said to Sister Chu, really long time no see. Chu Yun turned to the employees and asked them to replace little brother Chen's identification tag with a gold one. The guys were surprised and said that only those whose strength was among the top 100 disciples had the right to possess it. But Chu's sister told the guys to relax because he's qualified, she's willing to vouch for him. That was enough for the guys to overrule their objections and give him a gold token. The girl said that a gold token has more authority than a silver token, and they can even get a discount when buying items. Chen Dao took his new gold token and thanked Sister Chu for it. The girl smiled and said she hadn't done anything special, and he could read this thanking her for saving her life. This was how his studies at Huangwu Academy began. Yiling Hu asked how they met the girl. He said they seemed to have a very good relationship. Chen Dao shrugged his shoulders and said that they were not that close. It was just that he had helped her by coincidence. Huang Li was surprised that the guy was able to help Chu Yun and was upset that he was so unlucky. Scar's aides went around the square and tried to find with his sister, who was nowhere to be found. Scar was very angry and said that if his sister was here, he would have dealt with the brat long ago. His aide said that Sister Liu is ranked 3rd in the sect, and she is also famous like Chu Yun. The trio turned around and saw Chen Dao and his new friend walking in their direction. Scar became nervous as his sister still wasn't around, and last time this man had humiliated him. Huang Li continued to say something until he noticed the trio and suddenly stopped. He grabbed his new friend by the shoulder and slowed down, the guy to stop too. When Chen Dao turned around to ask what was wrong, Huang Li asked him to walk slower. The guy pointed towards the 3 people and asked if Chen Dao could see them. After that, he told them that they are the main bullies of the academy, and he is afraid that they will be easily targeted by them. But also Huang Li asked the guy not to be afraid because he was sure he could settle things peacefully. Huang Li greeted Scar, introduced himself, and said he hoped they would be treated well in the future. Scar looked at Chen Dao and smiled widely at him, and said that he was glad to meet him again. Huang Li was shocked when he found out that the biggest bully calls his new friend his big brother. Chen Dao replied to Scar that he didn't even want to see these guys and asked them to back off. The trio of bullies immediately obeyed, nodded awkwardly, and said they were on their way out. Huang Li turned to Chen Dao with a gleam in his eyes, began to examine the embarrassed fellow. The young master asked why Huang Li was staring at him like that out of the blue. The kid asked why the scarred bully called him Big Brother. Chen Dao said that he had already managed to meet him and beat him and his friends. Huang Li was completely shocked when he found out that his new friend was able to defeat the academy's chief bully. He walked over to Chen Dao, took him by the shoulder and told him he could carry the bag too, and the guy asked what was wrong with him. Huang Li said that with such connections, the real boss among them is him, and he can't ask Chen Dao to carry anything. Huang Li smiled widely and said that from now on, the young master would be his big brother. Chen Dao felt a little awkward, but he wasn't going to object to the guy. Chen Dao found himself alone and entered the spacious hallway through the large doors to one of the academy's rooms. He sat down and said that the outside area of the academy wasn't so bad, there was time to do cultivation in peace. The guy reflected that when he broke through the spiritual sea, the interval of the system increased to 50 years, but nothing changed in the next stage. Guy thought that these levels might have been on one in ancient times, and remembered that they were divided into 2 realms for convenience. The guy opened his eyes and realized that if one tore into the next spirit fusion realm, the time interval would increase. Chen Dao took out a piece of shabby paper that was a map from his clothes. He thought that this scroll was definitely unusual, and wanted to see if he could return it to its original state. The guy closed his eyes and asked the system to change the scroll time to 50 years. The system began to honor his request and rolled back the time of the card in his hands 50 years. Chen Dao looked at the scroll and said that it was newer but still partially destroyed and must be very old. And now he could only return it and back to its original state when the next realm broke through. Suddenly he heard a thump. Huang Li walked into his room. Huang Li invited his new friend to the tower library to pick out techniques. Chen Dao Salo said that the techniques he was learning were at a low level, even with a lot of experience. So he definitely needed to go to choose a high-end technique. After that, they immediately headed to the tower library without wasting any time. They found themselves near a tall building, and Chen Dao said that this must be the place, so they came. Huang Li said that he had heard that the top floor of the tower stored top-grade heaven-level techniques. The guards near the entrance of the library tower told them to stop and show their badges. Huang Li got a lot of upset and pulled his silver token to the guard. The guard revealed the information already tone, and saw that he didn't have any achievement points. So the guy said that Huang Li didn't have enough skills to enter the library tower. The boy was very surprised at first, but then he smiled and said that he understood what his older brother was talking about. After that, Huang Li held out 5 spirit stones to the guard and asked him to accept them. Huang Li said that Big Brother had worked hard and deserved to receive the award. The guard squeezed the guy's hand and told him he knew how the world worked, and added that he could pick 1 scroll from the 2nd floor. Huang Li was very frustrated that he could only choose 1 technique on the 2nd floor. The guy reached into his pocket again and asked if he could give him some more techniques, but the guard refused. He told Huang Li that if he wanted to learn more books, then I wouldn't be enough. Huang Li resignedly turned to Chen Dao and said that they could come in. However, the guard of the library towers blocked his path and asked him where his share was. The guard held out his hand for Chen Dao to also pay for the opportunity to enter the library tower and get the technique. Chen Dao turned the guard at the library tower and said that he had nothing. The guard got angry and said the guy didn't dare tell him he had nothing to offer. Huang Li did his best to smooth over the conflict. He said what he had and asked to be allowed to pass on his behalf. But Chen Dao didn't let his new friend pay and asked what the guard was going to do if he didn't have anything. The guard smiled evilly and said that if the guy was really stupid, he would beat him up. Chen Dao thought that something like this would happen, so he pushed the guy away and started walking inside. The guard shouted that it was the first time he had seen such a defiant rookie apprentice after so many years here. The guard went after the guy and started yelling that he was pushing for change, then took a swing at him. Huang Li saw that his friend was about to be hit and asked his older brother to be more careful. Chen Dao kicked at the library guard from a U-turn and told him to get out. The guard fell to the floor and fainted, and Huang Li from seeing the strength of his new friend. However, the library guard came to his senses and asked how dare he hit him. The guy ran at Chen Dao again, shouting that he was going to get it today. Huang Li turned to his new friend and started yelling that the guy shouldn't do this. But instead of listening to Huang Li, Chen Dao threw the library guard far away on his head with one hand. His new friend watched the guard fall to the ground with a clatter and hesitated at his words. He turned to his older brother and said that the tower guards were not so simple and so it was worth being careful. The guard got up from the ground again and shouted that Chen Dao wouldn't get away with it so easily. Suddenly, one of the cultivators came out of the tower and asked the guard what was going on here. The cultivator who was walking behind the guy asked who dared to pick a fight in front of the library tower. The guard turned to his older brother and said that Brat was disobeying the rules and attacking him. The cultivator said his name was Cao Ming and expected that his name alone would be enough. However, this name meant nothing to Chen Dao, so he asked what was wrong with it. Chao Yimen's eyes widened in surprise, and he didn't know how to react to this. Huang Li whispered to the guy that Cao Ming was one of the top 10 geniuses, and the library tower was controlled by him. The guys behind Cao Ming called the newcomers idiots, and said that they should rather kneel down and apologize. However, Chen Dao went on to say that he had never heard of anyone like that, and asked who they were to forbid entry into the library. The cultivators frowned and were very angry that the guy was allowing himself to behave like this with them. Huang Li became alarmed and said that Big Brother should be more restrained because he was an unusual person. The cultivators frowned and told Brother Cao that they should teach Chen Dao a lesson on his head. They wanted Cao Ming to beat him so that he wouldn't dare to disobey. They said they would add to it in case of anything, and in general it was better to maim it badly to begin with. Cao Ming listened to their words and said that they would drag him to the square afterward as an example for the others. There was a crazy smile on his face as he said that everyone should know the consequences of disrespecting Cao Ming. Huang Li stepped forward and said that they could get along with everything, and there was no need to escalate the situation. But instead of listening to the guy, Cao Ming slapped him hard on the face and Huang Li fell down. Cao Ming shouted and asked who the guy thought he was if he thought he could ask him not to wind up. Cao Ming frowned even more and shouted for the guy to move aside and stay out of the way. Chen Dao lifted his new friend off the ground while he lost his bruised cheek and asked if he was all right. Huang Li turned to the guy and said that while he had a chance he should leave. Huang Li said that Cao Ming was on another level, but Chen Dao asked the guy to relax. Chen Dao said that if one dared to hit Huang Li in front of him, who was overconfident. This behavior of Chen Dao only made Cao Ming more angry, and he asked how dare he say this to him. He pointed at the guy and shouted that it was tactless, and then ordered him to break his legs and tear his mouth open. The cultivators immediately stepped forward and told Brother Cao not to worry because they would easily deal with him. The cultivators threw themselves at Chen Dao from all sides and shouted for him not to resist. They threatened that it would only get worse then, but Chen Dao wasn't going to listen to them. Chen Dao punched one of the cultivators and said that they would still see who was worse off. Cao Ming's henchman flew backwards from such a blow and ended up at Cao Ming's feet. The genius got angry and screamed that all his minions were a bunch of scum who could do nothing without him. Suddenly, a girl appeared in the sky and flew in when she heard that there was a conflict near the library tower. When she was near the scene of the fight, who ordered them to stop immediately and began to descend. The girl landed. The other cultivators recognized her as Elder Miao. The cultivators couldn't take their eyes off her and talked about how beautiful she was, as expected from an elder. Cao Ming bowed to the elder and said that he welcomed her. The guy explained that they were in charge of the library tower, and this newcomer had broken the rules and earlier students guarding it. Elder Miao turned to Chen Dao and asked if Cao Ming was telling the truth. And then Chen Dao shouted that it was all nonsense and the guards were bullying others and taking away their money. Cao Ming explained that it was a deposit for the scrolls, and once the disciples returned the scrolls, they would return the deposit. The cultivators shouted that all the rookies owned gray tokens, had to bail them out, and this rookie was too arrogant. Cao Ming shouted to the elder that the rookies were painfully undisciplined, they should teach them the rules. Chen Dao was furious at what these cultivators were saying and said that they were wrong. Cao Ming started to approach the guy and said that he would personally detain him and put him in the academy prison. But when he got too close to Chen Dao, who received a well-deserved slap, Cao Ming grabbed his cheek and asked how the guy dared to hit him. All the cultivators were shocked and thought that he was crazy for daring to hit Big Brother Cow. Chao Ming gloomed and said that if the guy didn't explain himself now, he would become a corpse. Chen Dao stretched out his hand and a golden flame began to appear on it. After that, a gold token appeared in his hand, which he showed to the cultivator and asked if it would be enough. Every cultivator who was watching this scene was shocked when they saw the golden token in the newcomer's hands. Chao Ming asked how he, a novice disciple, could have a gold token. Huang Li appeared next to him and said that the gold token was given by senior sister Chu as an exception. Chao Ming immediately tensed up when he heard that the token was given to him by Chu Yun. Chao Ming thought that it was no wonder that the newcomer dared to oppose him since he had Chu Yun's support. Elder Miao said that since he has a gold token, it means the case is closed, and the deposit requirements are against the school's rules, so they should stop it. Chao Ming nervously bowed to the elder and said that he would immediately cancel this rule. After the elders dealt with the conflict, she asked to be let through and went to the library tower. One of the cultivators told Brother Cow that this brat had robbed them of their source of income, and they should not let him in. Chao Ming told Chen Dao, heed his words, promised that his being in the academy would be hell. However, Chen Dao wasn't scared, but confidently walked past and told the guy that they would look at it some more. After such an incident, Huang Li and Chen Dao finally made their way into the tower to the library. Huang Li told his friend that every stone here represents a technique. An elder appeared behind them and said that the library tower had a total of 5 floors and was getting stronger with each technique. She said that only by comprehending over 10 techniques on each floor could one get to the next floor. And she also said that almost all the students with good abilities in the academy practiced techniques from the 5th floor. Right now they were all standing next to a huge staircase that allowed passage above. Chen Dao bowed to Elder Miao and thanked her for such a clear explanation. Chao Ming was sure that there was no point in telling them about it because they could only dream of reaching the 10th floor. After all, they hadn't even been in the academy for 10 years, and afterward, he called out to younger brother Chen. Chao Ming said that he would be waiting for him on the 5th floor, and hoped that nothing bad would happen to him while he reached his level. Chen Dao turned to the guy and said that Brother Cow may not worry because this will not happen. Chao Ming said. The guy seemed confused and started walking forward towards the stairs. Chen Dao walked closer to the huge pillar with various signs that stood not far from the stairs. Chen Dao asked the system to increase the training time of the Scorching Sun sword technique by 50 years. After that, the guy felt the knowledge for all the years come to him, and the power filled his body. The technique was completely completed. Chen Dao realized that the techniques were too weak, but after all, the first floor only had basic techniques. Huang Li called his new friend over and told him that he would soon comprehend his first technique. Chen Dao turned to Huang Li and said that he congratulated him on his new successes. The guy saw Chen Dao heading towards the door, and couldn't he believe that he was serious. However, Chen Dao told his new friend that until they try, you won't know, and put his hand on the door. The door yielded easily and opened, whereupon the lad was able to pass on successfully. Huang Li couldn't believe that Chen Dao was able to comprehend the 10 techniques and pass to the 2nd floor. Huang Li was alarmed, because they had spent less than an hour in the library, and even the geniuses of the academy couldn't achieve such a thing. Huang Li, you are very gloomy, when he called out to Brother Chen, and the latter turned around. Huang Li cried and shouted that this man would forever be his big brother. Chen Dao did not share his enthusiasm, so he simply agreed with everything he said and climbed further up the stairs. Before long, the 10 technicians of the 2nd floor of the library tower were completely comprehended. As he expected in the academy, most of the 2nd floor technicians were better than the same level technicians in his family. After that, he was going to head to the 3rd floor and headed for the doors. On the 3rd floor of the library tower, he was also learning one technique after another. Soon the 3rd floor of the library tower was also successfully passed, and the guy could head to the next floor. Chao Ming heard everyone around him shouting that he was lucky and was very pleased with himself. On the 4th floor, everyone was congratulating Chao Ming for comprehending another technique, which turned out to be the 10th technique. Chao Ming looked at his hands and shouted that he had finally done it after a whole 3 years. The guy turned toward the door and shouted that it was time to go up to the 5th floor. The other cultivators began to discuss how the guy who attacked Brother Cow was on the 1st floor. Chao Ming turned to the rest of the cultivators and asked what that guy was even hoping for. He thought that Chen Dao was just an insect that was stirring under his feet, and the gulf between them was only getting wider. Chao Ming said that from now on he was just nothing compared to him, who had climbed to the 5th floor. But Chao Ming froze in surprise when he heard Chen Dao's voice behind him on the 4th floor. Chao Ming and the other cultivators turned towards the entrance and saw the newcomer standing there. They recognized him as Chen Dao, and at first thought that they were just seeing things. Chao Ming was angry and nervous. He asked how the guy was able to get to the 4th floor so fast. Chen Dao pretended to think about it, and said that he must have gotten curious. The cultivators figured he was using some sort of trick, or else he wouldn't have gotten there in one day when it took them 10 years to get there. All the cultivators gathered around the guy when he said that nothing would happen if he told them. After that, he walked right up to Chao Ming, and said that the head of the academy was his second uncle on his mother's side. which meant that he could enter any floor. Chao Ming felt the fear of excitement run through his entire body and shouted out what it meant. Chen Dao patted Chao Ming's shoulder and said that it meant that he had messed with the wrong person. Chen Dao asked him to think hard about his behavior. The other cultivators were trying to figure out if he was really related to the head. They cried out that they had brought the trouble on themselves and asked what they should do now. However, Chao Ming slapped the cultivator's face to finally shut up because he was nervous himself. And then Chao Ming shouted that the head of the academy was a woman and she couldn't be a maternal uncle. The cultivators before did not resent that Chen Dao had lied to them, and that they had forgotten that the cultivator was a woman. When the guy reappeared beside them, the cultivators shouted that they should teach him a lesson. But Chao Ming forbade them to do so on the library grounds because otherwise they would be punished by the academy. Chen Dao hummed a song as if nothing had happened as cultivators complained that he was provoking them on purpose. Then Chao Ming suggested to complain about the infiltration of the upper levels in the library, which is grounds for punishment. The cultivators immediately became animated and said that they would go and tell them about the Chen Dao violation right away. Chao Yuan nodded and said that was fine, and he himself would go to the 5th floor. He turned to Chen Dao and said that no one could climb to the 5th floor without real strength. Besides, the head of the academy would personally come to punish anyone who dared to break into the 4th floor. Chen Dao paid no attention to his words and continued to study the techniques on the 4th floor. Soon he focused and called out the system again. Chen Dao was going to teach Chao Ming a lesson. Therefore, he asked the system to increase the teaching of the Xuanzhao Sutra for 50 years. The system fulfilled his 3 requirements, but even after 50 years, he was unable to comprehend the technique. The guy was very upset that even after 50 years of training, he could not master this sutra. Chen Dao decided that it sucked. If he didn't have a system, he would really just be trash. The guy thought about it and realized that he should choose to learn the easier techniques from the 4th floor, because otherwise he just won't be able to get to the 5th floor because he won't qualify. After studying about 50 techniques, Chen Dao finally found the 10 that he could comprehend. The students of the academy were crowded into a small group near the massive columns of the library. It was probably just an ordinary daily routine, not exactly ordinary students. Just at this period, an elder, accompanied by 2 men, appeared on the threshold of the Temple of Science. Mao briefly narrated the complexity of the 5th floor's techniques. Even after many years spent within the walls of the academy, she was unable to comprehend many of them. Entering the library building, Elder Mao was shouted, "What could have caused a daredevil disciple to raise a ruckus within the walls of the library?" The elder only responded to the voice, not even guessing what awaited her in the near future. Chao Ming put aside all formalities and immediately began to report his guesses and suspicions about Chen Dao. The outwardly unruffled lady seemed a little taken aback. The accusations sounded serious and should be dealt with as soon as possible. Chao Ming continued to talk about his rival's successes without any emotional outbursts. It seemed that the fact that he had been killed by a newcomer made the young man angry. Realizing that the previous arguments weren't enough, Chao Ming went for the trump card, accusing Chen Dao of neglecting Elder Mao's own surety. As if out of the clear sky, on the threshold stepped the culprit of the celebration himself. With a radiant grin, he was well aware of the shock he had caused to those present. Chao Ming was dismayed by the arrival of his newfound enemy. There was no way he expected to meet him on the 5th floor, at least not now. Having recovered from the shock that engulfed everyone first, he asked how the foot of a newly arrived recruit dared to step on the threshold of the 5th floor. Demonstrating complete calmness, Chen Dao naively inquired as to why he couldn't be on the 5th floor. His opponent rightly pointed out that many people spend decades to comprehend the knowledge of the library and then never get to the coveted 5th floor. Chen Dao arrogantly stated that his strength was unrivaled in this world. That was the whole reason for such outstanding performance. Chao Ming, on the other hand, took his newfound rival's words as a confession of all the wrongdoings, silently calling for him to be sent to custody. Shocked by what was happening, Elder Mao wondered, more for the sake of asking if Chao Ming's words were true, even though she had a solid proof in front of her. Chen Dao completely confirmed the words of his foe about his outstanding achievements. The relentless disciple continued to make Chen Dao look black, arguing that the hero had confessed to everything himself, unable to find any other arguments. The astonished head demanded Chen Dao to explain what was going on. Apparently, she herself could not believe that the new recruit who had arrived was able to reach such heights without tricks. Continuing to hold firm, the protagonist makes extremely arrogant statements, once again putting everyone in a stupor. Chao Ming, who had long lost his composure, bursting into a shout, once again showed distrust and contempt, only making the Chen family's heir laugh. Chao Ming mentioned about Chen Suyan and Huang Wu's progress, for even they had reached the 5th floor of the library far from being so fast. After stooping to belittling Chen Dao's honor and dignity, Chao Ming stated that the protagonist could not be more talented than Chen Suyan herself. Chao Ming continued his tirade, claiming that Chen Dao had committed a grave offense. His words had no backing and his arguments were repeated time after time. Head Mao, not yet taking sides, demanded that Chen Dao provide a reasonable explanation for what was happening. For a moment, the protagonist was confused, for he could not claim that he was being helped by the system. Maybe it was hard to match his strength, but the strategist's thinking had taken root in the newcomer's mind. Taking advantage of the pause, Cao Min attempts to attack his opponent with a heartbreaking scream, under the guise of a good cause. Unexpectedly, the head of the academy stopped the impending battle within the walls of the Temple of Science with a single order and a cold look. It seems that the authority of this woman is really strong. The people present were in shock, and could only shout the name of the head in a daze. It was not every day that such an honorable lady would condescend to speak to ordinary disciples. But was Chen Dao that simple? The noticeably subdued Cao Ming greeted the head, properly folding his arms and kneeling on one knee, a situation that made him remember the customary formalities. The protagonist was extremely surprised to meet the head of the academy. Also, her beauty did not escape his subtle gaze. Every make of Huang Wu's image emphasized her status. The head only calmly greeted the protagonist, not paying attention to the cries of a couple of gawkers. She was much more interested in the mysterious newcomer who made so much noise. Chen Dao, who did not neglect the formalities, greeted the head in front of such an esteemed lady. It was not unreasonable to show oneself as a cultured individual. Cao Min, who had suddenly occupied the space between Chen Dao and the head, tried to restart a speech filled with accusations and speculations. It only took one stern look and a firmly spoken rejoinder for the head to subdue the insolent man. Continuing to ignore the tension around him, the head addressed the hero directly, asking him to tell the secret of his success. Chen Dao still maintained the same unchanging line of defense built on his superiority over others. The head was surprised for a split second at such confidence and steadfastness from the newcomer, asking if he knew of an equally brave individual. Without a moment's hesitation, the protagonist calls his own sister's name. Huang Wu mentioned Chen Suyan's greatness again. This girl indeed has great authority, but who said that she couldn't be surpassed? Probing the ground, the head inquired about the young man's confidence, probably suspecting that he would not give up on his majesty so easily. It didn't take long for the hero to respond, and it was quite expected. Sometimes even geniuses can be so predictable. Once again, Cao Man interjected into the dialogue. He wasn't going to just give up his accusation either. This pathetic liar should get what he deserved. Everything was repeated again. The same words, arguments, even facial expressions were repeated from time to time. The society was beginning to get tired of the students' pestering. The young man's resentment was understandable, as he had been surpassed in less than a couple of hours by an ordinary rookie, but he didn't see it personally, so all he had to do was rant about the unknown trick. The lady on whom the whole academy was based did not want to listen to the useless ramblings of a tactless student who thought too much of himself. Chen Dao was praised by the head of the tower, because in the speed of climbing the tower, he surpassed even the generally accepted genius. As might be expected, such a solemn moment was interrupted by the indignation of a restless student. It's not easy to accept defeat, especially as an arrogant jerk. Once again, the aggressor made himself look bad by shamelessly attacking the honor of a man gifted with the affection of Huang Wu herself. Such a thing cannot go unheeded. Intending to put the bully who had completely lost his limits in his place, the lady with a look harder than steel asked Cao Ming a question that he definitely did not have an answer to. The boy was stumped, or rather, he now resembled a distracted boy who was out of his familiar surroundings for the first time. Still not believing that it was all about Chen Dao's exceptionality, he continued to repeat like a mantra that reaching the 5th floor so quickly was not an option. Chen Dao's flawless strategy was also joined by the head. Quoting the new recruit verbatim, his words were now backed by a strong authority. Cao Ming couldn't believe that the head was willing to trust this scum of a recruit unquestioningly. That's what he said in a heartbeat, getting on everyone's nerves. This insolent man was crossing all boundaries, questioning the word of Huang Wu herself, daring to belittle a man gifted with her approval. It was hard to count the number of things Cao Ming had violated. He could not openly declare his doubts about the head, could he? He's brave, but only with those he doesn't expect to be rebuffed. Even in such a prestigious place, the nature of mortals took its toll. Monotonously continuing her speech, the lady mentioned that all the restrictions were set by her own hand, and as one can guess, not a single scoundrel is unable to circumvent them. Having once again praised Chen Dao's skills, probably everyone present expected to hear another burst of outrage. But it was useless to be indignant. The conflict was slowly but surely moving towards its logical conclusion. Here, Chen Dao had already made his presence known for the first time in a long time, asking for a fair punishment for Cao Ming. The head's tone became firmer, and having imposed what she thought was a just punishment, she demanded that the offender leave the walls of the library. Objections were useless. One would have to be a desperate fool to make his already precarious position even worse. After politely bowing out, The general irritant finally made the right decision and headed for the exit. Giving the winner an angry look, the young man made it clear that this situation would not last long. As he left, he hummed loudly, giving a protest within his capabilities. But those present didn't care. When Qiao Ming left the room, the ladies were able to move on to discussing the really important matters. In Huang Wu's opinion, Chen Dao deserved Elder Mao's personal tutelage. It is unexpected to learn that the two high-ranking ladies are sisters, but in other words, it is not surprising. The similarity was traced both in the refined appearance and in the firmness of characters. Elder Mao didn't dare refuse her sister and promised to raise another star for the sake of the academy. It would seem that learning from Mao herself sounds like something intimidating, but the lady with a gentle smile told of another privilege of the new recruit. Slightly relaxed, Chen Dao could be said to exhale. Maybe this wasn't such a depressing circumstance. It was too early to rejoice. Huang Wu's mood was more pessimistic, and her warning about the demonic sect brought even more apprehension. What's the saying? Speak of the devil. Here, and our story led us to the abode of the demonic sect. It seems that now we will find out what is going on in this mysterious organization. There seems to be a battle going on in the front walkway, but the girl's silhouette expresses absolutely no fear, desire to win, or any interest. The legendary princess who appeared to the world of gods and mortals as a patricide, it is not surprising that she accepted the invitation to become a member of the demonic sect. The princess fights on equal terms with a clearly not young man. Apparently the sect has rightly assessed her abilities by pairing her with a fighter who has seen life. With a single blow, she managed to block a powerful attack by squeezing her opponent's throat with her hand alone, without using any talismans or protective artifacts. The young lady wasn't going to stop. She seemed to want to prove her strength with another deprivation of life. The unknown elder asked my lady to be merciful, rather for the sake of appearances. The sect members appreciated Qinyue's abilities, naming her the best disciple in recent years. It seemed like she really had improved all this time. Maybe ruthlessness is not the best quality, but in the demonic sect it is a bright, distinctive feature that all members of the organization are famous for. A man, clearly standing out among the crowd, probably he had a respected title among the demons, also did not hold back from admiring the talents of the student. We learn about the planned Huangwu Academy competition. We won't look ahead. But obviously we're in for a thrilling spectacle. Qinyue has proven herself to be a strong and capable disciple, more than once. It is no wonder that the chief wishes for her to compete with Huangwu's disciples. A girl who at first glance does not look like a demon is ordered to destroy the students of the legendary academy by any means necessary. It was foolish to expect rejection. A person who had spent a lifetime harboring a grudge against his father, having killed him in the end, would certainly not feel regret and mental anguish in front of them. As she left the room, the young apprentice was probably contemplating the upcoming competition and ways to possibly win. Her appearance looks graceful and refined. You can't even tell that such a fragile-looking lady has seen more battles than many young men her age. The emperor's daughter was brought out of her musings by a familiar voice, the voice of the same elder who had asked her to show mercy to the dying enemy. What does the elder want to talk about? Since a moment ago they were in the same room and talk about everything there. The elder pointed out Qinyue's mistreatment. It looked like the dialogue wouldn't be built on friendly notes. Realizing that it would not be superfluous to observe formalities now, the lady amended her question into one more accepted for the communication of the sect. Qinyue's opponent, whom she had taken her life in full view of everyone, was the elder's disciple. The man seemed to be extremely displeased with such audacity on the part of the disciple. The cult disciple's attempts to write off the incident as an accident look rather insecure, but it is much harder to fool a man who has seen life. Predictably, the old man did not even consider the girl's words. He had seen many disciples, and such a lie was too obvious for his eyes. The young lady was gently hinted that she should not be encouraged by the sweet speeches of the leaders anyhow, for now she is a member of the sect. There is no way out. The only thing left to do is to ask the elder with proud head held high for a verdict. The elder's tone became much softer as he told of his admiration for the newcomer's character and talent. The abrupt approach of the elder causes Qinyue to be perplexed. It seems that this seemingly non-threatening elderly man is up to something insidious. The questioning of the girl's innocence takes her by surprise. Not something she expected from a seemingly respected member of the community. Maybe she misunderstood and Elder Ju meant something else, which was unlikely. But as they say, hope springs last. The movement of the man's hands only confirmed the young apprentice's speculation, making her stiffen with another wave of bewilderment. Maybe the elder's intentions aren't so lewd. Maybe he really wants to reward the chosen one with the power of dual cultivation. But so far, things are looking very suspicious. Qinyue was extremely confused. Strength had always been a priority for her. But should she trust this teacher? Many questions and suspicions plagued her soul. With his answers, Elder Ju confirms the seriousness of his intentions. increasingly forcing our heroine to accept his dubious proposal. Dropping a couple more compliments on Qin Yue, the emperor tried to ease the tension by probing the ground. With a touch, the old man tried to confirm his sympathy. As well as not overtly pressuring the princess, he clearly knows a thing or two about persuasion. No wonder the girl who had been harboring malice all her life and honing her skills chose dual cultivation in exchange for honor. Elder Ju was clearly pleased with this response. He was clearly proud of having accomplished this in such a short period of time. The princess decided to postpone probably not the most pleasant event for herself, citing her busyness in preparation for the Huangwu competition. As they say, the longer the journey, the sweeter the prize. The elder was not at all disappointed with this outcome of this dialogue. Knowing that Qin Yue would not change his mind, he merely set the meeting place and withdrew, feeling his own victory. As she left, the former emperor's daughter made sure that her intentions were righteous after all. Dual cultivation was not something that could be done on the road. To the history of this honorable lady we shall yet return, but for the present, it is worthwhile to enjoy the majesty of the academy, which at this fine hour has been gifted with the rays of the sun. Well, where could it be without old acquaintances? None other than Yu Ming was strolling quietly in the courtyard. Chen Dao himself had not expected such an encounter, especially at such a seemingly untimely hour. Putting on his usual smile and throwing a couple of barbed words, the guy quickly came to his senses. You don't want to lose face in front of your opponent. Yu Min was extremely furious. His father was killed by that scum, and now he dares to make fun of him when he couldn't even protect his own family. If the winemaker's son was there at the time of the destruction, why wasn't he injured with the others? Yu Ming clearly knows more than that. Deciding not to torment himself, but to directly ask about his opponent's awareness, Chen Dao didn't particularly expect an honest answer. Yu Min didn't just not want to answer. He was amazed at the insolence of this impudent man. Did he really think that he would help him after what had happened? Our hero felt that the winemaker's son knew more than he had voiced, and he must get information from him. Chen Dao's behavior made the guy angry. How dare he talk to him like that, and even after contributing to his father's death? When he realized that he could not achieve what he wanted with the usual dialogue, the young man resorted to direct threats. Yu Ming was getting more and more grossed out by his opponent's behavior each time. He wasn't just threatening him. He was threatening him within the walls of the greatest academy. Words should be backed up with actions, right? With this principle in mind, Chen Dao struck an unexpected blow to his opponent. He put maybe not all but the lion's share of his anger for the loss of his family into this punch, for the damage on Yu Min's face looked substantial. Not wanting to escalate the situation, Chen Dao gave his opponent a breather, hoping that he would speak up. The protagonist was right. Yu Min knew more, but one got the feeling that he himself was wary of that person. The young man wasn't going to give up on this. He would find out all the information he could about the Golden Hand and take revenge on him, no matter what it took. Yu Ming didn't make his situation even more bad, and called out the supposed name of the Golden Hand, Zhen Guohu. The winemaker's late father seems to have had ties to this mysterious stranger. How much more do we have to learn? Chen Dao was aware of the aforementioned individual's dynasty, but apparently didn't know much about him either. The Chen family heir's buddy, who had become his little brother from the first days of his training, was perplexed by the number of events in the young man's life. Lastly, Yu Min warns the enemy of imminent danger, due to the discovery of the royal token. Chen Dao didn't seem to have taken into account the presence of his buddy nearby who could hear everything. As it happened, he decided to ask his opinion. The man seemed sincere, and he might be able to help with some good advice. But unfortunately, little brother did not understand anything, because the history and life of his friend before entering the academy was unknown to him. Amidst the busy, everyday life of a lot of information and events, Chen Dao managed to find time to improve his cultivation. In the academy, doing so was much easier. The help of the system was considerable, and our hero's strength grew daily, though it could be called a little trickery. Still, the young master's abilities left much to be desired, so there was plenty of work and goals for the near future. Holding the Golden King token in his hand, Chen Dao speculated about the new danger associated with this item, and how soon it would catch up with him. Suddenly, the token flew up to the ceiling, forming a powerful explosion. A new adversity didn't take long to appear. A real chaos was formed around. Chen Dao did not immediately realize what was happening because he had no idea how the token worked. An even bigger explosion erupted above the young man, making what was happening even more incomprehensible. Chen Dao abruptly moved into the creature's mind, the same ocean on top of the mysterious pattern. A different energy came over the space around them. Even our unwavering hero recognized being in a bad place, to say the least. In an instant, there were two silhouettes nearby performing an attack that looked like it was a carefully planned attack. Miraculously, Chen Dao dodged the lightning attack, blocking it with a single hand movement. No matter what anyone said, his abilities had become much better. What do they say? Remember the devil? In this case, I didn't even have to remember. Chao Ming himself paid a surprise visit. Chen Dao calmed down a bit, for his opponent was more arrogant than really strong. Chao Ming's ego was still burning hot from the wrongs he had done, and craved retribution, and that was what the intruder had come for. This arrogant fellow had become too bold, having received punishment from the head himself, and was once again plotting something murky, foolish. But this time, Chao Ming was more prudent, creating a barrier that could hide their fight from view. The stricken student turned out to be someone who prefers to play dead rather than alive. Our hero naturally was not going to give his soul to some upstart. He was confident in his abilities. Min clearly didn't expect such fierce and confident resistance, making him even a little confused. In the student's eyes, Chen Dao was just a beginner. Despite his brilliant results in the library, Min didn't believe in his abilities. One of the attendants suggested favoring the battle over idle chatter. Everyone seemed to favor it. Chao Ming could be said to rush into the attack with a roar, but it brought him nothing but cheap pathos. The attack practically didn't hurt Chen Dao. He was clearly prepared for such a scenario. The power of the young man's sword easily threw the attacker back to a safe distance. Even in this state, Yu Ming had the strength to be puzzled. A new recruit can't physically be that strong, right? After flying another equal distance from where he had fallen, there was no trace of the student's arrogance. There was a massive explosion that destroyed the concealing barrier in an instant, making the sight even more unexpected. Yu Min's entourage's faces changed in a flash. If their leader was defeated in one blow, what awaited their sinful souls? The trio found nothing better to do than fall to their knees, hoping that by showing them deference, the newcomer would not harm them. Chen Dao didn't intend to remove anyone, but only asked this company to hurry up and leave before they caused trouble for themselves. Yu Min was still on the verge of losing consciousness as he tried to comprehend what was happening. The newcomer couldn't just kill him for the second time, could he? When he regained consciousness, the first thing he saw was the worried faces of his brothers, doubting that his life force was still with him, that victory was out of the question. The first thing the loser demanded was to be carried off the battlefield he had created, probably fearing that the brothers' doubts about his vitality would soon become more valid. The four carried their leader away under Chen Dao's triumphant gaze, accompanied by his trademark smile. The elder, who had been watching for a long time, only quietly reprimanded the attackers. More they were unworthy. Also, Mao noted Chen Dao's good results. He is indeed stronger than many in his entourage. The lady was only further convinced that taking this young man under her own wing was by no means a bad idea. 3 days later, the area was lit up with the same gorgeous weather, the sun's rays seeming to sense the rising of a new star. Princess Yue stood by the path as if she was waiting for someone to arrive. She looked as exquisite and fresh as ever, as befitting her status. Our guesses are correct, but who can the young lady expect if the meeting with Elder Zhu isn't close at all yet? Who are we looking at? This guy's face, though badly damaged from the recent fight, is seen too often. I wonder what could link these two. Probably a shared hatred for Chen Dao is one factor. The guy's appearance caused justifiable confusion, because it is not appropriate to appear in such an appearance at important meetings. The lady was in incomprehension, for this guy is so strong who could do such a thing to him. Not wanting to remember, much less tell the story of his embarrassing loss, but Yue Chaoming's insistence decided not to resist. Yes, and probably the loser wanted to pour out his soul and express his anger at the mysterious young man. The name of that scum again. The princess obviously didn't expect to hear about him, especially in such a way. Still, she had a fair assessment of her former opponent's abilities, for she had personally witnessed his battles. Yu Min didn't expect these two to know each other at all. It looked like he was not the only one who had messed up his life. It looks like our vigilantes are plotting something against the protagonist. Did the losers of the battle with Chen Dao decide to join forces? Yu Min seemed a little annoyed by the fact that after everything that had happened, not only would he have to talk about this upstart, but he would probably have to deal with him. The student's hatred only grew, slowly seeping through the most private corners of his soul, his goal in danger of becoming an obsession. Even the princess emphasized that he was no match for this young man. Is he really that strong? How much Yu Min doesn't know about our hero, since even the former emperor couldn't take away his soul. The young lady seems to be up to something more insidious than a surprise attack. Elaborate strategies are clearly her forte. The guy's joy was unparalleled, if not by brute force, but by cunning. He would definitely defeat him. Chen Dao is strong, but who knows what kind of strategist he is. Seems like trying to poison a young boy with pills is a whole conspiracy of several families. As it turns out, it's much harder to get poisoned pills than fresh ones. And these guys decided to do just that. So that's where the princess was getting those mysterious pills from. Without realizing it, she was helping her enemy. This is all very suspicious. Chen Dao ate the poison pills by the handful and not only did not die, but became stronger. How much our antagonists don't know. Princess is planning a falsified theft charge. Let's see what happens. Yu Ming's consciousness lit up with hope. Now he would definitely be able to defeat the annoying opponent. Princess Yue was clearly not going to let her accomplice go so easily. If the opportunity presented itself, she would use it to the fullest. If necessary, a sect member can be sweet, smile gently, make eye contact, and Yu Min is willing to do anything for her. As you might expect, our Lich's mind was directed far from thinking through the risks and consequences. In no great hurry to reveal her cards, the princess was well aware of the reaction her one touch had caused. It seems that the state of cultivators wouldn't be without her tricks and intrigues either. Otherwise, she wouldn't have brought it up at all. Valuable rewards are at stake, and given the intricacies of some of the participants, even lives. Yue has clearly thought this through. I wonder how she'll try to thwart her opponents and if this scheme will fail. Yu Min is willing to do anything for this lady. Without even asking what exactly is required of him, he automatically gave his consent. And what the princess told him, we are not destined to know yet, but I assure you, history will reveal these secrets as well. Even the ready for anything Yu Min was taken aback by the princess's request. We are definitely in for something interesting. Such a turn of events was definitely not expected by the young man. Many people thought that Yue would make up the ranks of the Huangwu Academy. This lady's life is indeed dedicated to improving her skills and developed. It is no wonder that the paths of good and evil do not matter to her. And our youngster is not so reckless. A place in the academy is of great importance to him. With the disgrace of losing it, he will lose the meaning of life. Although the offer can be called one solid risk, but the terms are extremely favorable, the princess really needs their cooperation away. A light touch could very well serve as manipulation, as could a charming smile. My lady clearly wouldn't let him go so easily. Time is not an infinite resource, so the young man should make a decision as soon as possible. But it is worth noting, 3 days is indeed an extremely small period of time. Who do we see, exactly? Scar is extremely happy to have Big Sister back, because now there's someone to stand up for him. The gorgeous beauty of the girl was very graceful in honing her combat techniques. No wonder many in the academy are wary of her. Scar tried to bring the dialogue to the situation with the cocky recruit. Now he was definitely in trouble. Sis didn't seem to care much, probably such a greeting was not to her liking. Deciding to ignore her annoying brother, she continued her occupation, as if he and his company were mere ghostly shadows. Scar, not expecting that twist, didn't know how to react. Did his sister no longer care about his problems? The girl realized that her relative was obviously not the best student, and saw what had happened as a good lesson for him. Her sister was worn out by the fact that this brat could use her name to cover up his misdeeds, thinking he would go unpunished. Sister herself wouldn't mind teaching her brother a lesson, knowing better than anyone how arrogant he could be. Not knowing how else to defend himself, Scar wasn't ready to just leave the situation. Deciding to go with the trump card, he mentioned the girl's long-standing promise in which she swore to protect him. Finishing the sister, he theatrically grieved that he supposedly no longer mattered to her. It wasn't clear if the manipulation had worked or if the young lady was just tired of hearing it, but she seemed to have changed her mind. Which was to be expected. By asking her to show her the way to her abuser, she consented to revenge. Scar knew from the start that with more than half a chance than not, his words would have the proper effect. Another training session was taking place in Chen Dao's courtyard. Maintaining good form requires a lot of effort. Chen Dao's strength carried some difficulty in breaking through to the next level, but there was hardly anything impossible for him. Since the young man's goal is to become something more than just a cultivator, he will soon have to take the first step towards that goal. From Elder Mao, we learn a couple new facts about cultivation stages and their development. Chen Dao doubted his own success. After all, one needed much greater results to achieve a goal. The elder expressed extreme disagreement. After all, these 3 stages were literally the foundation of a young master. The aforementioned components determine the amount of difficulty and the further path of the cultivator. Many masters conduct repeated cultivation of these 3 skills even after reaching the pinnacle. Breaking through to the condensation realm is a serious challenge. It's better to know how to prepare in advance. To comprehend the next stage, you need to master the strongest technique from the 5th floor of the library. Indeed, it is extremely surprising that such a serious journey starts with technology. Suddenly, the door was knocked open and split in 2 by one powerful blow. The culprits were Scar and his sister, which was not surprising. The daring Scar, as if forgetting his recent humiliation, was much bolder in the company of his older sister and a couple of gawkers. He was clearly distressed as he met Elder Mao's gaze. It looked like he had brought another calamity upon himself. The lady was clearly waiting for an explanation for such a daring act committed in front of her eyes. The whole company, dazed, lost its former courage and determination, frozen like statues. Scar's sister was the first to come to her senses, properly greeting her mistress. Mao Tho bestowed Liu Rui with a little praise, but her aura still radiated resentment. It was surprising that a girl with such a temperament turned out to be another disciple of the elder. Relaxing a bit, My lady allowed herself a dash of liberties that she clearly shouldn't have taken. The teacher managed to besiege her with a few words, and reminding her that far be it from her and Chen Dao to explain themselves. Also, the defacement of Huangwu Academy's property for no known reason was not unnoticed. When she realized that there was no point in denying, Liu Rui tried to tell the real reason for this abrupt arrival, but almost immediately was interrupted by her brother, with the help of whom she actually got into this mess. Elder is not so easily led. Were it to be let in, the appearance of the guys wouldn't be so noisy. The young lady decided not to test her fate and, ignoring the bat, straightforwardly told about her plans. Liu Rui definitely didn't expect such news, but it seemed to have made her more angry than confused. The student who had forgotten about formalities was extremely disturbed, showing her jealousy with one of her lines. Chen Dao himself did not expect something like this. How many old faces and new events associated with them. Unbeknownst to him, Elder Mao had decided not to reveal the true reasons for accepting the second disciple. The young master was both embarrassed and suspicious of what was going on. What the hell were these people carrying? Scar, sensing something wrong, tried to get away as quickly as possible and leave the scene. The elder is not so stupid until she hangs her head in what's up. No one will even step a step too far. Turning to Chen Dao, she tried to confirm or deny one of the guesses. Seeing no point in lying, the young man gave an honest and confident answer. After clarifying a couple more details, the elder's growing anger was bringing everyone around him to tense. Having been reminded of the rules, Scar's sister had nowhere to retreat to. All that was left was to accept the nature of the game. The elder was probably up to something because the offenders couldn't just get away with it. In a world where force is the main advantage and this conflict was proposed to be solved by competition, Chen Dao had no reason to retreat. His answer was once again clear and confident. The sister had no choice but to accept the situation, and Scar was in an extremely difficult position. In an instant, whether by accident or fear had shackled his mind. But Scar had publicly revealed the full nature of their visit. There was no point in Liu Rui retreating. All that was left was to nudge his younger brother, lest he fall with his nose in the mud. Once again, my sister publicly gave out something she clearly shouldn't have. I guess it's a family habit. Chen Dao finished his brief warm-up and rushed into the attack without a second thought. There was no need to stall for time. Not even a moment later, he was already striking his opponent before he even had a chance to realize it. The ladies at the scene of the battle preferred to cover their eyes so as not to see what they didn't want to see. Scar, lying on the ground, begged for mercy, fully accepting his defeat. Chen Dao didn't take long to think and ordered the loser to fix his gait. The boy had no choice but to take up the hammer and do as he was told. The word of the victor was law. Soon the final touch was put on. Surprisingly, Scar had some pretty good repair skills. Dade was not in the best of health, but Scar preferred to keep his courtesy so as not to cause further trouble. The incident exhausted the loser, and he again attempted to leave the place. Only the robot appeared to be completed, as the gate was once again affected, but already by Yu Ming's foot. There was no limit to the indignation of the guys. They had just settled the dispute. How come? The arrogant young man once again intended to utter another nonsense, but his gaze locked onto Elder Mao. His body stiffened with fear. Trying to solve one mishap, he was in very serious trouble. After asking one of the dumbest questions ever, he continued to resemble a surprised little puppy. The teacher was more than a little seething at this audacity. It seemed time to remind the students of the rule book. In an attempt to juxtapose the image of a holy benefactor, Qiao Ming embarked on a devious plan. The elder could not be taken by such cheap tricks, and the situation looked too obvious. Not knowing how to divert the attention of those present, the young man immediately spat out the falsified accusations. Mao held her line, reminding her that there was little to justify defacing the academy's property. The stubborn student had no choice but to agree with Mao, wondering how not to make his situation even more dire. Without letting the focus of attention shift, Qiao Ming was ordered to fix the gate. What a lot they had gone through in the last hour. The sun was scorching in the backyard. Probably little pleasure in physical labor in such weather. Having finished, Qiao Ming also didn't neglect the formalities so as not to test fate. Job done, but the question remained as to why the hell he was here. Still, Qiao Ming had a clear goal and once again continued to recite the memorized legend. Without providing a single piece of evidence, the young man had already asked in an orderly tone to capture Chen Dao. Holding absolute calm, our hero was sure that irrefutable proof at most, a squishy judgment. So far, success is on Qiao Ming's side. It seems like he and Princess have clearly thought out a plan. Hate, a powerful engine indeed, is what made the student think things through. Even though Chen Dao had revealed the essence of the conspiracy of the thieves, but it could hardly be of any help now. Feeling victorious for once, Qiao Ming openly enjoyed it. Realizing that he was not in a good position right now, Chen Dao made the decision to stall for time. So far, nothing interesting was happening. The discussion wasn't gaining any new momentum. Realizing that this way he was only delaying the time, Qiao Ming made an attempt to ask the elder for help. Chen Dao seemed to be up to something as well, clearly not intending to give up so easily. All the stolen pills were tainted, which was also not in the protagonist's favor. The older brothers from the pavilion confirmed Cao Ming's words. They had no reason to lie. Realizing that Chen Dao was also up to something, his enemy demanded every second to present the ring. Chen Dao tried to make the offender doubt his resolve, but it hardly helped much. Fully confident of his victory, Cao Ming throws an extremely bold promise. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Dao hands the foe his ring. Things can't be that simple. Anticipating victory for more convincing, Cao Ming suggested that Mao personally search the ring. The elder refused the student's request, for if he made accusations, he must argue them in his own hand. With a single swing, turning the ring into a large chest, Cao Ming took a step closer to check. With a haughty look, he anticipated victory and general disappointment in his opponent. The princess worshipper was right. The elixirs in this chest. But who said they were stolen? Opening it up, he pointed out the varied selection of items. Could it be that a descendant of a decadent family was able to acquire all of this on his own? Scar, who hadn't had time to leave the area, also hadn't expected to see such an extensive selection of elixirs. Elder Mao wanted to say something, but the cocky Cao Ming didn't let her finish what she started. Stepping on the same rake for the second time, the student vowed to capture Chen Dao, who, by the way, wasn't running away or planning to go anywhere. At the same moment the upstart was thrown to the ground, Mao was not going to tolerate this insolence any longer. Not realizing what the blow was for, Cao Ming burst out in indignation. The student didn't understand why, even after seemingly irrefutable evidence, Mao took the side of his enemy. Without hesitation, Elder Mao expressed her true attitude towards Cao Miryu. The ambition of the loser was clearly not small, for he was going to attract the director. Another blow, much stronger than the last one, was thrown towards Cao Ming. Unable to tolerate what seemed to him to be unfair treatment, the student continued his indignation. The head was utterly outraged to hear something that a priori did not exist. After realizing his stupidity, Cao Ming still couldn't believe what was happening. He rushed to the trunk, trying to find at least a couple of tainted pills. Barely standing on his feet, he didn't understand how this happened. He had personally delivered these pills through the princess. Looking through each pill, Cao Ming couldn't believe his eyes, not understanding how this happened. His mind felt as if it had short-circuited. There was no way those pills could just vaporize. Losing his temper, Cao Ming demanded an explanation with Chen Dao, forgetting his recent promise. The protagonist was extremely indignant at such insolence, which stunned everyone present. The descendant of the Chen family rightly refused to say anything after all. This is not the student's business. Losing his grip, Cao Ming didn't stop, trying to blame his opponent's suspiciously large possession of pills. Not understanding the foolish accusations, the elder openly mocked his stupidity. Not knowing what to answer, the student only made incomprehensible noises, not knowing what to say. Truth be told, Elder Mao herself was worried about how her ward had gotten so many medicines. Recalling Cao Ming's promise, Chen Dao demanded every second of it. The apprentice wasn't going to give up so quickly at all, not giving up hope of getting an explanation. Recalling the inconsistency in the attacker's words, victory was on Chen Dao's side. Once again threatening his foe, it was as if Cao Ming was stepping on the same rake time after time. What was to be expected, Cao Ming flew in for the third time, but directly from Chen Dao. Increasingly pressuring the loser, the elder disciple was not at all going to give up his demand. With no other choice, Cao Ming had no choice but to fulfill his promise. After speaking the learned speech, the disciple did not feel sincere remorse at all. For the umpteenth time, Cao Ming promised a reckoning that has actually become a classic. Recalling the chapter's punishment from back in the library, making the student's situation even more difficult. As it turned out, the punished spontaneously spared himself from the hardships of punishment, and, in addition, brought a new one upon himself. Unable to find anything to reply, Cao Ming only remained silent. All the facts were against him. Trying not to complicate his situation, the offender promised to return to punishment now. Elder Mao was clearly not going to let go so easily of a student who had managed to break the rulebook in less than an hour. The guards had already arrived, probably to apprehend Cao Ming, who had worn everyone out. It didn't take long for the fox hunters to meet, but it was unlikely to bring a positive outcome. In his new role, Cao Ming looked like a bandaged demoness that Chen Dao was trying to defeat. The princess had been taught by the bitter experience of her opponent, but had not at all expected to see something like this. Anger seems to have prompted the lad's desire to go for the princess's proposal, which had previously caused him confusion. Yue had clearly expected such a response, realizing what a pain Chen Dao could be. Still, and the academy student had his own terms, he was not willing to work for the young lady without complaint. Time passes, and Cao Ming's goals don't change. On the first day, he vowed to finish off Chen Dao, and it looks like the opportunity has come. The princess possessed similar intentions, so it was likely that their cooperation would be quite fruitful. 3 days later, the chapter announced the start of the 10-yearly competition. Students should rely only on their own strength. All tricks and stratagems will be quickly established. The head of the academy looked extremely serious in her admonishment, instilling a slight fear in those present. The students were filled with determination, for there was no small prize at stake. Without much effort, the head of Huangwu conjured an impressively sized portal. The competition will not take place on the territory of the academy. All the most interesting things will happen on the ancient continent. The first task was to traverse the portal. The head had thought it all out very well. Most of the participants dared to enter the game despite the risk of mortal danger. Some students decided not to take any chances. After all, they're the only hope for their parents. Somebody's got an engagement coming up. It'd be foolish to risk their life like that. Chen Dao and his friends seemed to have decided to participate in the competition as well, which was not surprising. The younger brother seemed to be a little worried, because there was still a risk of losing his life. The favorable cooperation extremely pleased the junior beta, because with such a reliable partner, victory is not far off. Even in such moments, Chen Dao did not forget his main goal, to become stronger in order to avenge the destruction of his family. The torchlight was the only light in the demonic sect's main hall, emphasizing its gloomy appearance. The participants looked extremely unconventional, emphasizing their status. Qin Yue listened to another admonishment, already anticipating victory and promotion in the demonic organization. The princess is indeed valued, having high hopes for her. No doubts about her victory. The young lady was not so confident in her abilities, but she was determined. Elder Zhu blatantly shows sympathy for Yue, covertly hinting at an arrangement. Milady had gained some confidence after the words of encouragement. All that was left was not to lose her resolve during the ordeal. Chen Dao and his younger brother teleported into the city after breaking the barrier. As they looked around, they were surprised, for the city looked utterly ruined without a single soul. It's not clear what to do yet, so you can just tour the ruins, imagining what this city was like when it was alive. We learn that in addition to training students, the academy specializes in the study of ancient cities. But where is the barren ancient continent itself? Scientists have no idea. It seems that the head is carefully hiding this place, because you can only get there through the portal she created. Perhaps the location of the test is in another dimension, making the test even more difficult. Among the many ruins, it seems impossible to find anything, especially something the students have never seen before. His younger brother decided not to trouble himself with unnecessary speculation, suggesting that we simply search the ruins, looking for anything of value. Filled with enthusiasm, Chen Dao rushed to the nearest ruin, hoping for a quick success. Upon entering, the partners found nothing but wreckage of wood and a generally uninhabitable building. This kind of trial was Chen Dao's first time, so he didn't navigate the terrain well. We learned stories of a student who found a powerful celestial weapon in the former chapter building. Inspired by the story, the protagonist suggested continuing the search in a more favorable location. The ruins were practically indistinguishable from each other. It seemed like you could loop around in circles for hundreds of years here. A monster that remotely resembled a crocodile appeared extremely unexpectedly. This was the danger that the chapter had warned about. The dazed group of students tried their best to get away, realizing that they couldn't defeat the monster. The beast moved extremely fast thanks to its considerable muscle size, chasing after the disciples. There was a rumbling sound, and there he was, a couple steps away from the small group that had lost all hope. It was foolish to expect mercy from the demon. Apparently he hadn't met anyone he could have fun with in the abandoned area for a long time. Junior brother Chen Dao watched on in horror, glad that he was not in the shoes of those unfortunate students. The younger brother's resolve dropped significantly, not to mention his buddy who was already preparing for battle. Ignoring his comrade's fear, he sprinted into the attack, not the least bit worried. The demonic beast probably counted him as another victim that would soon attempt to escape. But soon, a powerful attack of surprise pierced through him, not even giving him a chance to win. His silhouette immediately vanished into thin air as if he had never existed before. Chen Dao himself had not expected such a quick victory, so he initially suspected something wrong. The younger brother seemed to be used to his buddy's sudden antics, not even counting on anything different. The first thing Chen Dao asked was where the student had met the monster, so that he would know what to prepare for. Croquant suddenly flew out of a large building, suggesting a valuable treasure there. The students didn't care that much. They hadn't really had time to catch their breath after what had happened. We learn a bit about the history and purpose of croquants, and their usefulness to the aristocracy. Foreseeing Chen Dao's intentions, the younger brother tries to warn him, for who knows who might be waiting for them there. But he was not even going to listen to this kind of talk, being confident in his strength and desire to get wealth. The demonic sect members were also present at the competition, waiting for the princess's orders. Their main target was not treasure at all, but the students of the academy, one particular student in particular. The princess seemed to be agitated, afraid that things might not go according to plan. There was nowhere to retreat, and there was no reason for the cherished order to begin the operation to come from her lips. Chen Dao leisurely treaded the paths of the abandoned city, probably pondering his next course of action. Reaching their destination in front of them was a much more decent building than all the barracks they had previously passed. The greenery was blooming all around. Still, the absence of people had a positive effect on the fauna around. His gaze fell on a sword stuck in the ground, which did not look to be of cheap material. These hunches were confirmed by just groping the sword, but there was one thing about it. The spiritual energy in him appeared long since dissipated. He could hardly do any good. Chen Dao already knew how to rectify the situation. Not the first time he had encountered something like this. The first thing he did was ask the system to rewind the sword's term back to the maximum available time, 50 years ago. The sword was immediately filled with energy, illuminating the entire courtyard of the abandoned building. Little brother, though, he was used to Chen Dao's unusual actions, but this had become beyond reasonable for him. Not wanting to reveal his own abilities, the protagonist lied on the fly about the supposedly unseen seal by his brother. The young man trusted the elder, but he began to suspect something, because it was very difficult not to notice the seal. Without giving them time to think, another Krokan pounced on the boys from behind them. Without being confused, Chen Dao attacked him with his newly acquired sword. One move and the monster was decapitated before it could even scratch the protagonist. Noting the unusual origin of the sword, the enthusiastic young man offered to examine the runes. The city was gifted with rays of sunshine, making conditions more comfortable and making treasure hunting noticeably easier. Upon entering, they found an armory with an impressive assortment. The younger brother complained again about the lack of power in the weapon, rendering it completely useless. In one fell swoop, Chen Dao gathered all the weapons, probably to bring them back to working condition later. The younger brother realized that if he started to get this junk back to normal, it would take a lot of time. Chen Dao was of a different opinion, realizing that this weapon could bring a lot of benefits in the future. Without dwelling on the weapon, the young man offered to continue his search, pondering the sword technique given to him by the prince. The broken weapon made it much easier to elevate the second sword technique. The boys found themselves at the bridge leading to the island, faced with a choice. The younger brother was wary of the idea, going to the side of the bridge for fear of demonic beasts. Even the unwavering Chen Dao doubted the safety of this venture. Would his skills become sufficient? But still, he ventured out to scout without even explaining the plan of action to his comrade. Stepping onto the bridge, he was extremely careful. Danger could be waiting on either side. The demonic Krokan burst out from under the water, destroying part of the bridge with its weight. Chen Dao, who was expecting something like this, immediately swung his sword at the demonic creature. This Krokan was much stronger. The sword of the main dragon was shattered against its torso. The young man was confused for a moment, not expecting such strength and such a strong rebuff from an ordinary beast. The monster was only amused by the situation and the easy prey in his view. It's worth noting that it was far from an ordinary sword that was damaged, which meant the situation was even more dire. The crocodiles Chen Dao had caught before did not possess such strength. Now he was stunned to say the least. The younger brother panicked when he saw his disarmed buddy with the monster coming after him. Gathering his thoughts together, Chen Dao made the decision to use his blade, hoping that it would at least wound the monster. The attack was successful, and Krokan was badly wounded, but not fatally so far. The second blow was decisive, finally taking the life of the demonic creature. Having defeated the monster, the apprentice was entitled to a well-deserved respite. The fight was clearly not an easy one. After estimating the power of the blade, his fighting spirit rose extremely, for he now possessed a weapon far more powerful than before. But there was no need to relax. There were already 3 monsters like the one he had defeated earlier. The impact was extremely powerful. Spiritual energy spread out in all directions, not sparing any enemy. The opponents appeared defeated. It remained to consider the further plan. For now, there was a lull, letting me exhale a bit and gather my thoughts. The battles really wore the young man down. It seemed going further was a self-signed death sentence. A sudden fountain of water made the new enemy known. There was plenty of life in this lake. The Krokan was even more fearsome, as it looked much more massive than its kin. Even the confident Chen Dao was taken aback by the threatening sight of the rapidly advancing opponent. His younger brother was worried, realizing that he could hardly do anything to help. Up close, the monster looked much larger and dangerous, taking away the last hope of a successful outcome to the fight. It was much harder to dodge such a giant as his torso took up most of the bridge. A single blow from the demon spawn made the entire bridge shudder, creating several small waves in parallel. Chen Dao was surprised that he was still on his feet and conscious. But what was happening was becoming much more dangerous. Part of the bridge was broken, reducing the battle area by the lion's share, and with it, the chances of victory. The younger brother didn't deny the option of the elder's death. After all, a lot of people aren't capable of surviving a blow of such power. Hope always dies last, so now it was worth focusing on thoughts of a different content. Unsurprisingly, Chen Dao suffered several injuries in the fight, giving off severe pain in different parts of his body. He really isn't at his best, but that doesn't mean his resolve is just as at zero. The battle turned out to involve an orb given by the princess. This artifact helped withstand most of the attacks. Not for nothing our hero has made such a thorny way. It is worth looking around. There is definitely something valuable here. What we saw was truly a beautiful sight. All the challenges on the way to the island were definitely worth it. The armory was far better than the one found earlier. Now it was clear why it was guarded by such powerful beings. For the first time in a long time, Chen Dao was visited by sincere joy. The path had not been traveled in vain. The sight spoke, nay, screamed of his power. It was worth it just to get him back into working shape. With the system, this procedure won't take much labor and time, so at least here you can relax. The sword chosen by the young man immediately transformed, gaining strength thanks to Chen Dao's little trick. Having tested the ability on one sword, it was fashionable to proceed to other weapons. There's no need to bother reeling off the time of each item individually, as everything can be done in one fell swoop. A charge of spiritual energy swept through the entire warehouse, lifting dusty weapons from their seats. The younger brother sat between the two statues, contemplating what had happened the day before. He was tormented by the not-so-pleasant thoughts of his elder brother's passing, sadness overwhelming him more and more. Only a fraction of the weapons were able to be restored. Some items 50 years old was not enough. This once again reminded Chen Dao of the importance of updating the system, and the sooner he did so, the better it would be. Taking advantage of the opportune moment, Chen Dao began activating the second sword. He didn't think he could reach such heights, but the decision to compete was made for a reason. 10,000 spirit swords were involved in the exaltation, a simply unrealistic number to most people. The last stage remained in the form of cleansing and absorption, and the result was spectacular. The exaltation slowly spread throughout Chen Dao's body, giving an unreal feeling of self-improvement. His spiritual power had become thicker and more solid. Returning to the academy would definitely be something to brag about. Though there was still a long way to go to fully absorb the technique, but the small progress gave a little strength. Remembering junior brother, Chen Dao decided to return to the other side of the shore as soon as possible. Strolling from side to side, Junior was increasingly overcome by despair and hopelessness. He had no idea what to do. After all, Big Brother had become his main support during his studies. The only solution for him was to return to the academy asking for help. Fortunately, it was not to be, for a very familiar voice sounded from behind him, belonging to none other than Brother Chen, who had already been mentally buried. A large number of Krokans had already gathered around the young man who had just appeared. One of them launched an attack, unaware of its imminent fate. The younger brother, not having much faith in his comrade's successes, was ready to call for help. The position was extremely risky. Summoning 10 swords at once, Chen Dao was plotting a clearly not ordinary attack. The ring of swords was aimed at the enraged crocodile in one motion. The young man was successful in his task, stabilizing the situation little by little. The swords struck the demonic creature in a flash, though some of them were broken. But that didn't prevent him from overcoming the giant without much effort. The monster's body went to the depths of the lake. He wouldn't hurt anyone else. As it turned out, the demonic beast that was defeated turned out to be the King of Crowns. In order to avoid questioning, Chen Dao suggested that he immediately continue his search in the next house. Around the same time interval, a couple of disciples caught sight of a group of demon sect members. It seemed like they were just waiting for them to launch an attack without sowing panic among the competitors. The bolder student volunteered to hold off the malcontents while his comrades went to get reinforcements. The princess's order to start the operation rang like thunder, and without it no one dared to lift a finger. The bold student lunged at the young lady, unaware of her incredible strength. Yu didn't even try to pretend that it scared her in the slightest. She knew everything ahead of time. With one blow, she managed to take the life of an academy student, leaving a considerable mark in his chest. The princess's 2 attendants rushed in pursuit of the attempted escapee. There was no way he should interfere with them. The speed of one of the participants was frightening. It seemed a little more, and the student was dead. Along the way, the fleeing man met a familiar face, one of the academy's top students. He took it as his last hope of salvation, which plunged into a big mistake. With a shriek, he told the reason for his fear and flight. What he met with was only a cold stare, and Chao Ming's face expressing no emotion. A couple of blows and the fleeing man was on the ground in a breathless state. Trusting this man was a big mistake. Even in his dying state, Brother Liu wondered why his brother had done such a thing, taking the side of evil. The princess made it clear that she was primarily interested in Chen Dao's life, or at least his whereabouts. After narrating the lack of success in the right direction, Chao Ming voiced his assumption. Yue decides to make it easy for herself and her co-workers. All that was left was to figure out how to get the participants together in one place. Without even knowing Chen Dao's approximate location, the couple had already imagined how they would take his life. The brothers didn't meet a single soul on their way. Chen Dao began to doubt that they were going in the right direction. The younger brother seems to have gotten the layout of the city somewhere, figuring out where the Lord's mansion might be. The older brother was still suspicious of the idea, because they couldn't have figured out the route alone. His comrade was more optimistic, assuming that the others were simply busy with the rest of the city. Besides, there are not so many participants this time. The elders have more important things to worry about than competitions. Soon, the guys came to a building that looked like a lord's mansion. At least, this structure belonged to not an ordinary resident of the city. Stepping over the threshold, they tried to be cautious. Who knows what dangers might await them? The building was practically untouched, giving the impression that the honorable lords still dwelt there. Also, one couldn't help but appreciate the abilities of the cultivators of that time, so why was the city abandoned? According to the Academy's investigation, some powerful entity destroyed everything in an instant. What is this terrible force? After all, not even one city was destroyed, but an entire continent. Based on the Academy's suggestions, there are a vast array of even more powerful worlds. Immediately, Chen Dao lit up with a new hope, to see each of these worlds with his own eyes. Arriving at a place resembling the main hall, the brothers had to find the mechanism to control the mansion. To get to the treasury, you must activate the above mechanism. The jade stones that the mechanism depends on have lost their spiritual power, but should we worry about that? As one might expect, Chen Dao sculpted a solution to the problem entirely on himself. With a flick of his finger, he created a small stream of spiritual energy, which should have been enough. Without much effort, the young man managed to activate the mechanism. Now it was just a matter of time. Chen's descendant's partner began to have suspicions. Lying about the seal would not be enough. It was worth shifting the focus of attention to the treasure room, wondering what awaited them there. Behind their backs, flames erupted, forming a kind of conflagration of spiritual energies. Not one to hesitate, Chen Dao offered to go inside as soon as possible. The passage to the abode lay through a portal, but overcoming it required little effort. Upon entering, they were greeted by an unremarkable stone wall. Looking around, they still found nothing worthwhile, just bare walls. To be more precise, they found nothing at all. The supposed treasury was completely empty. After appreciating the former lord's abilities, they only felt the disappointment of wasted time. Walking further, the students were met with monsters they had not seen before. It's hard to describe what they were like. These demonic creatures resembled a pile of rocks transformed into the likeness of an animal. The younger brother was overcome with panic. Even if you put their abilities together, it was unlikely to be able to help much. Chen Dao was still confident that he could handle 3 rank 3 monsters at once. Besides, his weapons had become much stronger. There was no need to worry so much. Unwilling to wait any longer, the demonic entity rushed to attack, not expecting to be rebuffed. One swing of the sword and the creature was badly wounded. The elevation did work. A couple more swings and the other 2 monsters were struck. They were later eliminated without any danger. Everything turned out to be not as bad as it seemed at first glance. Junior brother was increasingly perplexed by Chen Dao's strength. Something was clearly wrong here. Elder's ambitions had similarly increased, but now was not the time to ponder that at all. The princess and the rest of the demonic sect members were already advancing towards the Lord Mansion. They were also pretty good at navigating the terrain. Apparently they had been here before. Definitely, every student at the academy will be here to try their luck. Chao Minya was going to openly fight on the sect's side. It was a very risky decision. The student was aware of this and tried to convince Yue to pick a softer strategy. The young lady remained adamant. She was not interested in anything other than treasure and defeating Chen Dao. It turned out to be clearly planned. If the sect's plan worked, Chao Ming would become the hero of the academy. But much more, the guy was interested in his own reprisal against Chen Dao, who had caused him so much trouble. The latter was the decisive factor to give Cao Ming final confidence in his actions. With nowhere to retreat to, he decided to contact the academy members wandering around the city now. The rest of the sect members followed Yue Wu to help set the trap. Back to our brothers, after the battle with the monsters. There were 3 mysterious columns waiting for them, with nothing behind them. There was clearly a secret meaning encrypted in them that was only to be unraveled. Chen Dao generally questioned the reasonableness of what was happening. Did it even make sense here? The younger brother suggested that the columns themselves were the treasure, which sounded rather odd. Comrade Chen Dao turned out to be much more well-read. He might lack physical strength, but he had a lot of knowledge. Big brother was surprised at such a guess, but now there was a riddle of a more difficult level. There's a chance of 2 columns exploding, so it's worth exercising extreme caution. Chen Dao opened the 3rd column labeled Man, which was quite logical. Up ahead, the boys saw a passageway. Little brother's hunch proved correct. The other 2 columns hissed, which gave a less than encouraging outlook. There were 2 quite expected explosions. Luckily, the brothers were unharmed. The entrances to the other 2 treasure rooms were blocked, but the survivor had yet to be searched. However, Chen Dao seemed to have other plans for all 3 treasuries. Little brother didn't know what he meant, for the 2 entrances could be said to have been eliminated. Deciding not to rush things, Chen Dao suggested that the first thing to do was to search the room that opened up. It wasn't long before Lin Hu and Chen Dao found themselves in the treasury. The fatty's eyes lit up and he rejoiced at so many talismans. Suddenly, however, the still unknown finger headed for the company of the protagonist. Chen Dao took the fatty by the scruff of his neck and dragged him to the safe place, telling him to be careful. However, the tentacle attack did not stop there. It wasn't long before Chen Dao and the fat man were surrounded by them. Chen Dao drew his sword and covered it with his aura. With a sharp movement of his hand, and Chen Dao cut the tentacles, calling the name of the technique. It turned out to be far from as cautious as Chen Dao, and the tentacles almost reached him. The guy realized that he couldn't dodge. Immediately after that, the huge tentacle made its strike, and even though Lin Hu tried to defend himself, it was in vain. It wasn't long before Lin Hu found himself on the floor unconscious. Chen Dao checked the fatty's pulse and realized that he had passed out from the blow. Pretty soon the tentacles began to gather in one place. With a distinctive sound, many tentacles formed an unknown monster with many eyes. Chen Dao was surprised as he didn't expect to find a guardian monster here. Chen Dao squinted his eyes and said that it looked like he would have to finish him off. It wasn't long before the guy defeated the monster, however, it wasn't easy for him. Chen Dao realized that the monster guards were incredibly strong. Chen Dao walked over to the shelves and noticed many talismans. The boy took one of the talismans in his hand and realized that the spiritual power in such talismans was weakened, so it would be necessary to turn back time to restore their former power. Chen Dao turned to the system and told it to roll back the time of the talismans in the treasury by 50 years. A bright light came on, and the treasury began to look as if it were new. Chen Dao walked out of the portal while the other two slabs exploded. The guy took care of the fatty's body and left it outside the treasury. As soon as Chen Dao stepped out, he was almost toppled over by the explosion, and he made an effort not to fall. Chen Dao looked back and realized that he had succeeded. The guy asked the system to rebuild the slabs, which it successfully did. Eventually, the guy left the fat man's body behind and approached the already new columns. Chen Dao walked over to one of the slabs and placed his hand on it. Chen Dao squinted his eyes and ordered the stove to open. Immediately after that, the other two slabs exploded, and a portal was created on the slab that was touching Chen Dao. The guy looked around and realized that the other two columns had indeed exploded, and he needed to go after the treasure of the land column as soon as possible. Chen Dao stepped through the portal and found himself in the treasury. The boy didn't look up and realized that the treasury was filled with elixirs. However, things were far from simple. This treasury, like the previous one, was guarded by the monster guardian. Some semblance between a turtle and a giant shouted that those who invaded the treasury should be killed. Chen Dao squinted his eyes, took the sword in his hands, and told the monster to close and die. Chen Dao concentrated the aura in his hands and told him to look at the sword. However, what the guy did not expect is that the monster will not pay attention to him at all, and with all his might will hit the protagonist, because of which he will go to the other end of the treasury. However, Chen Dao managed to slow down and stop his fall. Chen Dao was extremely surprised as he had not expected such a beastly strength. The guy smirked and realized that the monster stranger in the Earth treasury was far more powerful than the human pillar. Chen Dao stood up and said that a naturally speaking monster should be different from an ordinary monster. A crowd gathered in front of the square. The people were extremely dissatisfied, but they said that Brother Cao Ming had told them to gather here. It was rumored that there were many treasures locked away in the Lord's mansion, and they were gathered here to overcome the hardships and divide the reward for everyone. At the same time, Chen Dao continued to battle alongside the monster. With a sharp jerk, Chen Dao headed towards the creature. Chen Dao extended his sword in front of him and shouted a war cry. With a sharp movement of his hand, the guy made a clear cut and found himself behind the monster. The monster said that Chen Dao was very good once he was able to injure him. However, he was clearly unable to break through his defense. However, Chen Dao was extremely calm and asked if it was true. The monster, as far as it could be called, took a strange stance and was about to jump. He shouted to the protagonist not to pretend to be so calm, for he had lost all his trump cards. The monster made a sharp tug toward the protagonist and said it was his turn. However, Chen Dao held out the talisman and said that he had just started using his trump cards. Immediately afterward, the mysterious paper flew straight at the monster. It wasn't long before the paper was fixed on the monster's face, much to his surprise. A second later, there was a small explosion that obviously couldn't help but injure the enemy. The monster stepped back, sensing the danger, and said that even though it was not a bad lunge, however, it was clearly not enough. Suddenly, however, the monster's eyes lit up and he noticed something unusual. Many of the same talismans began to fly around the guy, and Chen Dao asked that if one didn't work, would 100 help? Pretty soon, all the papers flew straight at the monster itself, making it unbearably painful and doing incredible damage. The monster shrieked in the wagon as he didn't believe such a thing was possible. There was a huge explosion. Chen Dao calmly walked towards the monster. As the guy approached the corpse, Chen Dao noticed that it had a pretty good shell. However, this was not the main reason why Chen Dao went there. The guy noticed a lot of pill bottles. Chen Dao took the bottle in his hands and said that these pills were much better than the pills because of the academy, Huang Wu, that Princess Yue Wu had given him, and on top of that, her pills were not that useful. Chen Dao looked at the bottle and said that even so, his cultivation level had still increased A. For a faster breakthrough, he needed higher level elixirs. The guy looked around and noticed the many bottles, parallel clutching the bottle in his hands. Chen Dao squinted his eyes and said that with this many elixirs, he would easily be able to make a breakthrough. I mean, for a while all the bottles were lying on the floor empty. Suddenly, the spreading aura caused the bottles to scatter even further. Chen Dao realized that he had finally broken through to the realm of condensing reality after all. An incredible aura reigned around the protagonist. The guy clenched his fists and said that by obtaining so many rare elixirs, he was able to break through to the realm of condensed reality so easily, and with such a treasure, he would be able to break through to the realm of imaginary reality. However, suddenly the main character's eyes turned red with tension. The mysterious aura became extremely disorderly. Chen Dao couldn't even stand and sank to his knees in incredible pain. Chen Dao looked at his hands and wondered what was happening to his body. The guy realized that something in his body was furiously absorbing the spiritual power from his body. Chen Dao took the first bottle he could find and realized that if he didn't take the pills, the very object would suck him dry. However, immediately after taking it, he realized that the elixir alone was clearly not enough, and he had to fuel his body with spiritual energy. Pretty soon a lot of bottles kept piling up around the protagonist. Chen Dao said that he had already taken 1/5 of all the elixirs in the treasury, but some object still hadn't settled down. The stacked empty bottles were so many that Chen Dao was literally lying on a mountain of trash. Unexpectedly, Chen Dao found himself in his own spiritual space. Chen Dao looked around and said that the boundless wide spiritual sea and the boundless spiritual bridge looked impressive. The guy said that this was what made him different from other cultivators because after all, other people's spiritual sea and spiritual bridge were extremely limited. However, suddenly Chen Dao noticed something unusual and turned around. In the middle of the vast landscape flew an incomprehensible island surrounded by an unknown aura. Chen Dao realized that the island that appeared out of nowhere had been absorbing his spiritual power all this time, and he was demanding more and more of it each time. The guy thought about it, and realized that the floating island only appeared when he broke through to the realm of imaginary reality, and wondered if he was in the imaginary realm. The guy remembered how a master had once said that condensing reality was to transform the spiritual power in a cultivator's body into reality, and Chen Dao wondered if the floating island was his reality. At the same time, the island flew right up to the protagonist, and the sudden pressure made the guy drop to his knees. Chen Dao realized that he was still continuing to absorb his spiritual power. It wasn't long before Chen Dao returned to reality. The boy looked around and realized that since this was the case, he was obliged to feed him to his heart's content. After a while, the guy lay calmly on the pile of bottles and said that he had to take all the elixirs in the treasury, and most likely the floating island wasn't going to absorb his spiritual power any further. Chen Dao returned to the realm of imaginary reality and said that the island had become even bigger. The guy took a sharp leap and decided to find out what's his point and go up to the island. Quite soon, Chen Dao found himself at the very top of the island. However, the guy noticed something unusual and abruptly tensed up. Immediately afterward, Chen Dao knelt down holding his head. The guy surrendered to the question of what had happened. However, after feeling Chen Dao's aura, he realized that it was willpower and suppressive spiritual power. Sitting in lotus pose, the guy said that his soul is constantly growing while under this pressure. Chen Dao realized that the realm of imaginary reality had condensed the floating island. He smiled and realized that the purpose of this island was a way to strengthen his soul. At the same time, the crowd was not going to disperse. However, she noticed something strange because even though everyone had gathered together, people didn't understand where Chao Ming had gone. Suddenly, someone noticed something unusual. Brother Liu Rui turned to the girl and said that Elder Miao wasn't here right now. The guy didn't understand why she needed to restore his reputation as well. Liu Rui said that she understood what the matter was and mentioned that the guy was mumbling about something while on the road. With tearful eyes, the brother said that he couldn't help but talk about it since Chen Dao had given him such an insult. The guy's face darkened, and he asked his sister why did Chen Dao want her, and could he make him bow down and admit his mistake. However, Liu Rui waved her hand and said that once she met him, she would teach him a lesson and told him not to bring it up again. The boy grinned and said that this was exactly what he expected from his sister. He also said not to worry because in the future he would assess the enemy's strength before intimidating them. However, Liu Rui said with a calm expression that the guy wouldn't even scare a dog, let alone everything else. Immediately afterward, the company approached the crowd, who were clearly delighted at the girl's appearance. Liu Rui asked about the whereabouts of Chao Ming and where the treasure was. The man said that he had not seen Chao Ming. Not hearing an adequate answer to her question, the girl asked what was wrong with the main character. However, as it turns out, no one has seen him either. The girl immediately hesitated, however she said be patient and wait a little longer. Chen Dao sat in the lotus posture and continued his training. Suddenly, a sphere of energy surrounded by a strange aura emerged from the main character's body. Chen Dao looked up and realized that it was his soul. The guy stood up and said that his soul could now appear outside his body, and such a technique could only be possessed by great cultivators. Chen Dao was still looking at the sphere and said that the floating island was the truest treasure. Because of such a short time, he had made his soul so strong that it could appear outside the body. However, Chen Dao decided to stop there since he had already achieved a lot by tempering his soul in the sea of knowledge. Chen Dao found himself in the middle of a stone column and other shattered slabs. The guy called up the system and told it to roll back the time for the blasted columns by 2 hours. Pretty soon all 3 columns were standing as if nothing had happened. Chen Dao once again placed his hand on the mysterious sign and told the treasury to open. Immediately afterward, a mysterious portal appeared in the slab that led to another treasure room. After that, the other 2 plates exploded and Chen Dao was forced to cover himself from the shockwave. Immediately afterward, the lad found himself in a treasure trove of weapons. He looked around and marveled at the quality of the weapons assembled here. A mysterious energy poured out of the main character's hands, and the guy decided that he should absorb everything here as soon as possible. At the same time, the atmosphere in the square was peaceful. However, this did not hide the fact that many of the people were irritated. People still couldn't figure out where Cao Ming was and were outraged that the guy had gathered everyone, but just took off. Brother Liu Rui turned to the people leaving and asked where they were all going. The people naturally told him that they were leaving. However, suddenly there was a loud voice that asked everyone to stop. As it turned out, it was Cao Ming. The people had already waited for the guy and were staring at him. However, people's outrage was not lost on him. Someone asked where the guy had been and asked where the treasure in the city lord's mansion had gone. Cao Ming looked around and asked him not to hurry since they would need to work together to get them. However, Liu Rui was extremely displeased with the guy's negligence and told him to come to the case as soon as possible. Cao Ming looked over and realized that everyone was here except the protagonist. People didn't understand what was wrong and asked him to start already. However, even then, it had already discharged, and Cao Ming shouted to no one in a hurry. The guy from anger began to bite his nails, because she realized that he had arranged all this on purpose to get rid of him. However, after failing to see any decisive action, Liu Rui and his brother headed towards the exit and said that they had no time to argue with him. The guy got angry and told Liu Rui to stop, but the girl didn't listen to him. With a gloomy expression, Liu Rui asked how Cao Ming had the right to speak to her with such a tone. Cao Ming pointed his finger at the girl and ordered her not to pretend that she was taller than him and asked what was so bad about him talking to her. The guy was clearly out of his mind and shouted if it was because she was ranked higher than him. Cao Ming asked if she was ignoring him because he hadn't loved her for a long time. Hearing such a speech, Liu Rui's brother asked him if he really had been cheated to death and asked if he wanted Liu Rui to cheat him to death. However, the guy wouldn't budge and said that no one was leaving here anyway. Hearing such a speech, the other participants asked all the questions I had about whether Cao Ming had lost his mind. However, it was not surprising since he had already been decorated twice. Cao Ming smiled evilly and said that they would be begging him soon. Liu Rui's brother was extremely angry and told his sister to hit him. At the same time, Liu Rui herself was not in a good mood. Liu Rui said that if anything goes wrong, there's a demon involved and her premonition confirms it. However, as soon as the girl tried to leave the site, a giant magic circle formed under the feet of the participants. No one expected this development, and with their eyes open, how could this happen? Suddenly people began to kneel down en masse and grab their heads. The mysterious formation began to suck the strength out of the crowd. Realizing the magnitude of the situation, people began to lose control as they realized that this way they could die. Liu Rui picked up her long sword and shouted that she demanded an explanation. Despite the angry girl, Cao Ming only calmly called out her name. Licking his lips, Cao Ming said, looking at her figure, he thought of the widow's enjoyment while he would kill her. Such impertinent words made the girl extremely angry to the extent that the vein at her temple showed. Liu Rui made a sudden dash towards the guy, shouting that she would kill him. However, the man was not at all frightened by such a lunge. Immediately after that, a sharp blow in the shape of a crescent moon was made. Right after that, a small explosion occurred, and Liu Rui was forced to fly away from the shockwave. The girl barely slowed her feet down and asked what was going on and who was there. Behind Cao Ming stood a mysterious figure. The outstretched hand was covered in incredibly powerful energy. As it turned out, Yue Wu was standing behind the guy's back along with the team and telling Cao Ming that he had done a good job. Liu Rui was extremely angry and realized that the demonic sect disciples were standing in front of her. The girl was extremely angry that Cao Ming had colluded with them. Brother Liu Rui, even under the pressure of information, shouted how he dared to betray the academy and collude with the demonic sect. Cao Ming began to realize that Cao Ming was a traitor. People began to censure the guy and asked him if he wasn't afraid that the academy would find out about it and his corpse would be made into thousands of pieces. However, the man was extremely calm and asked who would know about his shenanigans if they all died. At the same time, Chen Dao was still in a state of training. The guy realized that he had absorbed a huge amount of spiritual sword essences, and his spiritual power was starting to deplete, becoming more and more viscous and stiff. Chen Dao stood up and realized that he had absorbed almost 15,000 spirit swords, if not counting the former 20. And although he was still far from reaching 100,000 spirit swords, his strength still increased slightly. The protagonist calmly opened the door and realized that he was now free to go out. At the same time, the elders of the academy stood near the entrance and the realization that something amiss was happening. It had taken too long to participate in the contest, and she couldn't share that much. The protagonist's teacher said they had been there for about 10 hours and looked into the portal with a thoughtful face. The head elder realized that something was wrong since the last time the disciples had come out after 3 hours at most, but it had been so long since anyone had come out. One of the elders suggested that since it was taking so long, could it be that they were facing a great opportunity? The elder waved her hand covered in a mysterious aura and said that the probability was extremely low. The woman closed her eyes and began to focus, trying to figure out what was going on in the portal. However, the woman's face instantly darkened. The elder said that things were not good. The main character's teacher turned to her sister and asked what was wrong. The woman abruptly pulled her hand away and said that there was the aura of the demonic sect members, and one of their disciples had infiltrated there. No one expected such a turn of events, and only with bewildered faces looked at the elder, unable to accept the reality. The elder said that the demonic sect had always been a rival and academy, and that they had infiltrated it was extremely outrageous. Another teacher asked what they would do because if no one is coming out now, they have no way to send someone in. The head elder turned to the protagonist's teacher and asked which of the students who had entered had the most combat power. Master said that Liu Rui was such a person because she was the highest-ranked person in the ranking. The girl also said that Chu Yun and the others did not go there because they were preparing to enter Xuan Wu. The woman squinted and realized that she would have a hard time facing them alone. Unexpectedly, the master reminded that there was also a new student inside the portal. The woman said that this person was her personal disciple, Chen Dao. The elder said that he was an unusual case since he was still a rookie, and his cultivation wasn't that great. Elder and from other institutions began desperately asking what the faculty were going to do, and if they were really going to sit around and wait for the participants. The elder turned her back and said to observe the changes. The woman was angry and said that if their academy suffered serious losses among the students, she would not let the demonic sect off the hook. Liu Rui shouted a cry and threw herself at Yue Wu. With a desperate jerk, the girl approached Yue Wu and shouted the name of the technique. However, Yue Wu, with a calm expression, told her not to overestimate her strength. With a sharp blow, the girl knocked her off balance and she began to fall backwards. Jumping away from Yue Wu, Liu Rui tried to catch her breath. Gasping, the girl realized that the huge formation had taken most of her spiritual strength, so she was too exhausted. Nevertheless, the girl did not give up. While Liu Rui was in her thoughts, Yue Wu squinted her eyes and said that they had almost no strength right now, and ordered her subordinates to kill them. The thugs were clearly delighted at this news and agreed to the orders. Realizing that the rest of the sect was closing in on them, the academy students began, fearing for their lives. Some were screaming that the academy wouldn't let them down, while others were begging for help. Yue Wu turned to Chao Ming and asked why she couldn't see the main character. Chao Ming was also clearly puzzled and said that he too did not know since Chen Dao had not come at all. Yue Wu squinted her eyes and said to forget about him now, because first she had to deal with them and then finish him off, because Chen Dao would not be able to escape. At the same time, the thug made a dash towards one of the academy's students and told him to bring his fate with a caustic smile. However, unexpectedly, the sword imbued with powerful force flew straight along the given trajectory. Such a crisp action made the thug's head snap back. Only then, while the man was falling, did the princesses notice something amiss. The girl's face grew grim, and she asked who it was. Chen Dao said with a pathos expression on his face that it was exactly him. Essentially, the main character stood Lin Hu. The guy's hand was covered in mysterious energy. Yue Wu instantly recognized the main character's guise. At the same time, Chao Ming smiled evilly, and because he realized that the main character himself had come to meet his death. However, all this time, the title character was worried about Liu Rui, who told him to stay back and go get reinforcements. The main characters told her nervous so and did a confident step up. Immediately afterward, the guy was in the middle of the information, still stepping confidently towards the villains. Liu Rui tried to warn the protagonist that this formation was siphoning off spiritual power, but Chen Dao did not listen to her. The guy smiled and said that if he didn't step up, he couldn't have fun with them either. At the same time, the other disciples were perplexed. Why did Chen Dao make such a grave mistake? However, they were not the only ones who were puzzled. Chao Ming also wondered if the protagonist had lost his mind. Chao Ming pointed at the protagonist and told him to finish him off since he himself had fallen into the trap. Yue Wu smiled evilly and said that she would run the information at full power, trying to turn the main character into a turtle. Liu Rui got into a defensive stance and said that Chen Dao was extremely inconsiderate because after entering the formation, his spiritual power would be siphoned off in an instant. Chen Dao smiled and said that since this was the case, he would just make her disappear. Just a second later, the guy called up the system and said to roll back the time of this formation by 5 hours. At the same time, Chao Ming was still in ignorance of what Chen Dao was up to, and angrily smiling said that when he did not even have the strength left to slaughter a chicken, then he would kill him. Suddenly a wind blew and the formation under the feet of the protagonist and Liu Rui literally vaporized. No one had expected such an outcome. Even the students of the academy wondered why the formation had disappeared. However, the one who was most surprised was Cao Ming, who literally jumped up in surprise. Yue Wu hesitated and said that it was the same as last time and Chen Dao made the formation disappear. The girl sank into her thoughts and wondered how Chen Dao could do such a thing, and whether he had some special artifact. Liu Rui, overcoming her general fatigue, thanked the protagonist for a good job, and said that as soon as she came to her senses, the first thing to do was to finish off the traitor Cao Ming. Realizing what was happening, Cao Ming turned to Yue Wu and told her to hurry up and kill them. Beat can't let them recover. Yue Wu, with a gloomy face, said not to worry to Guy since none of them would be leaving this place today. The subordinate girls quickly approached the company, and Yue Wu ordered everyone to be killed. Chen Dao held out his sword and told the other disciples to stand behind him, taking a defensive stance. While the rest of the students were still in a panic that they needed to get behind the protagonist as soon as possible. One conversationalist asked if he was going to fight alone against all of them. Liu Rui turned to the protagonist and told him not to overestimate himself because he would just die. The girl told the protagonist to just stall until she came to her senses. However, Chen Dao didn't even look at the girl and said that he wasn't overestimating anything. Chen Dao calmly walked over to the villains and said that he alone would be enough. And the protagonist's face darkened and he said with an evil grin that he would finish everyone off by himself. The thugs became extremely angry when they heard such an insult to the side. At the same time, Lin Hu couldn't think of anything better than to support the protagonist, saying that he's the guy's mascot. Members of the demonic sect approached the protagonist with obviously bad intentions and with evil smiles on their faces decided to kill the protagonist. However, Chen Dao gave a sharp swing of his sword and said that the two of them would clearly not be enough for this. Yue Wu saw Chen Dao wielding the sword and realized with disbelief that Chen Dao had become strikingly stronger. The girl shouted for the disciples not to give up since Chen Dao is only one. However, Chen Dao only hummed and swung his sword. The image of the protagonist blurred because he applied the technique. The guy used the first sword nudging technique and filled his weapon with an incredible aura. Liu Rui, as well as the rest of the disciples, were extremely surprised by the strength of the main character. However, they weren't the only ones who were surprised because the demonic sect still couldn't cope with the unexpected attack. Pretty soon, all the members of the demonic sect around Yue Wu were lying unconscious. Even as she looked on, the girl couldn't believe what was happening. Lin Hu gave a thumbs up to the protagonist and said that he had a cool brother. At the same time, Liu Rui's brother pointed at the main character and said that he was some kind of livid type. Liu Rui turned to her brother and asked if he still wanted revenge. Her brother got embarrassed and said he wouldn't think twice about it. Cao Ming turned to Yue Wu and asked how he should understand this. Yue Wu said not to panic, because following her would give him a chance to kill the protagonist. Chen Dao approached the guy and said that he did not expect that he was a demon and now it was time to deal with him. However, Cao Ming doubted Yue Wu's strength and asked if she could really handle him, and if not, it was better to retreat. The girl got angry and asked why he was agreeing to retreat. Yue Wu said not to worry if she is practicing supreme demonic teachings and she has enough confidence stating that she can kill him. Immediately afterward, the guy said that in this case he would not put up with it since he believed her. Yue Wu shouted for them to launch a joint attack. Cao Ming made a sharp jerk towards the protagonist and said that there was no way he would believe that he had managed to deal with the two of them. However, the protagonists exhaled and asked which two the guy was talking about and told him to turn around. Cao Ming turned his head and couldn't believe his eyes that Yue Wu had literally run away from him. The man was extremely angry, and with eyes reddened with anger, he shouted that Yue Wu had lied to him. However, no sooner had the man this done how Chen Dao swung his sword and triggered a small explosion that threw Cao Ming back. Chen Dao said that he would follow Yue Wu while Liu Rui would handle everything else. The girl agreed to this division of tasks. It wasn't long before Chen Dao began to pursue Yue Wu. The girl, noticing the pursuit of the protagonist, stopped running away. Chen Dao didn't expect her to do that and was surprised. The guy asked why she didn't run away. The girl, however, wryly asked why she should run away if she couldn't do it anyway. Chen Dao said that the sly rabbit is 3 probably, and she has 30 of them, and there must be a reason why she stopped running away. However, the guy wasn't at all interested in that reason, so he decided to just stab her. The girl tried to stop the protagonist pressing the memories. However, this did not stop the protagonist, who made a sharp swing of his sword that struck at his opponent. Chen Dao said that there was nothing to talk about it. After all, he used to be a trace. But things are different now. Yue Wu jumped away from the protagonist and asked how he managed to increase his strength so fast since she couldn't stop thinking about it. The girl said that until a few months ago, he was quite destroyed by it and was unable to cultivate. The guy stopped and wondered where he should start. Seeing that this way she could delay time, Yue asked if he wanted revenge. Chen Dao, all with a calm expression, asked if she knew who was behind the destruction of him and the family. The girl, already anticipating safety, said she knew it well. However, Chen Dao smiled and said that he also knew this, so she could say nothing and just die. While Chen Dao swung at the girl, she said with all the fright that it was not the Hao of Zhen country. Here from Chen Dao stopped at the very last moment when the blade of the blade was right in front of the girl's face. Chen Dao was interested and told her to continue. Yue said that the crown prince is behind this, and even if Hao of Zhen country had a hand in this lesson, he is not the true killer of the Chen family. Hearing such a revelation, Chen Dao even lowered his sword since he didn't expect this. The girl clarified that he was the crown prince of the Tianshui dynasty, and it was more appropriate to call it the Tianshui divine dynasty because it was a very ancient nation. Yue said that although she was no longer the same as before, but she still strived to restore her greatness. Chen Dao squinted his eyes and asked why the girl was telling him this. Yue smiled and said that she was doing it to make a deal with him. Chen Dao got angry and said that he didn't even know who she was, and he must be crazy to agree to a deal with her. When she saw the protagonist pull out his sword, the girl jumped back once more and said to listen to him because she wanted to unite to destroy the demonic sect. These were exactly the words Chen Dao completely did not expect and asked for a repeat. Yue once again said that her goal was to destroy the demonic sect. She, as Chen Dao, was perplexed as to what this would do for the girl herself. The policewoman said not to worry about it because if he agreed, she would prepare the time for his academy's ability to attack them. Chen Dao squinted his eyes and said that there was no way he could figure out her snake nature, and asked what was the difference between cooperating with her and persuading Tiger to take off his skin. Yue said it wouldn't be superfluous to ask and wondered if he would agree or not. Chen Dao pointed at the girl and said that he would wait for news from her because even though she is a tiger, he is a tiger rider. Chen Dao realized that regardless of her goals, this would be extremely beneficial to the academy, so he agreed. It wasn't long before aura began to pour out of the mysterious information. The elders were already whispering amongst themselves, for it was likely that something irreparable had happened. The elders began to say with one voice that there was no point in waiting for their return. They needed to attack the demonic sect as soon as possible, because even if they had to exterminate it all, they had to get justice. Most importantly, the elder said to get ready because they're going on a crusade against a demonic sect. However, the master of the protagonist asked her sister to wait for a while. The girl pointed she the information and said that someone was coming out of there. The information did indeed show barely visible silhouettes. The elder was relieved to say that they were indeed coming out. The participants helped each other. Some of them cried while others helped their comrades. However, they all had the same thought that if it wasn't for Chen Dao, they would have been terrified to think how it would have ended. The elders were glad that they had returned, but they had a mute question as to how such a crowd had managed to get out of there alive, and if it was not the demonic sect members who had attacked their disciples. After a while, the protagonist's master said that she had figured it all out, and only 3 students from their sect had been killed, but the others were fine. The woman said that almost all the members of the demonic sect had been killed. The elders didn't understand how such a thing was possible since the members of the dynamic sect were never weaklings, and besides, their disciples weren't ready for this. The other elder asked if Liu Rui was able to settle the situation, since she still ranked quite high among the entering disciples in the cultivation ranking. However, the main character's master said that Chen Dao was the reason. The woman turned around and said that Chen Dao appeared the critical moment and averted the danger from the demonic net and saved everyone. The head said that Chen Dao had already amazed her many times before. The woman said that with the exception of Chen Xuan, Chen Dao is the most outstanding disciple of their academy in recent years. At the same time, the demonic sect was extremely depressed. The sect head said that she was obligated to handle it. The man was extremely dissatisfied with UAW's success and said that she had failed. The girl kneeled before her patriarch and said that something unforeseen had happened because Cao Ming named Chen Dao had appeared and killed everyone. However, the sect head was not going to listen to the girl's excuse and said that the demonic sect only look at the results, they are looking at the process. Yue Wu said she wasn't going to dodge and asked to be punished. The patriarch said they're all who had not endured such humiliation for a long time, and no one but her had come back alive. However, the elder stopped his patriarch and said that although there were no high hopes for her, she had only recently joined them and was just starting out. The man tried to ask for a new chance at her. The patriarch scratched his beard and thought deeply. The patriarch said he would spare her punishment this time. However, the man added that her promotion to Heavenly Demon would be delayed. The girl clearly did not expect such a development. Noticing the girl against the man asked, "Does Yue Wu have any objections?" But to which the girl replied that there were none at all. Having voiced his verdict, the patriarch said tread. The man said that their sect spoke of ability, and if she wanted to ascend to the celestial demon, She had to prove her intentions with deeds next time. Right after that, Yue Wu walked out of the hall and someone called out to her. As it turned out, she was called by the very elder who had stood up for her. The man asked if she was busy. Yue Wu said that she just wanted to pay her respects to Elder Ju, and anyway, she had already been punished by the patriarch. Immediately afterward, the elder placed his hand on the girl's fur. With a wry smile, the old man asked how the girl was going to thank him. With a grim expression, the girl squeezed out that she would naturally obey him. The elder stroked his beard and called her a sensible girl. The elder closed her eyes and told her to remember to come to his residence. Yue Wu, with a gloomy expression, said not to worry because she would definitely come. The crown prince turned to his favor and told him to look at the tens of millions of insects living in Guanxia. The man asked him what the meaning of their lives was. With a gloomy expression, the prince looked into the distance and asked if they could understand the crown prince. The counselor chuckled and said that what only purpose can insects have since the crown prince is aiming for the heaven like majestic dragon, and how should insects understand the dragon? After a verbal altercation, the crown prince asked if there was any news from Wang Hulin. The counselor was covered in sweat and said that most likely the old servant's business was not going well because too many years had been spent searching for him. However, the turning point was that the young head of the family Chen left at the last moment. The crown prince turned to the man and asked where he was now. The counselor folded his hands respectfully and said that he was at Huangwu Academy, and that was the very reason why he couldn't do anything. The crown prince grinned and said that since it was such a matter, let him stay there. At the same time, Chen Dao was near a statue of incredible beauty along with other disciples. Suddenly, energy condensed around one of the students. The man was extremely happy to see he had finally learned the first layer of the True Feather Sutra, and it had taken him a full 3 years. Another disciple said that even though it is difficult to practice from the morning of the true pen, but the more layers one studies, the better it will help lay a stronger foundation for the imaginary reality. However, the guy grinned and asked what he was talking about since it took him 3 whole years to comprehend the first layer. And he is to me a genius like Chen Suyan, and he has no idea how many years will it take to reach the second layer. The disciple told me to wait, but to go straight into the realm of condensed reality. Suddenly, someone recognized the main thing as a hero. The guy said that Chen Dao was the one who got them out of the mess and saved them, and he still had no time to thank him. Chen Dao said that they were only fellow students, so he could forget about it. Another disciple said that Chen Dao had also come to understand the True Feather Sutra, and perhaps he had already reached the realm of condensed reality. People began to praise the genius of the protagonist. One of the students unexpectedly asked the protagonist how he was doing with comprehension. Chen Dao smiled and said that he still hadn't gotten the realization yet. Very So said not to take offense because with his data he can easily comprehend in the first layer in a year. Chen Dao looked at the mysterious pillar and pondered. The guy realized that since the morning of the True Feather was really complicated, and with his understanding, he wouldn't be able to comprehend it at all. Chen Dao realized that if he didn't use the system, he wouldn't be able to comprehend the first layer even in 8 to 10 years. Chen Dao closed his eyes and decided that he had to compromise with reality. Chen Dao turned to the system and said to turn the time of comprehension of the True World Sutra by 50 years. A huge amount of energy piled up after the protagonist and was to his head to toe. The disciples there understood that Chen Dao had already reached the first layer since the morning of the True Feather, and were greatly surprised. However, the show didn't end there as more and more energy gathered around the main character. While people were looking at the main character, they realized that the aura of the second layer was manifesting. One of the disciples pointed a finger at the protagonists and asked how long it had been since he had started, since his speed of mastery was similar to Chen Suyan. It didn't end there. The energy still continued to flow to the protagonist. Literally, his eyes fell out because Chen Dao had comprehended the third layer in one go. Chen Dao exhaled in frustration. The guy looked disgruntled at his hand and said that it was only the third layer. Chen Dao understood that the system could only correct 50 years, and if it was 500 years, he would be able to internalize all 9 layers at once. Write the main character in the comments. And the rest of the crowd fell out because even that result is beyond reality. People started surrounding the protagonist and pestering him with questions about how he did it. The guy said there's nothing wrong with it and it's a cakewalk. After hearing the main character's answer, everyone had different opinions, but everyone clearly admired the main character's actions. At the same time, Yue Wu stood at the entrance of the elder's villa. The girl tapped her finger at the door. Yue Wu looked through the opaque panes and called out to Elder Ju. The elder allowed the girl to enter. When Yue Wu entered the room, the old man was sitting on a bench drinking tea. The man smiled lustfully and said he was having a very hard time holding back. The man invited her to sit down. With excitement on her face, the girl sat down beside the elder. The man tried to put his hand on Yue Wu's arm, clearly not with the best intentions. However, the girl didn't give him any sign and told him to take his time and talk first, pulling his hand away from the table. The elder smiled and said that since this was the case, they could chat about feelings. Yue Wu picked up a shot of alcohol and said that she would drink to the elder. The elder also took a shot glass in his hand and said that it was not bad at all and that it was exactly what he expected from the girl he liked. Yue Wu said that she was fully responsible for her rights because she did not expect such a debacle this non-student academy. The girl was clearly unhappy because she had lost the promised promotion to Heavenly Demon. Yue Wu took the shot glass in her hands and said, "From now on, she will stay. All of you will be served by the elder." At the same time, Elder said that actually her ascension to Heavenly Demon wasn't really that hopeless anymore. The girl didn't understand what the man was talking about, and they were interrogated about what he meant. The man said that the reason she could be promoted to Heavenly Demon was because there were important people in their sect who respected her for killing her own father. The elder said that the Heavenly Demon order that she wanted to be promoted to had already reached the Demon Man sect a long time ago. Hearing such information, the girl was extremely surprised. Repeat. She said that therefore, once the patriarch makes a nod of the video towards her promotion to the order of the Celestial Demon will be assured. And she said she should thank the elder. The man said she was very good at being obedient and serving him well, and as soon as the opportunity presented itself, he would ask the order for her. The girl said she would honor him with another shot. However, the man put his hand on the girl's shoulder and said that they had someone to stop and get down to business already. The girl put the alcohol on the table and stood up. Yue Wu picked up the stoichi and said that she would help him. At the same time, and said that he hadn't met an intelligent student like her in a long time. Blushing and grabbing the girl by the chin, the old man wondered just how good she was in bed. The girl gave a strained smile and said that it wouldn't be long before he found out how good she was. The elder finally unraveled and asked what they should expect then. With a sharp movement of his hand, the man closed the veil in his bedroom. The man snuck up on the girl and told her to go to him. Suddenly, however, the veil was covered in bright bloodstains. Yue Wu hit the man with such force that he flew to the other side of the room. While the man was still making his flight in the other direction, the girl gracefully rose from the bed. The man cried out in pain, but the elder was more concerned with where his friend was and how the girl dared to cut him off. With a fierce expression, Yue Wu said that she was pretty good and asked if she was beautiful now. The elder was covered in sweat and yelling at the girl how she could treat him like that and he would kill her. Abruptly shortening the distance, the man swung a flaming fist at the girl. However, Yue Wu was only waiting for such a move. The girl smiled maliciously, with a motion of her hand, the girl gave him a loving slap and the elder went back to flying. After the old man was on the ground, he asked what had happened. As it turned out, the elder's true ki had stagnated. The girl only grinned as the man yelled at her and asked when she had time to poison him. Yue Wu walked up to the elder and asked if he wanted to fight some more. Realizing that things were bad, the man begged that he would make it up to the girl and begged her to let him go. However, Yue Wu opened her eyes wide and said that when he died, all his possessions and such would become hers. The elder's eyes turned red and involuntary tears of pain flowed from them. Still Masha with her dagger, the girl asked who he was to destroy her plans since she, Yue Wu, had not even given herself to Qin Wang. And who did he think he was? The old man barely got up and said that he had indeed underestimated the girl's strength. The man said that if she grows up, she will definitely become a big shot, and you're in their cult. However, the man asked if she was sure she could kill him. The man took a sharp step to the side, and even the princesses didn't realize what he was trying to do. The elder smiled and said he didn't believe she would be able to apprehend him. However, Yue Wu was extremely calm and gave the order to capture him. Here the elder realized that the girl was far from alone and his face darkened. The elder was grabbed by the throat by an unknown man. The elder was clearly not expecting this and tensed up. The man opened his eyes wide in surprise as he hadn't expected such speed. Yue Wu's servant grabbed the man's throat and squeezed him with all his might, saying that he would not be able to escape. However, the elder was still curious about who was able to stop him. Cautiously turning to the man, the elder pleaded that he was wrong and begged him to be spared. However, the girl was adamant and told the servant to break his arm. Hearing such an order, the elder was extremely frightened and covered in sweat. With a sharp movement of his hand, the guard broke the elder's arm. After both of his arms were broken, the elder only screamed frantically in pain. Yue Wu walked up to the old man and asked if he was in pain. The elder smiled nervously and asked what kind of pain it was. The girl pointed at her servant and told him to feed him the blood goo pill. The servant held out a mysterious pill to the man. Abruptly grabbing him by the hair, the man brought the pill closer to the elder's mouth, forcing him to swallow it. Still, the man wondered what the elixir was. Yue Wu asked, wondering if he would refuse to eat if it was a deadly poison. Immediately afterward, the man snatched the pill from the servant and said that he would naturally eat the whole thing. Yue Wu squinted her eyes and said that after he drank the blood goo pill, his life was now under the control of a woman. At the same time, the elder was willing to do anything as long as he could live. A tinge of gloom formed on Yue Wu's face, and she ordered her to call her mistress. Immediately afterward, The elder bowed at the girl's feet and called her mistress. At the same time, Chen Dao was calmly strolling around the surroundings. Chen Dao realized that the true spirit items he used in each realm were the most powerful. And if he wanted to, he would easily become the strongest in the condensed reality realm, because he only needed to master the 9 layers of the True Feather Sutra. Chen Dao logged on and said something that he could only reel off 50 years too little, and it wasn't enough for him. Chen Dao looked around and realized that he was on the spot. The guy asked the system how he could increase the amount of time he can rewind, because the current amount of time is not enough for him. The system replied that this was only possible with items with the appropriate true spirit, as well as a complete breakthrough to the realm of condensed reality. Chen Dao realized that it was a vicious circle, because without enough time, he would not be able to make a breakthrough and asked if there was any other way. However, the system categorically cut it off. Chen Dao realized that this was a problem because he needed to collect the true spirit items first. The guy asked if he would thus achieve a breakthrough to the condensed reality. However, Chen Dao realized that he had already used the best items with true spirit in the past world, and if he failed at reality condensation, he would not accept it. The guy realized that it would be great if he could use the same relevant ones again. Chen Dao logged out and decided to ask the master since she often knows the solution to such problems. Chen Dao walked into the master's house. The woman said that Chen Dao had come just in time. Master said that the academy was now discussing what reward to give him for saving the students, and the woman asked what Chen Dao wanted. Chen Dao served his hands in reverence and said that he really needed something and that something was a method. Master didn't understand what Chen Dao was talking about and asked what he meant. Chen Dao raised his hand and said that he wanted an item with true spirit to break through to incidentally condensed reality, and if in the future he would obtain or attain even stronger items with true spirit, if some method to readapt items from the realm of true spirit to the realm of imaginary reality. The woman said neither was possible, at least not at their academy. Chen Dao smiled and said that since this was the case, could it be done elsewhere? Master said that since Chen Dao wanted a stronger and more suitable item with true spirit, the unsuitable one would not suit him. Master asked why he didn't want to fit, and then destroy the previous one to catch up in the future. Chen Dao smiled and told her to forget about the details. The guy asked how he could do it after all. The girl said that people don't usually do it, however, there was nothing impossible about it. The master pointed upwards and said that by taking the blood of the flame phoenix, one could be returned by them, and exactly the same situation of the protagonist. Chen Dao asked, "Is the woman referring to the real flaming phoenix?" and asked, "Is there any in this world?" Master said in the world there are phoenix, true dragon, unicorn, and other mystical creatures. Right now, these myths have literally disappeared and can occasionally be found in the ancient ruins. Chen Dao looked at the girl and asked where he could get the flaming phoenix blood, because he would go right away. However, the master was clearly unhappy with this decision and said that Chen Dao did not have the right to do so. The guy was very surprised and asked why that was so. Master said that it was because the only place to take his blood was Xuanwu Academy, and he didn't have enough data to be admitted there. The woman said that very soon the university entrance exams would begin, and given his abilities, there would be no other such opportunity. The protagonist was very surprised and asked if there was any other way since he couldn't wait. The master looked at her apprentice in silence and thought for a moment. After thinking over all her decisions, the girl said that since this was the case, there was nothing she could do. The master said that since he didn't want to wait, would he go with her escort? Chen Dao was greatly surprised and asked if she was really a member of the academy. The woman smiled and realized that Chen Dao didn't know anything at all. The woman said she was actually promoted to teacher at that academy. Master said she originally wanted to go to it after the exam, but she would most likely have to go there a few days earlier. Right after that, the girl said that since he was in such a hurry, he should get ready. Soon enough, Chen Dao and the master were near the teleportation formation. The woman said that Xuanwu Academy was quite far away, so they had to use the teleportation system, which was quite expensive to maintain. It wasn't long before Chen Dao, along with the woman, found themselves in the middle of pharmacy. The master poured her energy into the formation and tried to activate it. Suddenly, however, absolutely nothing happened at all. The master said that the formation had run out of energy, but it had only been recharged 3 months ago. The girl turned her head and said that it would be next time then, because it would take 3 days to recharge the energy. However, this was no problem at all for the protagonist, and he told the system to roll back the pharmacy time by 3 months. Chen Dao stopped the departing master. The woman turned around and asked what he wanted. Chen Dao smiled and asked to try again since he felt that the energy should be enough. The master squinted and asked if it was true. The girl tried to reactivate the formation, though she didn't believe in any changes. However, this time the information activated successfully, and clubs of energy enveloped the protagonist along with the master. The master looked at the spreading energy and wondered if she had imagined it. Quite soon, Chen Dao and the woman were together in the square in the middle of the academy. Chen Dao looked around and couldn't tell me that there was a great view here. Master smiled and said that the difference between academies was like the difference between a village and a busy city. After all, this was the place for true cultivators. Immediately afterward, the protagonist's company was approached by two men on swords, who clearly did not call out to those who had come. The man said that this was Xuanwu Academy, and outsiders don't belong here. The master turned to the men and said that they were from Huangwu Academy. The elder squinted his eyes and said that the exam date wasn't yet, so they should go back. However, afterward, the master showed off her teaching badge. The woman said she was promoted to a teacher at their academy and came here on a work obligation. After listening to the woman's explanation, the man let her through and said she could pass. However, after that, the man's face darkened and he looked at the protagonist. The elder asked the guy who he was. Chen Dao also looked them in the eyes from bottom to top. Chen Dao simply asked if it was him they were asking for. The guy said that he had come to look around. Hearing such a ridiculous answer from the protagonist, the man asked what right he had to be here since he was only a student of a lower academy. Chen Dao said stop talking nonsense, still standing calmly in his seat. The guy squinted and said that if they wanted to fight so badly, they could have just said so. Hearing the protagonist's insolent reply, the male assistant asked what right he had to speak to Ju Qi in such a tone. However, what no one expected was that the main character's behavior cheered him up. Ju Qi called the protagonist a brave boy. The man spread his hands and asked him to listen. The man said that if he wanted to enter the academy so badly, he had to pay 10,000 spirit stones for admission. Chen Dao waved his hands and said that he didn't have that much money. The man questioned if it was true and said that since it was such a matter, he had to go through with it. She, as Chen Dao, was already preparing for battle and drew his sword. Very soon, only a blurry image appeared from the place of the protagonist. Chen Dao agreed to the battle. At the same time, Ju Qi was extremely surprised that Chen Dao had disappeared so abruptly. With a sharp move, Chen Dao made a wide attack and took his opponents out of the battle. While she, his aide, was given a not-so-strong attack, Ju Qi himself was hit hard enough to spit out blood. The master turned to the protagonist and told him not to put up a fight after all. This is Xuanwu Academy. Chen Dao smiled and apologized, saying that he merely did not hold back. The master turned to the boy and said he could continue next time. Chen Dao did not expect such approval from his teacher, but only looked at her silently. Quite soon, Chen Dao along with the master traveled onward. The woman said that compared to Huangwu Academy, this academy was a cultivator's paradise. Chen Dao looked at the cultivators flying through the sky and said that he had no idea how good she was in other aspects. The woman said that Huangwu Academy is the base academy for cultivation, and every time the academy holds an exam, it provides many geniuses for Xuanwu Academy. The woman asked if Chen Dao knew how many academies there were in the Tianshui dynasty. Chen Dao said that he had no idea because he only knew that Huangwu Academy was in the same province as the Chen family residence. Chen Dao squinted his eyes and realized that ever since he entered this world, he had no clue about the situation in it. Wu woman said that the Tianshui dynasty is very big, and with Xuanwu Academy, there are 108 Huangwu academies distributed throughout the provinces. Chen Dao was surprised at such a huge number and asked if that was the case. Master said that's why every time they transfer their students from the academy, a fierce competition starts. The woman said the strongest academies promote 3 to 5 people, while weaker ones promote 1 or 2. As the company continued walking, the woman said that there are times when not a single person is provided. At the same time, in another part of the university, 2 men were bowing to the crown prince. The battered man, the same one who stopped the protagonist, pointed off in the distance and said that was the guy he was talking about. The man was clearly angry and said that even though he was a disciple of Huangwu Academy, yet he still dared to attack him. Notice in the protagonist's face, the next prince realized he had reached even here. The crown prince's face darkened, and the man smiled for it saved him from searching. The crown prince said to go and position him properly. The 2 men bowed to the prince and agreed to the order. Chen Dao turned to his master and asked if there were any academies above the level of Xuanwu Academy. Master said that it was indeed true, and her name was Diwu Academy. But right now, it was empty because no one had been promoted from Xuanwu Academy to Diwu Academy in almost 100 years. Chen Dao asked how the academy could exist if it hadn't had any new students for hundreds of years. However, Chen Dao changed the subject and asked where they were going. The woman said that the flaming phoenix blood was only available at the Wankong pavilion, and that was where they were headed. Master said that if Chen Dao wanted to get it, he had to pass a test at the pavilion. The woman asked if he was afraid of it because the test could be very dangerous. Chen Dao clenched his hand into a fist and said that he was very excited. After a while, our company arrived at the pavilion. The woman said that this was the Wanqiang Pavilion, which is the treasure of the Xuanwu Academy that the students use. Chen Dao smiled and said that he liked this academy, where one can obtain everything at a single wish. The master said that the more valuable the treasures are, the greater the price they need to be paid, because the price could be something equivalent to an obstacle-type exchange or gaining pavilion recognition. Chen Dao listened to his master and said that in that case, he would come in. Suddenly, however, someone shouted at the team to stop. There were 3 men standing at the entrance. Let us already know them. They were the same men who greeted the protagonist at the entrance. The last one, however, was the elder. The elder introduced himself as a teacher at the academy. The man said that if he wasn't a student and to the academy, he wouldn't dare go, and he would have to arrest him. However, the foreman told the man to stop. The elder waved his hand and said that he knew about her having her, quite recently promoted to teacher, and she had no right to stop him. The woman folded her arms and asked what this nonsense was all about. The teacher asked what right the woman had to scold him. The man told her to watch her behavior because she had just entered the academy and could not be so arrogant. The woman squinted her eyes and said she was satisfied with those meaningless words. The mentor said that her disciple Chen Dao wants to enter the pavilion and asked if he would oppose it. The teacher said that of course he wouldn't let him pass. Master asked what if she had to let the head hero in. The man said that if that was the case, she was going to get in trouble and he would bring them both to the law enforcement hall. The master squinted and said that he still didn't want to open his eyes. The woman told the protagonist to walk because she had to see who dared to stop him. Okay. Heroes made a sudden dash to the entrance of the pavilion and he was tried to be stopped by those 2 men. However, this proved to be completely ineffective as Chen Dao cleared his path with one simple strike. She no longer minded her with her boyfriend's wounds, were extremely unhappy with the protagonist and started calling him names. At the same time, the protagonist ran after the main character and the teacher himself and asked how dare he make a mess of the salon by breaking in. However, the road to the main character was visited by the master and said that the man talks too much. The teacher looked at the woman and couldn't believe she was blocking his path. However, the master wasn't shy at all and gave the man a loud slap. The teacher asked if she was crazy because this is Suan =U Academy, not a place for them to go crazy. The man said that he would not be ceremonious with a newly transferred teacher and from some rundown academy and enveloped himself in a fiery aura. The man rushed sharply toward the girl trying to strike. Seeing that the opponent was serious, the girl concentrated and activated her aura as well. With a sharp movement of her hand, the protagonist's teacher stopped the teacher, and he began to fall backwards from the impact. As it turned out, the blow was so powerful that the old man spat out blood from his mouth, while Chen Dao praised his master. Barely getting to his feet, the man doesn't realize what's going on. The teacher raised his head and asked where she got so much power from. However, the girl wryly asked why not ask him why he was so weak. The elder heard the answer and realized that the disciple was worth his teacher. Immediately afterward, the man yelled upward and asked where the members of the law enforcement hall were being carried. The crown prince had been watching the altercation the whole time and said that he could not even cope with such a young opponent or he had wasted his life. However, the guy had no doubt that this would alarm the Hall of Law, and once the representatives of the couple arrived, it would not be possible to escape because of the imprisonment. Immediately afterward, a jet of light appeared out of nowhere. Right after this buffoon were the 3 elders. The head of the Law and Order Hall was particularly annoyed about this situation. The teacher turned to the chapter, pointing his finger at the company of the protagonist, and there said that this couple without any thoughts is attacking the students of their academy, and asked to take action. The man turned to the teacher and asked him to tell him what had happened here. After a while, the head of Law and Order said that the master had violated the rules of the academy under the 127th article, and they, along with the protagonist, should be taken to the Law and Order Hall for trial. Immediately after the head of law enforcement delivered his verdict, the teacher approached the company. The man moved closer to the girl's face and said that she could be mad as much as she wanted the whole. She might not even expect to cry once she got to the law enforcement hall. Nevertheless, the girl took advantage of the situation and slapped the teacher hard. The man clearly hadn't expected such an action on her part, and the force of the blow caused him to almost fall over. The man opened his eyes in disbelief and couldn't connect a word with the insults. Master said that if he ever said she was crazy again, she would show him what real madness was. At the same time, Chen Dao only watched his mentor's actions and supported her, showing his thumb in approval. The man knelt down and said to the head of law enforcement, did he see it? The teacher is extremely angry because she absolutely does not put the Hall of Law in anything. The head of law enforcement approached the girl and said he was at fault. Afterward, the man said to arrest them. Hearing the verdict of the head of law enforcement, the teacher laughed because he had already foreseen how she would pay for her impulsiveness. However, the girl said with a calm expression that they would most likely be disappointed. The girl showed a golden ID card with a dragon symbol on it. Members of law enforcement instantly realized what she meant. One of them said it was the Order of the Violet Dragon, and understood what followed. Master said that the Order of the Violet Dragon allows you to make it so that only the head is in a position to press charges when a person violates the rules of the academy. However, the teacher did not believe what was happening because there was no way that she had received this token since only a few people had received it in the history of the academy. And how could this token be in the hands of a novice teacher? The instructor said this is definitely something to check out. However, the head of law enforcement said that there was no need to do so because this Violet Dragon order is real since its energy cannot be tampered with. The head of law enforcement said that since they had the order of the Violet Dragon, they had no right to detain them. The teacher tried to stop the head of law enforcement and double-check everything again, but no one listened to him. The Crown Prince, observing the situation, said that the teacher was useless trash since Dasha. Getting slapped, he still couldn't do anything. With a grim expression, the prince suddenly called out to the 13th Elder. The 13th Elder appeared as if from thin air and folded his hands in reverence. Crown Prince asked, "Is there any way to destroy the order?" The Elder said that the head would be very angry because it might affect the prince himself, and the situation was not serious enough for him to interfere because of such a small thing. The Elder placed his hand on his chest and asked to be allowed to handle the matter. The Crown Prince, with a grim expression, asked him to do so. After this situation ended, the master called the protagonist to her place because she saw how the teacher dared to obstruct him. However, suddenly the 13th Elder with only an assistant descended to the scene. No one was expecting such important faces here and questioned if it was really him. The teacher folded his hands in reverence and greeted the 13th Elder. Teachers turned to the master and asked if she wouldn't now greet the Elder as well. However, not paying attention to the teachers, the woman asked if the 13th Elder was going to stop her. The Elder said that given the fact that she was a Violet Dragon Order holder, he had no right to interfere with her. But he still wanted to know why the disciple wanted to go there since everything here was under his control. The woman said that their only target was the Phoenix Fireblood. Chen Dao then said that he wanted to possess the Phoenix Fireblood from the very beginning. The 13th Elder became interested, because although this is a very valuable thing, there are not many people who want to get it. Therefore, he asked the young man why he wanted her. But the answer was given by Mao's mentor, who said that the old man should not worry about it. Such an answer did not satisfy him, but he decided not to waste time. However, it just so happened that his student also needed this treasure, and as if on command, he must receive the blood of the phoenix. This angered the mentor, so she voiced her opinion about the Elder's behavior and said that he was doing it on purpose. The man denied such an opinion and told the woman that she was sending. The fiery blood of the phoenix is only in the secret room, so everyone had to show what they were capable of. Ma Fei was determined only to win, so he said that he would destroy anyone who stood in his way. The spectators around did not know the boy who would compete with Ma Fei, and were immediately sure of his defeat, because Ma was the Elder's heir. After hearing such negative comments, Mao's mentor asked her student if he was ready to fight, and Chen Dao firmly replied that he was confident of his own victory. Ma Fei just laughed at his words and called the boy like an ant that would not be able to defeat him. But Chen was not going to tolerate this kind of attitude towards himself, and called the competitor a fool, and said that everything would be resolved when they went inside. The opponent, like a rabid dog which saw only its goal, could not even believe that someone would be able to overcome it, and Teacher Mao was only happy with how well-educated and goal-oriented her student was. Meanwhile, Chief Elder Guan Hyung passed the information to the director that the girl he valued so much had arrived, and also added that she is in conflict with the 13 Elder over the Hall of a Million Treasures. But Academy Director Huang Wuxiang Changsheng calmly reacted to this and said, "Let them continue to fight as long as they need to." But Elder Guang Hyung saw that the girl had brought a disciple with her. Therefore, he was surprised that the director did not observe such a spectacle. And on the way to the battlefield, the 13th Elder told his heir that he should not waste his time too much. Like right after they go inside, Ma Fei should teach his opponent to respect him. Entering the room, the boys saw a strange statue on the wall. She was in the form of a man who could speak, and asked the wrestlers what they were looking for. And those answered with one voice that they should get the fiery blood of the phoenix. The stone man replied that this item was on the 4th level of the Million Treasure Hall. So after passing 4 levels, they will be able to get what they want. Judging by Ma Fei's reaction, he was the one who was not ready for such a grueling and long journey of struggle. Therefore, he immediately asked if there was no mistake in this information. After all, fiery blood is so valuable that it is stored at the 4th level, because the man understood that in the Hall of a Million Treasures, each level is a new challenge, and few were able to pass as many as 4. He began to doubt his own strength, but he was sure that his opponent would definitely not be able to win. Ma Fei then asked the Stone Elder that if the two of them passed the 4 levels of trials, then who would receive the reward? And he replied that everything would end in a decisive duel for fiery blood. Therefore, Ma Fei thought that he and Chen Dao could have a duel in advance to decide which of them was worthy of passing the test. Hearing such a proposal, his opponent Chen Dao had no problem agreeing to such terms. After hearing agreement to his idea, Ma Fei ordered Chen Dao to attack him sooner, and he would teach him respect. But Chen Dao said that this was appropriate, as he himself planned to teach his opponent a lesson. Of course, such words angered Ma Fei, although the boy was counting on it. Therefore, soon the men touched each other with sharp swords, and each yearned for his own victory. Suddenly, after the first move, Chen Dao jumped to another corner of the room to avoid the blow. Ma Fei commented on the initial stage of the boy's frozen reality, saying that he had a good cultivation. However, he himself had long since reached the late stage of reality hardening and was sure of Chen's defeat. But the boy only laughed at his words because he understood that he had not shown all his capabilities. Because of this reaction to threats, Ma Fei could not understand why his weak opponent was happy. Therefore, Chen Dao said that the big man had developed delusions of grandeur due to reaching the late stage of reality solidification, so he might even get the title. And at first the enemy was happy that his forces were finally appreciated. However, he did not know that in reality, he would receive the title for being a loser. After that, Ma Fei himself said that it made him angry, so he tried to prove to the boy that he was a loser. It was then that the real battle began as Chen Dao used his first sword. He swung his sharp weapon at the opponent, and without even touching him, he was able to inflict damage. After such a move, Ma Fei's own unbreakable weapon began to crack. And just then, the man flew away from the center of the battlefield because of the pain he received. He was lying on the floor covered in blood and did not understand how he had lost so quickly. Only then did he guess that the first sword had been used against him. Chen Dao approached him slowly with a victorious mood, calling the man a scumbag. Barely gathering the strength to stand up, the defeated man told Chen not to give in, because he still had the strength to fight. However, as soon as he got to his feet, he immediately started coughing up blood profusely because of his internal wounds. So he immediately fell down exhausted and did not understand how the sword could be so strong. Seeing the condition of his opponent, Chen Dao turned to the stone elder and told him to open a passage for his victory. After these words, the giant door immediately opened and gave passage to the next stage. Big steps opened before the capable, which led him to victory. At first, Chen Dao hesitated, because before him lay a long and painful path to the fiery blood of the phoenix. But as soon as he stepped on the stairs, the elder asked about the sword that the young man used to win. But the boy had no idea about the name, because he was studying the nameless art of swordsmanship. There were only 3 swords in it. It was quite difficult to practice against even one. The elder kept bothering the boy about this swordsmanship book, so he decided to ask the title. But Chen Dao could not give an answer and asked the elder to enlighten him. The art of fencing was called 9 swords, and as the name suggests, there were 9 swords in the set. Then the boy was shocked by the fact that the first sword already possessed incredible power, so he could not imagine how powerful the 9th sword was. Suddenly the boy remembered the words of the crown prince, so that he would not think about how strong the 9th sword is, because the first one is only being practiced at the moment. Therefore, Chen Dao decided to inquire from the elder whether the 9th sword was indeed currently in the Wanzang pavilion. And the sage answered that it is not there. So the young man wondered where he was then. The elder said that even though the 9th sword was difficult to summon, it required a high-level technique. And similar techniques are found only in D's Combat Academy. This academy is more advanced than Suan Martial Academy. The latter had already shaken Chen Dao so much that he couldn't even imagine what D Academy was like. And again the elder told him not to think about joining Dai, because even Chen Suyan only has 1 chance. Therefore, the first thing to do was to obtain the blood of the fiery phoenix. And in order to take possession of it, you need to go through 4 stages, each of which will be difficult. Only the students of the Suan Martial Academy, who have been practicing for more than 20 years, had a chance to pass. Therefore, Chen Dao thanked the elder for his instruction and said that he was confident. Therefore, gathering his spirit, the boy went to the mighty door, behind which was the first stage. The conditions for passing the first stage were to break 10 puppets in armor in half an hour, and if the time is exceeded, it means a loss. This task was a pleasant challenge for Chen Dao, so he enthusiastically set about it. Starting with a high jump, the boy charged towards the iron monsters. With his mighty sword, he cut through each ironclad puppet as if they were balls. The first stage was the easiest, so Chen Dao didn't even use a third of his strength, which preserved his abilities for the next trials. Hoping that the next stages would be the same in complexity, the young man quickly approached the end of the performance. Chen killed the last 2 puppets with 1 swipe of his sword and finished the job. Waving his hands, the boy said with relief that the first stage had been passed. He received an A grade, because the time spent on the first stage was only 50 seconds. Meanwhile, an unknown glow appeared on the street directly above the roof of the building. People were surprised that someone set off fireworks, but they didn't know why. Only later did it become clear that it was the fireworks of the talent of the Wanzang Pavilion. After completing the pavilion stage, if you get the best score, you can get an A grade and launch this fire into the sky. Then Brother 30th Elder wondered who could be so skilled as to get a grade A grade, but without thinking for a long time, he immediately affirmed that it was definitely Ma Fei's disciple. After that, he approached the elder himself and said that Ma had an outstanding talent, and the man had gained a good disciple. The old man was very pleased with the boy who, they say, did not let him down. But in fact, he did not know that the boys decided to change the selection rules at the beginning of the competition. Therefore soon, an exhausted Ma Fei came out of the gate of the pavilion, who could barely move his legs because of his wounds. The elders were surprised at the appearance of the student, and asked with displeasure how he dared to leave without winning. After all, the 13th was sure that Ma Fei had been graded A, but after that, for some reason, he didn't go through the other stages. Hearing the information about the assessment of the first stage, the boy was surprised. At that time, the teachers thought that Chen Dao's opponent could not even pass the first stage, so they were confident that Ma Fei would win. The elder was still confident that disciple Ma Fei had won, so he told him not to worry about it. Meanwhile, instead of telling the truth about his own defeat, the boy pretended that everything was fine. However, he was then asked about Chen Dao because the young man was nowhere to be seen, and the loser didn't know what to answer, so he just kept silent. But great fear was creeping inside him because of the lie. But in response, he said that Chen Dao went on to pass the test. The old man still couldn't understand why he was able to get out of the pavilion instead of fighting to the end. Then came the moment when Ma admitted that he had been beaten by the hands of his opponent. The two elders did not expect such a result because they were already sure of the young man's victory. But they misunderstood the information and thought that Ma Fei had been crippled even before he went to undergo the trial by himself. But soon it came to them that their student did not get the same grade A grade. Hearing this, Mao's mentor just laughed at the bunch of men who never managed to prove victory. The woman mocked the weakness of these soldiers, as if they were clowns who had come to amuse her, but by no means fought. It was then that the people around realized that it was the boy from the martial academy, Huang, who received the grade A, not the liar Ma Fei. Meanwhile, the elder began to humiliate the boy for the fact that he not only failed to win, but also disgraced the teachers. But his brother tried to calm him down and said that getting an A grade in the first stage meant nothing, because there are still people in Suan Martial Academy who are capable of such things. For example, Chen Dao can only be considered capable after he passes the 4th stage. And about this fireworks over the pavilion, another elder reported to his director. Guan Hong told the head that that respectable girl's disciple had done well. He was able to get the highest score after the first stage. But the director found it strange that his colleague was paying attention to the grade A grade. The man explained that he was that Lady Xiao's personal student from the Huang Martial Academy. He wasn't even enrolled in the Xuan Martial Academy, after which he began to train really mercilessly. And Xiang Changsheng only replied that the grade A grade at the first stage meant nothing, and ordered Guan to observe further. Meanwhile, the mighty Chen Dao walked to another hall where the second stage was to await him, but surprisingly the room was completely empty, so he asked why there was nothing at this stage. But looking at the mountain, he understood the next task. It consisted in the fact that 100 porcelain dolls would fall from the ceiling. 1 point was deducted for each broken one. And, to get an A grade, you need 95 points or more. However, one clause of the conditions was unclear, namely, the fall of porcelain dolls from the sky. Suddenly, something flew from behind the boy. He turned at the sound and saw the first doll fall to the floor and break. The guy did not expect that the stage would start so quickly, and understood that he had already lost 1 point. With dissatisfaction, he turned to the elder, who should have warned about the beginning of the test. Chen Dao managed to grab the next 3 dolls, so he stopped for a second. But it was in vain, because while he was holding 3 dolls, several more figures fell from the sky. This caused great sadness for the fighter, because he not only failed to save the toys, but also lost his points. Then the young man realized that at this stage speed and reactions were evaluated, but during the first stage he did not even have to adapt. Soon 2 more dolls flew from the ceiling, smashing them. Chen could not get the highest grade, but the boy managed to react in time and catch them. At the beginning of the game, the young man was not ready, because of which 6 porcelain figurines were broken, and if he saved at least one of them, he would be able to get the highest score. That's when he decided it was time to use the system, namely, to rewind time for one of the dolls by 15 minutes. In the end, it was announced that the test was over, but there were 6 broken dolls. Suddenly, Chen Dao corrected himself and said the number 5. And after that, he emphasized that it was time to get him an A grade. Elders and mentor Mao were waiting under the pavilion, watching the results of the stages. The 13th elder said that the results of the second round were about to come out, and he was sure that then Chen Dao would be excluded, because the content of the second stage itself was difficult, and it becomes very unexpected for students when they first begin to pass the tests. The probability of exclusion during the first pass is 90%. Therefore, the elder was not sure that Chen Dao would be eliminated with 100% favorability. Then, the man turned to teacher Mao, saying he was ready to give her a chance. After her boyfriend was kicked out, he shouldn't even hope to enter the pavilion again. Suddenly, his municipal threats were interrupted by the sound of an explosion from a firework. The man was surprised by the second fireworks in a row, because he thought that such a thing was impossible. And his brother announced that the boy received an A grade in the second stage. Although such a thing was impossible for the Martial Academy student Huang, Teacher Mao turned to the 13th elder, saying that this was how he got slapped by her disciple. Guanhyung turned to his boss, saying that he had some interesting news regarding the trial. He added that in the morning, Chen Dao had received an A grade in the first round of the second stage. Xiang Changsheng rolled his eyes and replied that such a thing only aroused a little interest, to which the elder told him, saying that his head is proud of too few people. And the man replied that the reason for this was the small number of talented people in this world. Meanwhile, in the pavilion, Chen Dao was about to move on to the next stage. In his opinion, it was to try to break the formations. But the fact was that the guy was a real profane in this field. Suddenly, it was announced that the path of the universe is arranged according to the 8 trigrams of yin and yang, and only by breaking the laws contained in it, you can go further. The boy had only 5 rights to make a mistake, but after the 5th one, the exclusion will come. There had to be no mistakes to get an A grade. Chen Dao then realized that at this stage he was finished. Not to mention that he doesn't understand the formation of the 8 trigrams at all. Having dared to take the first step, he carefully stepped on the chosen place. The stone plate immediately broke under his foot, indicating that he had stepped in the wrong place. Realizing that at this stage he can say goodbye to his cherished grade A, it's time to choose how to proceed. So Chen Dao didn't try to make the next move until he regained the lost chance. Therefore, at that moment, he remembered the system, thanks to which he had advanced the time for the plate by 15 minutes. He began to examine the floor in front of him and did not understand at all what had caused his wrong move. Meanwhile, on the street, Pit Fei tried to calm the master down and said that there was nothing to worry about, as there was no way Chen Dao would be able to pass the 3rd stage. Then the old man turned to him and asked why he was so sure of this. But the boy, who believed in himself very much, replied that even he would not have been able to pass such a stage. After all, he had passed this test at least a dozen times before, but he never succeeded because of the difficulty. But considering how much the young man had disgraced him earlier with his lies and weakness, the teacher told him to get away. However, then another elder entered the conversation and told the 13th that Ma Fei's words made sense. Because even though the boy lost, the test of the 3rd stage does not depend on strength. Rudeness cannot pass him. It requires the participant to have a certain understanding of the formation of the 8 trigrams, as well as its breakdown. Everyone knew that the Huan Martial Academy rarely taught such disciplines. Only the entrance to the Suan Martial Academy begins to focus on their study. And that was why he was certain that Chen Dao would not be able to pass the 3rd stage. Meanwhile, the boy in the palace tried to win, but the tile under his foot broke again. He puzzled over the lack of understanding of this task, so he tried to repeat his step again. But in order not to lose the chance to win, he had to use the system's ability to rewind time a 2nd time. Chen Dao would have to move forward slowly and constantly try to get further, constantly taking the wrong steps, restoring the plates with the help of the system. So after thinking up a detailed plan for the stage, he told the system to rewind the time for the plate. And finally everything ended after a dozen attempts to rewind time from the system. Then the path of the universe was traveled perfectly, without a single mistake. And under the pavilion, the elders had been waiting for the results for a long time, and thought that the young man had already retreated on his own. Because an ordinary community does not need so much time to break through the path of the universe. Therefore, the thought came that Chen Yu Dao was ashamed of himself, and now he is hiding. And taking this idea as the truth, everyone decided to separate and accept the defeat of the young man. But the 13th elder called Chen a clown and said that he still hasn't lost. Suddenly, after these words, a 3rd explosion of fireworks rang out in the pavilion. Then the 13th turned around at the loud sound and was again shocked at the result. Everyone rejoiced at the young man's 3rd victory, except for the elders and his former competitor. Staring at the fireworks, Ma Fei couldn't understand how the boy managed to get an A grade at the 3rd stage. The elder refused to believe that Chen Dao had made it this far. Then Mao's mentor came to him and called the old man blind. And Guanhong watched all this action and was sincerely happy for Chen Dao, who was so close to victory. It was after the 3rd stage that Academy Director Xiang Changsheng said that the boy was quite amazing. The elder asked him if the head would be proud of the young man if he got an A grade in the 4th stage as well. But he replied that it is impossible, because everyone knows how difficult the last stage is. Meanwhile, Chen Dao, who was determined to win, boldly strode to the next hall. Entering inside, he saw a cloaked skeleton sitting motionless on a wooden throne. The lifeless remains of the body had a strange appearance, namely black color. The boy carefully tried to examine the skeleton to understand whose it was, because the human bones were white in color, which indicated an unknown origin. The challenge of the 4th stage was to defeat the inner demon, because the skeleton that was in the room once held the position of the elder of the heavenly demon sect. The poison penetrated deep into his bones, which led to a change in color. To pass the stage, it was necessary to stand in front of the skeleton for 15 minutes. And if you complete this task for more than an hour, you can get an A grade. The boy explained to himself that it was necessary to confront the bones of a demon with a demonic attribute. This was his first experience, so he had no idea if it was a blessing or a curse for him. But since he had already come to this hall, he understood that he had to hold out until the end. And with a positive attitude, Chen Dao was confident that he would succeed. Suddenly, without warning, the demonic skeleton's eyes began to burn. The boy was frightened because he did not know what kind of behavior to expect from the creature. Then the skeleton spoke to him and invited him to join the demonic sect. For example, the young man will be able to act as he wishes and without fear. An incredible force from the dead man spread throughout the room. But Chen Dao's energy was stronger, so he was able to influence the demonic consciousness. Using magic, the boy conjured a spell that made the skeleton come to its senses. Then the creature said that people who follow orthodox teachings are all hypocrites and plot against each other. Therefore, he again emphasized the injustice that he had suffered for many years, and once again offered to join his sect. But Chen Dao was persistent, so he rudely refused the offer and said that the demon would not be able to tempt him. Then the skeleton was surprised that the boy managed to keep his mind clear, so he moved on to the next stage of his attack to fill the boy's ears with a demonic song. This melody was charged with a powerful dark force to flood anyone's mind. Its power could easily knock someone off their feet, let alone their consciousness. But Chen Dao tried to make an effort to stay on the ground while remaining in his mind. Meanwhile, on the street, the elders reassured each other with hopes that the boy would not be able to pass the fourth stage, but it also tried not to show that it was worried about it. 13th was sure that ordinary people would never pass the fourth stage with demonic bones, because not even every great genius of the academy is able to go through it. But Ma Fei said that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Therefore, I suggested just waiting for failure. Then the teacher Mao came to them and said that this trio likes to tease, but the more they carry nonsense, the higher the chance of passing through Chen Dao. The elder turned to the woman and told her not to try to console herself in vain. Meanwhile, inside the palace, every second seemed like an eternity, but Chen continued to hold fast to his victory. The skeleton ordered the boy to give up, saying that he would not be able to endure this. But the young man, without putting in his own efforts, only accumulated more strength in himself. And realizing that he could hold out until the end, the boy sent the demonic creature as far as possible. It was difficult for him to keep his sanity, because the force against which he was standing was unearthly. Then the skeleton again ordered the boy to surrender, because no matter how much he resists, he still won't be able to. He said that anyone who enters this hall will be destroyed by him, but all students of the orthodox path will be killed by him. In an attempt to strike the monster's head, Chen Dao ordered it to finally shut up. From the received blow, the skeleton became even more angry and wanted to destroy the boy. But the young man continued to deal damage blindly in order to destroy the opponent first, and in one of the blows he still managed to cut off the monster's head. She flew away like an empty nut that had been lying somewhere in the attic for years. The crippled monster couldn't believe that someone dared to hit him, and then there was a warning that breaking the demonic bones was forbidden, or the trial would be destroyed. Chen Dao was disappointed that he could not even fight at this stage. In one movement, the skeleton managed to return its skull to its place and start a new wave of attack. But first he said that Chen was the first one who dared to attack him. Therefore, he will send the boy to another world, thanks to his demonic song. Gathering his strength as much as possible, the monster accumulated the energy of demons. Chen Dao then realized that he might suffer a lot now and not survive the final stage. In order to exert his utmost strength to hold back, Chen Dao began to shout loudly, and in a matter of seconds he managed to break through reality. Now there was no scary room of trials around him, but rather peace and tranquility. Looking around, he realized that he had entered his sea of knowledge. The Witch Island helped him resist the demonic melody from outside. It was just an unexpected happiness, hardening one's own soul through a demonic song. Therefore, in order to rest a little, Chen Dao squatted on the ground in a meditation posture. In this case, he decided to use the opportunity to cultivate his soul. And in fact, in reality, being physically still in the pavilion, the boy was sitting motionless. The skeleton noticed this and thought that Chen's soul had collapsed, which is why he died. But in his mind, the boy still thought that, fortunately, thanks to the floating island, his soul was able to withstand everything. And besides that, she also grew up, becoming stronger many times. Soon the time almost came, so it was necessary to get out of your mind and into reality. After spending a long time in such peace, Chen Dao began to transfer his soul into his body. The skeleton could not understand the reason why the boy still did not move, and considering that more than an hour had passed, he could already be dead. Suddenly, in one moment, Chen Dao spoke, and he could hear the demon's every word while he was in another reality. The skeleton was shocked by the fact that the boy did not die. Therefore, the young man then said that the demonic melody does not imagine anything of itself, and at most, it can make noise. He specifically tried to make his opponent emotional because now he couldn't do anything to him. Meanwhile, Ma Fei doubted that it had already been over an hour since the start of the 4th stage, and the boy was still not there. Then the 13th elder said that to get an A grade, you need to hold out for more than an hour. Then his student asked if the man was talking about the possibility of receiving the highest grade. But the old man said that most likely, Chen Dao was badly injured by the demon melody and could not get out due to exhaustion. His brother agreed with this information, so no one considered the possibility that the boy could win. Then they turned to teacher Mao and informed her that her disciple had died because of the demonic song. That woman had no desire to even argue with this trio, so she just waited for the official result. Meanwhile, Chen Dao spoke everything he thought about the skeleton right to his face, and he had never seen someone so boldly humiliate him. The monster raged because of the feeling of its own powerlessness in front of an ordinary young man. And Chen only laughed at his opponent's behavior, because that was exactly what he wanted. Then the skeleton said that he had spent his whole life studying the demonic arts, and he dared to be rude and call him trash. His heavenly demon majesty had never suffered such taunts, so he decided to burn his demonic bones for the sake of a stronger demonic song. As a result, his remains began to turn into sand, and magical energy came out. Chen Dao was easy to hold on to, so he announced that the soul had become stronger, so he had nothing to fear. And to test his adversary, he told him to play his demonic tune at maximum power. The terrible monster was surprised that the boy was still alive and conscious. In addition, he can talk. There was no end to his rage as he exerted his maximum demonic magic to kill Chen. Soon he gathered his strength and opened his mouth, prepared to perform his strongest melody. He even stood up from the throne so that the power of the song was maximum. The song sounded like the blue fire of hell, which could destroy everything around. The skeleton moved closer to Chen Dao, who continued to stand still. Soon the boy managed to form a magical bubble that protected him. And besides, thanks to her, he could strike counterattacks. The young man managed to withstand this battle, at the same time causing damage to the skeleton, breaking its bones. And when the opponent was destroyed, Chen Dao let out a sigh of relief as he barely managed to hold back his loudest roar. The demon's skeleton turned out to be quite rigid, and for the sake of a mighty roar, it tore itself to pieces. Meanwhile, the waves of this melody began to be felt by the people standing around the pavilion. Their ears were in pain. Ma Fei was the first to fall to his knees and began begging teacher Mao for help, and the woman immediately understood that these were the consequences of a demonic melody. However, it was not clear how the result of the 4th stage reached them. The inexplicable waves also touched the ears of Xiang Changsheng's head. Guan Hyung turned to the headmaster and asked him if he had heard the demonic melody. But the old man only answered that there is no need to worry about the young man because everything is definitely fine with him. And judging by the results of the test, the boy still managed to surprise the director. People on the street tried to cover their ears to reduce the damage, but it was no use. 13th then said that he had been working at the Suan Martial Academy for over 100 years, but he had never met anything like this. Another elder turned to him and said that the flash of the demon skeleton released a demonic melody that reached the Wanzang pavilion. And he replied that this very omen indicated that Chen Dao had lost his own soul. Ma Fei was happy to hear that, and was sure that if his opponent did not die, then his soul would be frozen to the bone. For example, Chen Dao had no chance to survive if he was under the influence of the demon melody for a long time. Suddenly, a whole and unharmed young man came out of the building and greeted everyone who was waiting for him. Chen Dao was completely satisfied with his work, even more so that he was able to prove his strength. The 13th elder thought that he was delirious, as he was sure of the boy's death. The same applied to others who did not believe that it was possible to resist the demonic melody. Soon, the elder turned to the warrior, and hoping for his defeat, asked if the boy had failed to pass the 4th stage. Then the men began to argue with each other, saying that Chen Dao did not pass the final stage because there was no other option. But suddenly another explosion sounded above their heads, which testified to the perfect end of the last test. And the elders could not believe that the 4th firework had just sounded. At that moment, people began to understand that she had managed to overcome this evil after all. And Ma Fei, out of jealousy, claimed that this could not be the case for a martial academy student to be able to pass all 4 stages for an A-class evaluation. Then the elder turned to the warrior and ordered him to tell how he managed to cheat. Chen Dao liked this interest in his person and power. The 13th was sure that the young man was a fraud, so he demanded an explanation as soon as possible. But the boy had conditions, namely, if he is called the second uncle, then he will tell. The elder did not want to humble himself and play by Chen's rules. Therefore, he turned to his colleague and said that the arrogant young man should be caught and interrogated. But the powerful teacher refused this idea and confirmed that Chen Dao was able to pass the 4th stage with his position, like he used dirty tricks. So the elder wanted to kill the young man in order to restore the integrity of Wanzang Pavilion. Hearing this, Chen Dao was ready to fight the old warrior, but he would not give up just like that. Soon, a respectable person came out to the men and ordered them to stop carrying such nonsense about killing each other. This was the supreme elder of Wanzang Pavilion, whom everyone respected so much. Therefore, as a greeting, every person bowed before him. But the man went to Chen Dao to congratulate him on his victory over all the trials. And as a promised reward, the elder threw him a bottle of fiery phoenix blood. The boy was happy that thanks to his strength and intelligence, he managed to get hold of this valuable thing. Holding the coveted treasure, Chen Dao thanked the supreme elder. Another elder, who aimed to destroy the young man, began to worry because he did not know how to explain all this action to the crown prince. Soon he and his colleague arrived at the young owner and said that he had failed to complete the mission. Then the young prince realized that he had greatly underestimated Chen Dao as an opponent. So the elder immediately wondered what he should do next, and the master told him that Chen and the company should return to the Huan Martial Academy. Therefore, it is necessary to intercept and kill him. But there was a nuance, what to do if the chairman brings charges against them. However, the crown prince said that he would take this responsibility upon himself and would figure it out. Therefore, the elders accepted the order and went to fulfill it. Meanwhile, Guanxiong told the director that the crown prince apparently targeted Chen Dao, but Xiang Changsheng thought that the boys should clash and fight, because it would serve as a growth for them. However, Heng worried that the power and strength of the crown prince was too great, so he would not kill Chen Dao. But regardless, Director Xiang didn't think so he was calm. Hyung noticed how Xiang Changsheng's mood changed, and the young man began to sympathize with him. Chen Dao and his mentor Mao were about to leave, but someone stopped them. These were the brothers of the elders who came to prevent the further life of the young warrior. And the teacher immediately understood that the 13th was planning something insidious. But the man tried to hide his intention and said that the guests were leaving the Xuan Martial Academy without even saying goodbye to the elder. The woman directly asked him if he was planning to attack them, because she felt something was wrong. And immediately standing in a fighting position, the elders replied that he was not going to attack the teacher. But as for Chen Dao, he was just a minor student of the Huan Academy, so nothing would have happened from his death. After Mao's mentor sensed danger, she also prepared for a possible battle. Meanwhile, another elder unexpectedly rushed at the young man, saying that he would destroy him. What he didn't know was that Chen Dao was armed and knew secret martial arts techniques. In addition, the young warrior is quite agile, so he quickly moved to another point, causing the old man to fall to the ground with all his might. 13th quickly turned around at the sound of the explosion, because before that he was busy talking with Mao, and the crippled elder, barely getting to his feet, admitted that he was careless. However, later, despite his condition, the man decided to make a second attack. But this time, Chen Dao not only defended himself, but also delivered an appropriate blow. The 13th did not interfere in the fight, but simply watched the boy's skill. The elder managed to land on his hands, and then he felt that his young opponent had a high fighting ability. Teacher Mao turned to old Huang as if he were a clown who had come to cheer them up before the road. The man couldn't believe Chen Dao's strength, so he decided to test him again. But this time, the boy was not going to play with him anymore, but wanted to finish. Huan flew incredibly far from the impact and fell, while begging for help from the 13th elder. And he, in turn, decided that he needed to run away as quickly as possible and flew to the rescue of his partner. After the fight was successfully completed, Teacher Mao told her student that it was time for them to go home. Meanwhile, the elders arrived at the crown prince and entered his chambers immediately with apologies. Huang said that he failed the mission because Chen Dao turned out to be incredibly strong. The young owner was annoyed by the fact that only one person affected his nerves so much, and they could not deal with her. But the elder said that it was all because of his incompetence in martial arts. Suddenly, the prince struck his subordinate with a powerful blow of fire. Old Huan breathlessly asked the owner why he did this to him. However, without admitting what he had done, the crown prince turned to the 13th elder and said that it was Chen Dao who had injured Huang in such a way, so he must be punished. From the fear of doing something wrong, the 13th threw himself into a frenzy, because he understood that for the failure of this task, unpleasant consequences could await him. But before letting the old man go, the crown prince asked him if they had some subordinates in the Huang Martial Academy with good abilities. 13th confirmed that these people were currently planning to enter the Xuan Martial Academy, and there were only 3 of them. Therefore, after hearing this, the master ordered that he inform the disciples to finish off Chen Dao. And if nothing works, then you need to prevent the boy from entering the Xuan Martial Academy. The elder accepted all the information and said that he would arrange everything as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the young man was on the 5th floor of the library of the Huan Martial Academy. Chen Dao concluded that with the blood of the fiery phoenix, he had only succeeded in reaching the 3rd level of the Huayu canon, although he also suited him best. Suddenly, someone approached the boy and angrily asked if he was Chen Dao. These were unknown warriors whom the young man had seen for the first time. They surrounded him from all sides. Chen Dao then immediately asked the stranger who he was, and the boy kindly said that his name was Lin Chaoyang. Chen's friends, who were nearby, immediately understood who it was about. Lin Chaoyang was one of the top 5 students in the academy, and there were rumors that he had a great patron behind him. Tadao did not know about this and asked the boy if he needed anything from him. One of Lin's friends intervened and asked Chen how he dared to talk to such a famous student like that. But this was because the young warrior had not forgotten his earlier acquaintance with Lin Chaoyang. After a little understanding of people, the young man realized that, judging by his behavior, this Lin was clearly not one of the good people. To hide his friend's rude behavior, Lin Chuan closed his mouth with one movement. And then he said that he didn't need anything. He just wanted to look at a person who had reached the Huayu canon, and then asked what level of understanding the boy had already reached. Chen Dao didn't understand why he needed this information, but he still said it regarding his 3rd level. With an evil laugh, Lin Chuan said that he was already able to reach the 5th level. However, there was one nuance, because Chen Dao didn't ask the boy's level, so he answered him like that. This angered Lin, so he told the young man not to be so arrogant. Like he had no right to behave like that, next to a powerful warrior. Suddenly at these words, Chen Dao asked him what Lin had for dinner that day. The man replied that, as usual, he dined on spiritual meat. But then he immediately asked what this information was for, and what it had to do with their conversation. Chen Dao said that from the looks of things, Brother Lin had eaten his fill of spirit meat. And he arrogantly confirmed that the more spiritual meat you eat, the more powerful you become. But suddenly his friend turned to the warrior and explained that it was about the fact that Lin was so full of stomach and didn't know what to do anymore. After hearing the truth, the boy forbade Chen Dao to scold him so meanderingly. Ta Chen said that Lin had come to him out of boredom to prevent him from achieving the Huayui canon, and that was exactly what the phrase, freak out of fat, meant. In response, Lin called the boy a scumbag, and then he began to threaten with his power. But Chen Dao said that he did not believe that this man would be able to cripple him. Therefore, in order to prove his strength, he extended his hand to him and emphasized his annoying character. But his friends immediately began to calm him down and said that it was forbidden to fight in this place. Lin Chuan then said that Chen was specifically taking him out to fight, only because it was forbidden to do so there. Therefore, he immediately offered to go to the battlefield, which was refused by Chen Dao. Lin immediately took this to mean that the student was afraid of him, and therefore refused. Ta Chen did not give him a specific answer, but only asked why he should listen to him and go somewhere, and then asked him to go pamper himself to another place and not to disturb him. Lin Chuan was only thinking about how to prove his brute strength to him, so he asked the boy once again if he was willing to go to the battlefield with him. Chen Dao said that even if you call him father, he will still not go anywhere. Lin then said that in that case, he would specifically hinder the boy from achieving the canon. It looked so stupid to Chen that he didn't even react to it. And then he emphasized again that Dao should not even think that he would be able to reach the Huayu canon today. The boy still did not respond to such threats, but only told the fool to get out of his way. Then he said that he would not even move from his place, and wondered what Tao would do in such a case. In order to show his capabilities, the boy grabbed the one who prevents him from training. He lifted the rude warrior high up to the ceiling and swung to throw him. And then, with all his might, he threw the ball into the cup of his friends, which resembled bowling. The boys were surprised at such a stranger's behavior, because they were used to their leader being always respected by everyone. Lin hit his head hard against the wall and sat on the ground, trying to regain consciousness. And then he rose to his feet and asked the teacher if he knew about the rule against fighting in the library. And despite such prohibitions, the boy said he knew about it. This infuriated his opponent even more, because he knew and still dared to strike him. And Chen Dao replied that he never plays by someone else's rules and stressed that Lin should remember this. The boy was not used to this attitude towards himself, so he did not know how to react to him. Setting himself up for a fight, Lin said that what was said earlier made sense, and since it did, he wouldn't play by the rules either. Then he charged forward, creating an incredible ball of flame in his hand. But suddenly, instead of winning, Lin received a slap in the face. Then he suddenly fell to the floor and his friends were again shocked by the course of events. Suddenly, Mao's mentor appeared in the hall, her stern expression evoking fear. Then all present fell on their knees before her and saluted their head. And the first thing the woman did was go to Lin Chuan and ask him if he didn't know that according to the rules of the library, fights are prohibited in it. The boy extended his finger towards Chen Dao and said that he had hit him first. But the teacher replied that she did not care who started the fight first, because now everyone is forbidden to strike. And then she emphasized that the Suan Academy entrance exam would begin soon, so she advised everyone to train hard. Mao's mentor disappeared as suddenly as she appeared. Then Chen Dao got down to business and started pouring water right in the middle of the room. Because of this, Lin Chuan asked what was the point of doing this, and the boy replied that this task corresponds to the vital spirit of the Huayu canon. Soon, the library had a whole magical waterfall filled with life force. Looking at the incredible sight, Lin Chuan said that it was indeed in accordance with the canon. However, he tried to show his 5th level by calling Chen a true 3rd-level fool. Like his own understanding corresponds to a higher level, and because of this, he is much stronger. Soon the match was completed, and Chen Dao said that the water had reached the frozen reality. and the system congratulated the guy on the level increase, because now the time regulation of the system will not be limited to 50 years. Suddenly, Lin Chuan came up from behind and mockingly asked if this was all that a boy with the 3rd level Huayu Canon eligibility could achieve. But the system gave a notification that its update was finished and the adjustment range was sometimes reduced to 500 years. Lin Chuan was angry because the boy did not respond to his words because he was busy with his own affairs. But hearing that the young man had sent him as far as possible, the man froze, motionless. And Chen Dao himself could not stop rejoicing at the fact that he was now able to ascend. Not understanding what he was talking about, Lin Chuan asked the boy where he was going to fly. But instead of an answer, the young warrior pushed him and told him not to disturb anymore. Chen Dao's next step was to reveal the Huayu Canon through the materialization of life-spirit correspondence. Lin Chuan just watched the boy's every move, not understanding what was happening. Meanwhile, the young warrior opened the mysterious bottle and inhaled its contents. After that, strange things began to happen to him, filling his body with energy. He began to shine like a bright star, radiating magical power. Everything around the boy began to rise to the mountain, and he calmly sat in the lotus position. Lin Chuan was surprised as he saw another appearance of matching life spirit. Chen Dao continued to sit motionless on the floor and manage things in the room. Suddenly, the pieces of paper turned into small pieces, and Lin noticed how the spirit of life shattered right before his eyes. He was surprised by this, because he considered Chen to be a rather weak student who would not be able to do this. Meanwhile, Chen felt that using the Flame Phoenix blood was much more interesting than he thought. He not only destroyed the vital spirit, but also moisturized and strengthened his body. Now his physical strength has increased at least twice. And Lin Chuan, instead of being proud of the boy, said that he had never seen anything like Chen. Said because he had just received the life spirit, and immediately smashed it. Then he started laughing loudly and called the young student a loser. Chen Dao didn't want to tolerate these words coming his way anymore, so he decided to attack. He punched Lin Chuan squarely in the stomach with all his might to finally silence him. And he could not withstand such a blow and fell over on his own. But he still did not want to admit defeat and called Chen delusional. But this is due to the fact that Chairman Mao just banned fights, and he took up his own again. But Chen Dao said that he did not beat him. The boy prevented him from passing, so he pushed him. And that was the first time Lin recognized the genius of the young man, who could find an excuse for anything. However, Chen did not pay attention to this, as he was busy thinking that it was time to continue to achieve the Huayu Canon. Then he decided that if the skills were not enough, it was necessary to make up for them. So he asked the system to change the time for the Huayu Canon to 500 years. Lin still did not go away and wondered if the boy was going to reach the canon again. But he was sure that with Chen Dao's skills, he could not achieve more. However, suddenly a strange silhouette of energy began to form above the young warrior. This was the process of Huayu Canon's aura transitioning to the 4th level. Lin Chuan tried not to panic, saying that the boy was just lucky this time, because his own understanding of the 5th level never compares. But the magical waterfall continued to pour over Chen Dao, and it was at that moment that the 5th level was reached. Lin's friends understood what was happening, but they were surprised how the boy managed to raise his level by 2 whole units so quickly. However, the transformation did not end there, but began even more. This indicated a new aura that was moving to the 6th level. Lin Chuan was shocked at what he saw because there weren't many people in the academy who could reach the 6th level. But Chen Dao decided not to stop there, so he continued his rebirth. Poor Lin could no longer believe his eyes and hoped that it was just a dream. But suddenly his friends came up to him and emphasized that this is reality. The man got angry because of this. He would not have asked his friend to speak. But he continued to wonder how the boy managed to reach the 8th level in such a short time. And he understood that this was not the end. But he hoped that the young man would not break through to the 9th level. It was impossible. In the entire history of Huan Academy, only Chen Suyan had managed to reach the 9th level. And according to those around him, Chen Dao could not be equal to such a warrior. And while the man was distracted by his own memories, Chen managed to break through to the 9th level. The boy gained incredible strength, which was extremely difficult for everyone present in the library. They didn't believe in Chen Dao's abilities because he was the first to acquire such power so quickly. Therefore, those around them immediately began to bow to the younger Chen, of whom they were so proud. The boy was happy that he had finally succeeded in the 9th level of the strongest life spirit. But in addition to the transformation, it was necessary to engage in rapprochement. The rapprochement process looked incredible and bright, so that people could not watch it with their eyes open. Soon the young man reached the stage where he still had a little to go. The people around were a little scared because the aura looked scary and deadly. But at the most crucial moment, the aura nevertheless broke through and threw everyone around to the floor with its force. They didn't understand why the impulse could be so powerful, because even if it corresponds to the 9th canon of Huayu, he cannot possess such power. Suddenly something strange happened to Chen Dao, as if his consciousness had changed. He got to his floating island, which was his seat of power. After reaching the 9th level of the Huayu Cannon, this place became much larger, and suddenly a small solar ball appeared in space. She was burning like a real fiery star, but in reality she was the boy's soul. In addition, the substance could change shape, but at the same time it remained the same bright. Watching this process, Chen Dao realized that his soul was being transformed. She continued to change, and at one point took on the physical features of her owner. The soul became his copy, and besides very strong. Therefore, he decided that it was necessary to go out as soon as possible and test the new powers of his soul. So gathering his strength and continuing the fusion, the boy tried to return to reality. Suddenly he remembered Lin Chuan, who wanted to compete with him so badly. Therefore, returning to the world, the boy immediately turned to his opponent and agreed to fight on his terms. Now, not hearing consent from Lin, the boy turned and ordered him to follow him. Such a sudden agreement was strange to Lin Chuan. He still did not accept the fact that the boy, having reached the 9th level, would be able to defeat him. Meanwhile, the elder turned to Miss Qin and told her the news that there had been an announcement of a woman's promotion to Heavenly Demon. Miss Qin haughtily accepted this news because she wanted to tell everyone about it. But she had a question why the head of the sect had not told her about it earlier. But, according to the elder's information, the sect head wanted to take advantage of her defeat at the Huang Martial Academy to directly cancel her quota. Then the woman became angry because she did not understand who said that the place of the Heavenly Demon can be removed at will. But, to put it simply, the sect leader wanted to hand over the place of the Heavenly Demon to his son Feng Xiaotian. But the old man warned Miss Qin that it would not be easy to handle this matter. But the self-confident woman did not see any obstacles for herself, so she ignored this news. And to solve a new problem, she decided to choose the murder of a competitor. The elder was surprised at the chosen path to the place of power, but could not prevent it. Miss Qin immediately asked about the location of the human demon sect's defensive formation. And when her husband asked her what she was planning to do, she just turned around and left. Her behavior was not unambiguous, because at first she ordered the old man to go away and then called her with her. Soon they moved to a magical place that looked like a powerful engine. It was there that most of the human demon sect's defensive formations were controlled, and the other part was under the control of the sect head. Then Miss Qin wondered who was the boss in this place, and the elder reluctantly replied that he was the son of the sect head, Feng Xiaotian. Suddenly, the aforementioned boy appeared in the middle of the room with his assistants. The elder immediately asked the young leader what he was doing there, and he replied to Elder Zhu that this is his territory, and he should be asked about such things. But the old man said with a trembling voice that he and Miss Qin Yue had come there for an excursion. The guy turned to the woman saying that he knew her, because it was she who received the place of a heavenly demon immediately after joining the sect. But immediately, Feng Xiaotian proudly said that this place was now his, to which he heard greetings from the lady. Then the young man called the woman a real beauty and decided that he would give her a chance to become his wife. But in the future, he will be able to take her to a higher sect. Elder Zhu understood that a bad situation was coming, and Feng Xiaotian did not understand what he was getting himself into. After such an offer, the woman asked the boy in a seductive voice if she should thank him for this. And he said that thanks are not necessary. Good service will be enough for him. The young leader came too close to Miss Qian, which is why he got slapped by me. The humiliated boy called the girl insolent, who hit him and was not aware of her position. Therefore, the young man immediately ordered his guards to seize his offender. But even with such big men as those men, nothing happened because they themselves suffered. Feng Xiaotian knelt down and addressed his crippled guards. He did not understand how Miss Qian had allowed herself to resist, and moreover behaved rudely in the human demon sect. Therefore, not restraining his aggression, the boy took out a cold weapon and running at the woman said that he would kill her. But she replied that such a scum like him is not even worthy to attack her. So Miss Qian was able to knock down the boy with one wave of her hand and repel the attack. At that moment, Feng Xiaotian released the defensive weapon from his hands, leaving him completely defenseless. Therefore, he had no choice but to start threatening his father. But imperceptibly, Miss Qian grabbed the boy's weapon to kill him. So she said in a warning voice that he would not have a chance to meet his father. Feng Xiaotian then turned to Elder Zhu and ordered him to kill the traitor who had decided to start a rebellion. But the old man did not answer the order, but stood motionless on the side. However, the boy, not losing hope, again ordered the guard Chu to fulfill his will. And then Miss Qian intervened in the conversation, saying that there was no point in calling Zhu. Seeing that the woman had a sword in her hands, Feng immediately began to beg for mercy. However, the lady said that it was too late and suddenly swung the weapon. After one movement of the blade, the bloody body of the young leader became lifeless. Meanwhile, Elder Zhu didn't say a word because he knew that he could end up the same way through Miss Qian's hands. Elder Zhu turned to Miss Qin and cautiously said that she was acting quite impulsively, because Feng Xiaotian is the only son of the sect leader, and if he agrees that the woman killed his heir, then it will be bad for everyone. But the enraptured miss did not even have the desire to listen to these teachings, so she immediately moved on to her request. She ordered the elder to go to the medicine pavilion and find some medicinal plants for the elixir, but after the announced task, the woman saw a dissatisfied face in her subordinate. Therefore, to test the elder's loyalty, she asked him if he would dare not to go. The old man tried to act dignified because he was under the manipulative influence of Miss Chin. However, he could not go against her, so he said that he would do everything. And after that he bowed and, calling himself an old servant, once again emphasized that he would fulfill every order. Meanwhile, Chen Dao and Lin Chuan met on the battlefield, and the latter believed that the young man was overestimating his abilities. People who wanted to see the battle had already gathered around them. They also believed that the boy, although quite strong, did not reach Brother Lin's level. Tachuan was quite happy that his opponent agreed to compete with him, because he was sure that on this day he would be able to kill him on legal grounds and a large audience would see it. Then Chen Dao turned to the boy and said that he was laughing at his uncle like the last fool. Lin took this as an insult to him and said that he would make the young warrior bow in repentance before him. The battle was about to begin, but Chen Dao suddenly stopped his opponent because he had something to say, and his first question was who sent Lin to him to cause him problems. Lin Chuan immediately replied that he was not the messenger, but had his own desire to defeat the boy. Chen realized that the opponent still refused to tell the truth, so he changed his attitude towards him. After hearing the answer, he said that he would not feel sorry for Lin. The boy did not understand these words, so he asked why the young man should feel guilty. Because he is a powerful Lin Chuan who can run away from anyone in 3 moves. And first he used the technique of a fierce tiger that bursts into the sky. But he missed a lot, so he didn't even touch Chen Dao, who also had crown moves. And one of them was a monkey squeezing peaches. Then the boy hit the man in the lower abdomen with all his might. From the damage he received, Lin Chuan flew far into the sky, feeling excruciating pain. And after that, he landed painfully somewhere in the bushes, leaving a pile of dust from his fall. He was lying on the ground and curled up from the pain in the lower part of his body. The guests who watched called Chen Dao's reception insidious, but it all resembled children's toys. Soon, Lin Chuan returned to the battle arena and said that it was despicable to use such a method, so he craved revenge. After that, he waved and said that if Chen is so capable, then let him compete face to face. And as soon as he stretched out his hand in Chen Dao's direction, he already had time to deliver another blow, calling the opponent too slow. After this attack, the man again flew to the farthest point of the site. A bloodied Lin Chuan lay on the floor and couldn't believe that he had fallen again because of Chen Dao's mighty power. After that, he gathered all his strength into a fist and said that it was impossible. He was sure that despite his wounds, he would never lose to this boy. Therefore, the matter then touched on magic, and the man began to call for help. Suddenly, a giant wolf appeared on the battlefield, having 3 eyes filled with anger and the desire to kill. Chen Dao was quite small compared to the animal, so he looked down on it. It was a spirit beast of the lineage. Lin Chuan had been cultivating a spirit animal all this time, although this method of awakening was lost many years ago. Lin Chuan told Chen Dao that he would honor him, and the young man would die from his reception, which he had been putting off until the Xuanwu Academy exams. He was certain that his bloodline spirit beast would tear the opponent to pieces. But to such threats, Chen Dao replied that Lin's face was swollen from the blows he had received, and he continued to brag. Enraged even more, Lin Chuan ordered his beast to eat the young man. Then she immediately attacked, but Chen managed to jump over her and dodge. The pedigree spirit animal looked as if it was created from an astral body. So Chen wondered if his soul could take control of the monster. Concentrating a piece of his soul in his fingers, the boy directed it at the beast. Lin Chuan didn't see exactly what was happening, so he continued to mock Chen and said that he must have never met such animals. Meanwhile, the young warrior still managed to concentrate energy, which he inflicted on the wolf as damage. After that, the animal growled loudly from severe pain. The boy managed to eliminate the monster and lay its body on the ground. After witnessing the agony of his bloodline spirit beast, Lin Chuan immediately rushed to him to somehow resuscitate him. But he did not know exactly what to do because the reason why the wolf fell down was unknown. And while he was thinking about such a loss, Chen Dao managed to strike the man as well, beating him to the point of blood. After one hit, Lin lay down next to his spirit beast, exhausted from the attacks he received. However, he was prevented from trying to get to his feet by Chen, who put his foot directly on the enemy's neck, holding his breath a little. However, the young warrior had only one goal: to finally find out who sent Lin to him. Despite the torture, the injured boy still maintained that he was not the messenger. Chen Dao did not understand why he was still resisting and not telling the truth to save himself. Therefore, in order to press the boy, he kicked him in the stomach, which caused even more bleeding. After this movement, Chen again asked the opponent if he dared to finally answer the question. However, at this time, Lin replied that he would not say, because he is quite principled. And since they are both in the Huang Martial Academy, killing Chen Yu will not get away with it. And then, to get the information accurately, Chen Dao used the same sneaky trick, the monkey squeezing peaches. From the pain that ran through his whole body, Lin Chuan shouted that after this, they would not live under the same sky. Therefore, Chen Dao said his last words, saying that if he does not hear an answer now, he will increase the power of this technique several times. Only after such threats, Lin Chuan finally could not resist and named the crown prince, who ordered him to attack the young man. Hearing the answer, Chen Dao thought about this person who wished him dead. For reasons unknown to the boy, the young leader still refused to let him go, and Lin told him that Chen had focused the crown prince's wrath on himself. Therefore, as a means of salvation, the boy had better pack his things and run as far as possible, or death will catch up with him. Chen Dao noticed that there were others who wanted him dead. Namely, it was all the people of the crown prince, which was in the top 10, besides Chu Yun and Liu Rui. After hearing all the information, Chen Dao said that he would have a good time with the prince. Shouting the names of Zhen Guohu and the crown prince, the boy said that he would not let any of them go just like that. Soon the young man finished the battle victorious and went to the forest, where he called Miss Qin Yue. He had to meet with the woman to resolve the issues, so he waited for the meeting. Suddenly, a silhouette dressed in a camouflage cloak jumped out from behind the bushes. It was an elder who called Mr. Chen quite punctual. The boy was surprised that only the old man came, and Qin Yue was not there. But the man explained that the young miss was busy with a very important matter. Therefore, Chen Dao decided to go straight to the question of why he was being called. The old man then asked if the young warrior knew about Mrs. plan to destroy the entire demonic sect. Chen heard this information for the first time and called Qin Yue crazy because she herself is in the human demon sect. So the boy did not understand why she would destroy her. But the old man said that this should not bother the young man. He just needed to know that Miss Qin was sincerely cooperating with him. Chen laughed at the word sincerity, because he knew exactly what kind of person she was. That's why he couldn't decide on her sincerity. Suddenly the old man pointed his finger and told the young man to look there. Suddenly an unknown glow formed directly between the two of them, serving as a portal. And Chen Dao was shocked by what he saw. The dead body of Feng Xiangtian, who had been killed by Miss Qin's hands, appeared in front of him. And the old man explained that the woman suddenly decided to destroy the son of the head of the sect in order to pave the way for a career. So after that, the man asked Chen if this was enough to demonstrate Qin Yue's sincerity. Chen Dao commented on Mrs. behavior that she is determined and ruthless in her actions towards the people around her. And in this case, he decided that he could believe in her sincerity. Therefore, I wanted to start discussing a detailed plan. The old man agreed with this, calling the young man quite straightforward. The discussion of the plan took place in the same quiet place, among mountains and trees. The elder said that he had given everything to Mr. Chen that Miss Qin asked him to convey. Therefore, having completed his mission, the man used the teleportation technique and instantly disappeared. Suddenly, Teacher Mao, who had heard the whole conversation, came out from behind the trees and asked the disciple about Qin Yue, who does incredible things. The boy did not know about the persecution, but he told the teacher that the woman was ruthless in her actions and would do anything to achieve her goals. But the mentor only had one question, whether Chen Dao was really ready to trust this miss. The young man replied that he trusted his intuition, and if Qin Yue cooperates from the inside, then maybe he will be able to defeat the human demon sect. Then Teacher Mao asked if that woman could specifically lure them into a trap, and the young man replied that it was impossible. She said she wanted to cooperate with him because last time she lost because of Chen, which led to the loss of power in the human demon sect. In this case, Mrs. Mao decided that she needed to go to her sister and discuss the matter. Soon the entire team was assembled to destroy the sect. People were sure that if she disappeared, it would be a great achievement for their Huang Martial Academy. After that, the number of places to enter the Suan Martial Academy will increase significantly. But the teachers doubted that despite the number of seats, the human demon sect had crippled many of their students over the years. Therefore, there is irreconcilable enmity between them. Then the headmistress turned to Chen Dao and asked about the latest new ones from the human demon sect. The boy added that Qin Yue was ready and they could attack at any moment. The woman was satisfied with this answer, because she had wanted to visit them for a long time. So in that case, she ordered the entire team to hit the road and begin the invasion. Soon enough, motivated people reached the human demon sect. Arriving at the giant iron gates, they waited for the signal to begin. First, an elder came to them and said that Mr. Chen was indeed trustworthy. Said because he has incredible fortitude and responsibility. But the boy immediately asked him about Miss Qin Yue's training. The man reported that everything was ready and invited the young warrior to go with him, and also said that the large formation of the mountain is under the control of my lady, so you can attack at any time. The outraged warriors longed for the death of their enemies, so they wanted to start as soon as possible. Therefore, seeing the passion in the people's eyes, the elder said that he would guide them and show them the way. Suddenly, Chen Dao shouted for everyone to stop and pay attention to him. The boy decided that he alone would enter the sect of Libdin Ottomans, and the others should wait outside. Then the elder asked if the young man did not trust his lady. However, the boy wanted to be very careful, so he decided that it would be better that way. Finally, Mao's mentor turned to him, who asked the young warrior to be careful, and he thanked him with a smile on his face and asked not to worry about him. The headmistress then told her sister that Chen Dao had the highest talent and was scrupulous, so there was no need to stop him. After that, Mao asked the sister what she planned to give the annuals as a reward when the human demon sect was destroyed. But the director replied that it was still too early to think about any awards. However, teacher Mao did not think so and reported that she had already thought it through. The director wondered what crazy idea her sister had come up with this time. That woman said that in the event that the human demon sect was destroyed, the headmistress should give Chen Dao the same reward that she gave Chen Suyan. But according to the manager, it was an unprecedented award, because even Chen Suyan had not yet fully understood her. But according to Mao, Chen Dao would be worthy of it if he succeeded. Her sister then said that she would think about it after the mission was over. Meanwhile, the elder brought Chen Dao to Miss Qin Yue. The lady immediately turned to the young warrior and asked if he did not trust her because they did not even know each other. But the boy had no desire to waste time on these conversations, so he asked the woman to take him to a large defensive formation. He wanted to see with his own eyes how it would be removed. Miss was a little upset because they didn't get to kiss, so she called the guy so boring. Meanwhile, there was a gathering in the main hall of the human demon sect. It concerned the fact that the chairman's son had disappeared without any reason and was still listed as missing. The head was angry because of this, and his subordinates tried to calm him down and said that they had already searched the entire sect, but they still did not find the young head Fen. The commander ordered everyone to continue the search, and if something happened to his son, everyone in the room would die. Then one of the servants said that he recently heard the young chairman talking to Qin Yue, and besides, she repeatedly checked the sect's defensive formation. After hearing this, the man ordered that Qin Yue be brought to him for a conversation. Meanwhile, the woman led Chen Dao to a large formation that was controlled from here. It was then that the boy could begin to trust her. Chen Dao decided that in such a case, he did not want to waste time and must immediately destroy the human demon sect's defensive formation. The woman liked the fighting spirit of her colleague, so she agreed with his words. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a voice that asked what Qin was doing in this place. It was the head of the sect along with his small army of protectors. The man emphasized that the large defensive formation was an important place, so the question that Qin Yue had forgotten there did not leave him. The woman said in a shaky, unsure voice that she was giving a tour. Then the chairman immediately pointed his finger at Chen Dao and asked who he was. And Miss Qin said that it was her half-brother who had come to look at their powerful sect. The man was surprised because he had not heard of his half-brother before, so he immediately asked his name, and the boy introduced himself uncertainly, worrying that their whole plan would not fall apart at one moment. However, the chief was most interested in whether the young warrior had seen his son Feng Xiaotian. Miss Qin Yue replied that she had never met a young man with that name before. That's when the head of the sect suspected something was wrong, so he thought about this woman. And then he said that he had already heard about how she met with the young head and discussed something with him. Milady's look changed a lot, but she understood that she needed to lie further in order to destroy this sect, so she pretended that she really remembered one meeting with a boy. However, she later added that she had never seen him again, so she could not say more. After hearing that, the chairman said that he could not trust her. Therefore, he offered to search her soul to make sure of her innocence. At this moment, Miss Qin began to worry because the skills of the demonic sect allowed her to look at the soul as if it were a physical thing. The man immediately saw the lady's excitement, so he also asked if she really had something to hide. Concentrating his energy on the woman, the head ordered her to tell everything she had in mind. But Qin Yue held on tight, because with one wrong step, her life could end. After considering everything, the lady said that she was ready for the search and allowed the head to do it. The man was happy with the satisfactory answer and was ready to spare the miss if there were no problems with her. And as soon as he extended his hand to her, Qin shouted loudly about the start of the attack. But the sect leader managed to grab her hand tightly, because he felt that something would be wrong with Qin and his guess was confirmed. And then he added that Miss Qin's desperate plan had failed because it would spare her life. Suddenly, Chen Dao jumped up from behind, who, taking out his weapon, invited everyone present to admire his skillful techniques. The man didn't even have time to look when a young warrior appeared behind him, and to protect himself from Chen's blows, he had to let go of Qin Yue, which only played into her hands. Jumping back to a safe distance, the head called the woman a traitor and asked why she decided to do this to the human demon sect. And she, in turn, was surprised that the commander himself did not understand the reason. However, she explained that she had already been promoted to a heavenly demon. However, the man arbitrarily gave it to his talentless son. But the head did not see a problem in this, because he never understood how Qin got permission to be promoted to a heavenly demon. Because Feng Yunhai is the head of the sect and can rule all places, even in the heavenly demon sect. But Qin Yue would not tolerate anything being taken from her, so she was eager to flay Yunhai. The man laughed and said that the human demon sect was his territory, so he asked the lady how she had the confidence to say such things. Therefore, immediately after these words, the man rushed at the competitor and wanted her to take revenge for her son. Suddenly, someone entered the hall and stopped the angry head. It was Elder Ju who said that the man didn't need to kill this traitor. He could deal with her himself. The old man immediately turned to Qin Yue, saying that he did not expect her to be such a person, so he would finish her off. In order not to get his hands dirty, Yunhai still decided to give this matter to the elder. But there was something he didn't know. Namely, Ju is Miss Qin's subordinate and loyal servant, so he acted cunningly and aimed his blow at the sect head's back. Due to the terrible and unexpected pain, Feng Yunhai fell to the ground, not understanding what had happened. Exhausted, the man asked Ju Wei if he also dared to betray him. Chen Dao was just watching everything, and he definitely did not expect such a turn in the plot. Then he suddenly realized that Qin Yue is truly a master in his field. The head of the human demon sect tried to gather his strength to at least stand on his feet. His face was bloodied, but he still uttered his last words, that he wished death to all who dared to betray him. Chen Dao then dared to order the leader to disable the formation by himself. But Qin Yue told the boy not to worry as they had agreed on a further plan of action. Miss Qin Yue also ordered the sect leader to destroy the formation, and he replied that he wanted to see how, in his presence, they would destroy it themselves. And immediately after these words, a terrible explosion rang out in the part of the hall where the formation was located. Feng Yunhai did not expect that his words would be fulfilled so quickly, because he said it as a form of manipulation. Suddenly, through the smoke created by the explosion, an unknown silhouette began to appear. It was another elder who fulfilled his duty and destroyed the formation with his own hands. The head of the sect was terribly angry and said that because of this he would flay everyone. And Miss Qin immediately turned to Chen Dao and ordered him to contact his people as soon as possible. The boy accepted the order and had a plan to quickly notify the other team about the beginning of the invasion. He took out explosives in the form of fireworks and launched them directly into the roof. The headmistress of the Martial Academy understood that it was a secret signal from Chen Dao, and then she ordered all the members of the Huang Martial Academy to obey her command and run to attack, destroying the human demon sect. The mighty elders flew as fast as they could to eradicate the demons, which was the duty of their generation. Meanwhile, Feng Yunhai suffered from his own magic and told everyone to leave the sect and leave him alone. His magic spread around and swept everyone off their feet except for Chen and Qin, who were much stronger. Miss then told the young warrior that they would not be able to stand for long unless the people of the Huang Martial Academy matured. The guy tried to calm his partner down and told her that the team would arrive soon. But the sect head had something to say to Qin Yue about her choice. Therefore, he decided to do as the woman wished and kill her first. Miss Qin Yue didn't expect to feel such a strong impulse from Feng, because it turned out to be stronger than she imagined. The man was surprised that the woman was only now guessing about his strength, but it was already too late. And just as he rushed to his victim, Chen Dao, whom everyone had long forgotten, entered the battle. Unfortunately, the young warrior hit only the hand of the head with his blow, which did not seriously injure him. Therefore, Feng managed to push the boy away to return to his business with Qin. Then Chen realized that it would be difficult for him, as he was the most dangerous enemy he had ever faced. And Feng Yunhai only noticed that the young man managed to shake his punch with his strength. Qin Yue then intervened to say that Chen Dao's strength should not be underestimated, after which she thanked him. It was during that one punch that the woman noticed that Chen had become stronger again. The boy said that there was no need for thanks. Since Qin was the only leader, she could not die. Suddenly, a bunch of guards ran to the hall who asked their leader what happened, and he replied that they came just in time. Since Qin Yue and Zhu Wei rebelled against him, they must be killed mercilessly. The guys did not expect such a betrayal from their former colleagues, so they were surprised at what they heard. And the chairman decided to recognize Qin's courage, but not her brain. After all, if she managed to destroy the formation of the sect, this does not mean that she will succeed in the rebellion. However, the woman replied that she never does something that she is not 100% sure of. The man had no desire to continue chatting as he craved revenge. Therefore, he ordered his servants to kill Qin Yue for him. Soon the head of the sect prepared the guards, and they rushed to kill. The men were armed with swords, so they could easily decapitate Qin and Chen. Suddenly, the director of the combat academy entered the fight to defend the leader, who was able to put the big men on the floor with one movement. Feng Yunhai couldn't believe that Academy Principal Huang had dared to come to his human demon sect. And the woman said that she only came because that day was the day of the destruction of the sect. The man called the powerful woman a scoundrel because she came to his territory. Then the headmistress ordered the entire army of the Huang Martial Academy to join the destruction of the human demon sect. Suddenly, Feng Yunhai and his guards were surrounded by a large academy army that was made up of outstanding warriors. The man couldn't understand where Qin Yue had the confidence to conspire with the Martial Academy, and he emphasized that they have been enemies of demons since ancient times. And the woman replied that it is her style to use everything that can bring victory. Therefore, she ordered the army to attack and kill every last human demon. The powerful elders easily defeated the young boys who were in Feng Yunhai's guard, and the director of the combat academy managed to deal severe damage to the head of the sect with just one wave of her hand. At that moment, his guards were distracted to save their master, which was a big mistake for them. The men informed Feng that the Huang Martial Academy had come prepared. Therefore, his army is completely defenseless, and they cannot resist. Then the director of the academy approached the mutilated head and told him to accept his own death. He could barely stand on his feet, but still did not believe that he could be defeated and destroyed. After which he emphasized again that they are on his territory, so nothing will happen. And then, Feng immediately rushed to make formation thanks to dark magic. Miss Qin Yue reminded him that the formation was already destroyed, so there was nothing to rebuild. Suddenly the whole room was filled with smoke, which quickly filled the area. As it turned out, the sect's formation was set in the air, so it could be restored. Feng Yunhai began to rejoice because this place can only be controlled by a part of the human demon sect, and the head takes control over most of it. Namely, it was about the core of the air formation that he possessed. Soon, a demonic skull began to appear above Feng Yunhai, and the magic emanating from it spread throughout the hall. The skull opened its jaw and a terrible sound began to emanate from it, which was painful for everyone present. People began to lose their minds and suffer from sound waves that passed through their bones. The headmistress of the academy tried to hold on, but she realized that a demonic song attack had begun. Feng Yunhai was sure that everyone present would die from the demonic melody because they couldn't stand it. But the man was not limited to this and decided to add physical strength to the fight. He rushed towards the director and gave her a strong blow. The human demon was sure that ordinary people couldn't handle the demon song of his demonic sect. The warriors felt that they could not stand it, because the demon song was too ominous, so they were unable to resist. One of the men turned to the headmistress and said that people had lost their battle because of the demon's song. But she ordered them to keep going, because it was impossible to let their efforts go to waste. Feng Yunhai couldn't calm down regarding the woman who mightily withstood the attack, so he rushed at her again to kill his opponents faster. He was eager to kill everyone who came to him from the Huang Martial Academy. Teacher Mao understood that their business was going very badly. Therefore, she rushed to protect her sister with her own strength and used magic against the head of the sect. However, the man managed to dodge the teacher's blow and keep his strength. He said that Mao is quite strong because she did not lose her fighting power under the influence of the demon song. So he decided to demonstrate the true demonic power of the melody. The man ordered the skeleton head to break into the demon's attack song. Due to the terrible attack, the elder asked how they should proceed, because it was already impossible to fight under the influence. They could win only by destroying this formation. The question then came to Miss Qin Yue to leave the people of the Huang Martial Academy and retreat. The woman was furious because all her calculations had been made in vain, but she was not going to put up with such a result. One of the members of the Martial Academy turned to Chen Dao and asked if he was doing well. The guy replied that he was fine, and noticed that this man was not affected by the song. Ta Lin Hu replied with joy that it did not affect him. The demonic song continued to have incredible effects on people, knocking them off their feet. The head of the sect was mad with his power and kept saying that everyone would die. Then Chen Dao turned to his acquaintance and asked him to help him. Lin Hu happily agreed, because they were the only ones who could control their consciousness and continue to fight. And at the moment when Feng Yunhai attacked Teacher Mao, Chen intervened between them and was able to protect his teacher. Because of this, the sect leader realized that there were people who were not affected by the power of the demonic song. And from the other side, he was attacked by Lin Hu, who unexpectedly kicked the man. So the boys managed to temporarily stop the enemy and give the other soldiers of the combat academy an opportunity to recover. The elders were surprised at what they saw, because they did not expect that someone would be able to control himself during the demonic song. They considered Chen Dao and Lin Hu to be true martial arts gods because they could endure. And Qin Yue began to admire Chen very much, who was growing right before her eyes. Feng Yunhai could barely get up from the floor and muttered that he would not forgive such treatment. But then, he gathered his strength and ordered the demon to use a stunning song that would destroy all the warriors of the Battle Academy. Obediently carrying out the order, the demon began to growl a deadly song at the top of his lungs. Warriors who were weaker immediately fell under the influence. Their minds and brains changed while they heard these hellish sound waves. Teacher Mao and the headmistress of the academy also began to feel worse, but they were more concerned about their team. Once upon a time, powerful warriors fell to their knees and shouted that they would no longer be able to withstand such an attack. The director has already come to terms with the fact that her team does not have enough strength to not only resist, but also fight for victory. The demon song also affected the brave Miss Qin Yue and her elders, who were not prepared for such a turn of the war. The woman also began to admit that her strength was wasted and that she could no longer endure. However, her attention fell on Chen Dao and Lin Hu, who stood steadfastly and were ready to fight on. Miss was surprised because Chen Dao was still holding on, so the last hope was on him. However, suddenly the boy began to move along with the sound waves that enveloped him like a blanket. At that moment, Qin realized that it was no longer possible to think about victory if even a young warrior was influenced. The boy fell to his knees and admitted that he could no longer resist the song. These words seemed strange to Miss Qin because she had never heard Chen Dao say that it was difficult and painful for him before. Lin Hu, who was feeling great, was scared because he was the only one left on his feet. But then Chen Dao hid his gaze and winked at his partner, hinting at a devious plan. At first, Lin Hu did not understand what the young man wanted from him, but he quickly got his bearings. After that, the steadfast Lin also fell on his knees and uttered words of recognition of defeat. Chen Dao's plan played into the boy's hands, as the sect leader began to relent and said that everyone who tried to hurt him would not stand up again. Therefore, the man first came closer to Chen and, extending his hand to his head, said that it was time to kill the traitors. Just then, the perfect moment came as Lin Hu nimbly stood up and wanted to attack. The boy managed to prevent the sect leader from harming Chen, and he also dealt heavy damage to Feng. The man suddenly flew away due to the force of the attack, and was surprised at how quickly it all happened. Chen Dao then rose to his feet as well, and jokingly asked Lin how he managed not to be affected by the demon song. And the guy, maintaining humor, replied that it was because of his excess weight. Feng Yunhai did not understand what was happening, because the young disciple was constantly unaffected by the demon song. Therefore, the old man decided that he would kill the hardy boys himself. He used dark magic and struck Lin Hu with a heavy blow, causing him damage. The boy realized that the cultivation level of the sect head was much higher than his, so he definitely wouldn't be able to cope. The man was proud of himself and kept saying that he was the only one and invincible. Therefore, he decided to deal with Chen Dao. But while he was looking for him in the hall, the boy managed to get behind him and deliver a sneaky blow. The young warrior bravely said that he still remained unscathed among everyone in the hall. Feng Yunhai then realized that the young man had been pretending from the beginning. However, he still did not understand how he managed to resist the demonic melody. Teacher Mao was surprised and asked her sister how the boys managed to hold back if the song affected everyone but them. But then she remembered that Chen Dao had already passed the demon song level at the Suan Martial Academy, and that was probably why he was so resilient. As for Lin Hu, it was unbelievable. Meanwhile, Chen Dao bought time for himself by maiming the sect head. However, now it was necessary to deal with the formation of the demon song. Chen Dao thought out the plan in detail and came to the point that he needed to climb up to the mighty skull in order to destroy it. His teacher Mao was afraid for her student, because she did not know about his plan of action. But Miss Qin Yue calmed her down and explained that Zor Qi was going to destroy the formation in the air. Because only by destroying it, the army of the Combat Academy will be able to turn defeat into victory. But one thing they didn't know was how Chen Dao was going to do it. Feng Yunhai was sure that the boy would not succeed and was overestimating himself for nothing. It was as if he was asking himself to die, being so close to the source of the powerful demonic song. But the young warrior continued towards his goal and realized that the problem was not only the demon song, but also his overwhelming demonic ki. It was right in the mouth of the lifeless skeleton's head, so it was inaccessible. However, the boy managed to see her, so he knew what to do first. Unfortunately, his path was quite difficult, because the closer you are to the source of the song, the more damage you receive and the harder it is to hold back. Teacher Mao was afraid for Chen Dao because his actions were dangerous. But her sister stopped her and said that they could not help him now, even if they all got up together. The demon song harms them, so all that was left was to rely on the young man. Feng Yunhai called the boy a scumbag, saying that he was still in danger of the death he chose. Fortunately, Chen Dao survived the demon song torture back in the Suan Martial Academy, because otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to hold on. Soon the boy was close to his goal and grabbed the mighty sword with which he wanted to destroy the demonic force. He was sure that now everything depended on the power of his sword that he had given him. Feng Yunhai ordered the skull to gut the young man with its song. Chen Dao could see his goal, so despite the fact that the demonic melody had become stronger, he still continued to climb upward. The boy tried to reduce the attack of the song with his sword, which seemed to chop the sound waves. Feng Yunhai didn't know that it really helped to reduce the power of the song, so he laughed at the young man, saying that he had come to enjoy himself. Suddenly the demonic passage began to crack, and soon it completely shattered into small pieces. The sect leader couldn't believe his eyes because the demonic song was his strongest weapon that never failed. The director of the Combat Academy said with relief that the young warrior managed to do it. And his mentor Mao proudly said that she was confident in Chen Dao, as he was her student. Miss Qin Yue, who had already lost hope of realizing her plan, was surprised at how the boy managed to do it. But as for sect leader Feng Yunhai, who had failed to protect his own formation, he was furious with rage. Then the headmistress turned to all the students of the Huang Martial Academy and ordered them to carry out her order. namely to destroy the human demon sect. The warriors only shouted that the members of the demonic sect deserved to die, and Feng Yunhai realized at that moment that everything was over. But he still couldn't believe how powerful the boy Chen had turned out to be. The sect leader rushed at Chen Dao, saying that he would finish him off in revenge for helping to destroy the formation. But the young warrior was not afraid of him and told him to try to kill him, but he would die much sooner. And suddenly, behind Feng Yunhai appeared the director of the combat academy, who decided to kill the human demon with her own hands. The woman possessed incredible magic, therefore, concentrating her strength, she struck the head of the sect and knocked him down. After some time, Teacher Mao turned to her sister and informed her that most of the human demon sect disciples had already been destroyed. And the woman answered her that the destruction of the demonic sect is something that they could not deal with for thousands of years. And what they managed to do at the combat academy is a great achievement. Meanwhile, the head of the sect was still alive, but in bad shape. He could barely hold on to his limbs and coughed up blood all the time. He still couldn't fathom how it was that the powerful human demon sect had been practically destroyed. He was then approached by Miss Qin Yue, who told the head to remember that he was forbidden to contact her in the next life. Feng Yunhai called Milady an abomination and said that all this happened because of her, so he believed he could still kill her. But as soon as he was about to attack and jumped on the lady, she was able to repel his blow with one movement. And after defeating the monster, she added that soon he would keep his son company in hell, where they both had a place. Qin Yue walked closer to Feng Yunhai and reached into his pocket to retrieve something. She quickly found there the command of the heavenly demon she had been hunting for so long. Chen Dao then approached Miss and asked if she had decided to destroy the sect completely just to find this thing. The girl perceived this as taking care of her person on his part, so she asked Zor not to worry so much about her. However, the warrior did not let her finish, and immediately sharply replied that he did not mean that. Miss said that Chen Dao had accomplished an incredibly great feat by single-handedly destroying the human demon sect. Therefore, for this, she had a reward for the boy and asked him to follow her. The boy asked what he should expect, and Qin replied that it would be a good thing, but he would know when he saw it. They soon walked out of the sect's main hall together, and Chen Dao immediately asked if this was where his reward was. The woman pointed with her hand to the door, through which a white glow passed, and tried to make the boy interested in it. He began to walk faster to the exit, overtaking the lady, and had a premonition of something bad. Therefore, as soon as he started to walk in front of Qin Yue, she immediately took out a sharp weapon and wanted to swing at the boy. However, she failed because Chen immediately stopped her punch by tightly squeezing the woman's hand. Miss Qin did not expect such agility from the young warrior and the perfect hearing that allowed him to hear the attack. But as it turned out, Chen Dao was ready for such a thing, so he simply played along with the woman. To get out of the awkward situation, Miss Qin said she made a joke and asked the boy to believe her. But he was not so naive, because the woman had already deceived him many times, so he had no reason to trust her. Suddenly an elder appeared behind the boy and rushed at him from the street. He sneakily tried to kill him using the cut technique. However, the annual managed to quickly move to another part of the room, so it remained undamaged. After that, the elder said that he was very impressed with young Chen Dao's vigilance. Chen Dao called the elder an old dog because he was as virtuous as his owner Qin Yue, but he did not understand one thing: why he was interfering with them. And the miss said that the boy had grown up quite quickly recently, so she looked at him with completely different eyes. But Chen Dao didn't want to hear this useless nonsense, so he wanted to end it as soon as possible. However, Qin Yue said that in reality, she only called him because she had something for him. At that moment, the elder took out a wooden box and asked Mr. Chen to accept the gift. The boy asked with a smile if they really expected him to just take the unknown thing like that. Therefore, to prove her sincerity, Qin Yue told the elder to open the box himself. He carried out the order and the boy saw that they wanted to give him a spirit beast egg as a gift. Chen Dao was surprised at the treasure he saw, because he expected to feel the ground in his direction again. And Miss Qin said that she had found this treasure and was giving it to him. After that, she asked if the guy finally believed that she was sincere to him. Having assessed the scale of the thing, the boy agreed to accept the gift. Therefore, after thanking Miss Qin, she said that it was time for her to go, but she will be glad to never see Chen Dao again. But their meeting did not end there, because the young warrior decided to use the cutting technique. He pointed his sword towards Miss Qin Yue to deal a small amount of damage to her. The woman could not understand why he treated her like that, because she seemed to have fixed their relationship. However, Chen Dao replied that it was his revenge for how kindly her elder had welcomed him. But Milady decided not to continue the quarrel, but simply let colored smoke into the room and instantly disappeared. After such a movement, the boy realized that Miss Qin Yue is a true master of her craft, because she knows how to protect her life in this way. Soon, Miss Qin Yue and the elder found themselves in a quiet forest where they could rest after a hard day of fighting. Suddenly, the young lady began to cough violently, which was unusual for her. She felt sick and the elder noticed it immediately, so he asked Miss if everything was fine with her. She reluctantly replied that everything was fine, but something else bothered her. Namely, how fast Chen Dao grew, because in the future, he would become a terribly strong opponent. The elder agreed with these words and said that he was sorry, because it was not possible to kill the young man this time. That woman reassured him, because soon she would enter the Heavenly Demon Academy, where she would achieve great enlightenment, and her growth rate would quickly surpass Chen Dao. But the elder had a question about the spirit beast egg, which was the sect's most valuable treasure, because when it hatches, it will increase the combat power of the young man. However, Miss said that the egg was found in ancient ruins. It hadn't hatched in hundreds of years, and it had a chance of doing so in Chen Dao's hands. Besides, the woman had done some manipulations with this egg, so Chen should have been surprised the moment it hatched. Director and mentor Mao contemplated the result of the social work, and still could not believe that the human demon sect had been destroyed. However, this is all thanks to Chen Dao. Therefore, teacher Mao turned to her sister and emphasized that it was time to pay higher respect to her disciple. The headmistress said that such a great student is a truly unique event for the entire Huang Martial Academy. Moa's teacher proudly said that his achievements are also unique in history. Soon the headmistress got a secret thing, which she was ready to hand over to the great student. Meanwhile, Chen Dao came to the treasury where the sect keeps its treasures. The boy was going there to find the spiritual sword he needed. Among the large number of weapons, there were not many spirit swords, which showed the poverty of the demonic sect. Still, it was better than nothing, so the young warrior decided to absorb everything that was there. A month later, Chen Dao sat calmly meditating and enjoying the size of his soul. Suddenly, during meditation, Mao's mentor came to the young warrior and told him to be ready. He stood up and did not understand what was being said. He wondered if he needed to prepare for another battle. That woman said that the Suan Academy entrance competition was about to start, so the boy should have gathered at that moment. The young man was pleased to hear such news, so he seemed to shine with joy. But the teacher explained that 13,000 students from 5 different academies will take part in that entrance exam. Therefore, only the top 3 can enter. Chen Dao asked if the representatives would be competing with their Huang Martial Academy in this exam. And the teacher asked not to be so inspired, because their academy takes the penultimate place among the 5 and is the weakest. Sometime later, there was a gathering in the square outside the academy, where Lin Hu called Chen Dao. The teacher said that the 20 best students from their academy are taking part. Some of them might make Chen their target, so she asked the young man to be careful. But the boy had a question whether the teacher knew about him, and she replied that he was the only son of the Chen family, the double of the prince, whose identity was not easy to reveal. Meanwhile, the director of the combat academy was making a roll call and checking whether all the fighters had arrived. As it turned out, Zhao Jidian, Yang Basha, and Liu Zhanshan were not there yet, because they were meditating while doing their spiritual training. Suddenly, on a mountain not far from the academy, there was a loud explosion that attracted the attention of the whole city. It was a trio of friends who heard someone criticizing them, so they quickly set out to clarify the situation. They were the recently mentioned Yang Bashi, Zhao Jitian, and Liu Zhanxian. Chen Dao looked at this and realized that the boys really liked to show off, since there was no lightning strike. The other students paid attention to the boys, because the trio had been in retreat for a dozen years, and according to their strength, the trio included the best in the academy. The headmistress turned to the visionary and said that they had all managed to advance in their improvement, so she was looking forward to how they would show themselves. Zhao Jitian said that they would win 3 spots in this 5 academies exam, but the director emphasized that you should not underestimate genes from other academies. Therefore, she reminded that they are all 20 people, all brothers and sisters in the academy, so there is no need to fight with each other. And based on them overcoming the 4 academies, 3 months will be divided between them. That woman did not want to talk for a long time, so she ordered everyone to start. One of the students approached Chen Dao and offered to go together, with the goal of taking care of each other. It would be good for the boy to be paired with someone who wouldn't play against him, so he agreed. Soon another girl decided to join them. Her name was Liu Rui, and her presence was not liked by the other girl, who was the first to suggest that Chen Dao go together. But Liu Rui insisted on going with brother Chen Dao. However, the first one tried to take the boy for herself and said that they were already going together, so they no longer needed extra people. The young warrior was being tossed around by the girls, so he realized that Zheng Yun and Liu Rui were not friends. Suddenly, the blonde said that she didn't mind if 2 women would serve 1 man. Chen Dao did not understand what kind of cruel words he was hearing from the girls. Having decided to talk less and act more, the new trio went to the portal that the director of the combat academy had created for her students. They got to the test venue where there would be a large number of masters from the 4 academies, so they should be careful. Suddenly, magical treasures appeared in front of the students, which simply hung in the air. Everyone who entered this place received a magic token, and the rating of the participants depended on the number of available tokens. In other words, their task was to snatch tokens from the hands of other participants. The receipt is quite simple and rough. In order to facilitate the separation, according to the strength levels, the Huang Martial Academy is temporarily called the Fifth. Therefore, participants need to be careful when meeting students from other academies. Chen Dao got this information from Zheng Yun, and the boy wondered how she knew it and why he hadn't heard about it before. And she replied that all this information the teacher passes on to his students. So it was strange that the teacher Mao did not inform the young man about it. He didn't know anything at all, but the boy just found out about the start of the competition. The girl smiled and said that it was in the style of Mao's mentor, who always forgets everything. Chen Dao then turned to Sister Liu and asked if they had the same teacher, and if so, did she also know about the competition. She was not in a good mood because of the presence of a competitor in the team, but she had been informed about the competition long ago. Chen couldn't understand why he didn't know anything back then. Therefore, the boy asked his classmate if the teacher ordered her not to tell anything. But as it turned out, Liu Rui participated not for the first time, but given her age, it was the last time, which is why she knew everything. Therefore, no matter what happens, she must enter the Suan Martial Academy. She was sure that she would do it, regardless of the fact that she had to risk her own life for it. Soon unknown boys arrived to the trio wearing the same outfit, so they did not look like students from Huang Academy. The boys immediately started discussing Chen Dao and the girls next to him among themselves, saying that they were lucky enough to meet the team from the Fifth Academy. But the young men immediately became hostile to Huan's students and ordered the trio to give them their tokens, otherwise they would die. Another boy also added that Chen Dao would die for sure, but they would think about the girls, as they could be useful, of course, if the beauties agreed to accompany them. Zheng Yun looked at the boys, and judging from their clothes, she concluded that they were from the Third Academy. But Liu Rui was determined against the boys because they dared to insult them with dirty words. The representative of the Third Academy addressed the girls and Chen as if they were animals, calling them again to kneel down and beg for mercy. Then Zheng Yun couldn't stand it and attacked the boys because they were the same and could be easily defeated. And the girl was right, because she alone succeeded in maiming ill-mannered young men and winning over them. Then they themselves knelt down and began to beg for their lives to be spared. Chen Dao agreed to this, but he had his conditions, namely that the boys had to give him their tokens. With bruised faces, the young men immediately retrieved the children they had received earlier and quickly gave them away. And then they turned and tried to run away, because after giving the tokens, they no longer wanted to embarrass the team from the Fifth Academy. But Chen Dao was not going to let them go so quickly and ordered the boys to turn back. They did not understand what the problem was, as they gave everything they had. But Chen's second condition was that the losers had to collect 6 more tokens for him to have a chance of survival. They began to be indignant, saying that they were like slaves. But they could not even imagine where they could get such a quantity. However, Chen had no business with them. He ordered to rob or take them from his students. However, if they did not manage, the young warrior threatened them with cruel retribution. And the boys were ready for anything under the threat of death, so they agreed to these conditions. Therefore, soon the team from the Third Academy went to their students and tried to get the tokens by insidious methods. They understood that they were doing wrong, but they had no other choice. Soon the young men managed to pay for their lives and gave the token to Chen Dao, and he in turn said that the boys have a great chance to become real traitors. However, the students of the Third Academy had only earned 3 tokens, so one of them told Mr. Chen that he already had 6, all things considered. They begged the warrior to let them go, because they had already deceived their comrades, so it is not known what punishment awaits them upon their return. Therefore, without thinking long, Chen Dao let them go, and Liu Rui praised him for such a quick plan to earn tokens. Suddenly, another trio appeared in front of him and the girls. Among them was Chen Beiji, who was a representative of the Fourth Huang Martial Academy, and he immediately wondered what the 5th team was doing. Cheng Yun was frightened when she saw the students of the 4th Academy, but Liu Rui held on tight and boldly asked Beizu what the difference was about their affairs. Then the guy reached out and said the team had an incredible job. Chen Dao and the girls stood confused because they did not understand what was being said. The young man then introduced himself as Chen Beiji of the 4th Huang Academy, whose name was quite well known. However, Chen Dao sincerely replied that this was the first time he had heard of him. Sensing the humiliation on his side, Chen Beiji called Dao ignorant and stupid. However, Chen Dao denied this and repeated the question of what the trio needed from him. Then Zheng Yun intervened and told Brother Dao that he was indeed famous, since he is the strongest master in the 4th Martial Academy Huang. But Chen Beiji had an offer to the weakest 5th Academy. He offered to unite and work together. Chen Dao was surprised at such a proposal, so he asked what it was based on. And he answered that right now, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Academies have reached a silent understanding, including in relation to hunting down students from the stale and 5th Academies, considering them weaklings. Even though Beiji considered himself a genius and was confident of his victory, he thought it best to be cautious when it came to building a ship for the millennium. However, although Chen Dao listened to the arguments, he was sure that he did not need outside support, because he had no reason to trust the members of the Fourth Academy. As signs of trust, Chen Beiji voiced that he had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and young Ta was not lacking in abilities. He looks trustworthy at first glance. Liu Rui took the boy to be unscrupulous because he has so many stupid thoughts. Also, Zheng Yun voiced her impression of him, because at first glance the guy didn't look very smart, even to fool them. Chen Beiji became furious because he heard his own opinion, as the girls were talking quite loudly. Chen Dao then announced the final conclusion and said that they were ready to cooperate. However, I did not understand what it would consist of. Beiji explained that 4 or 5 people were the strongest in these academies. Therefore, they will unite and deal with them. And then the boy threw personal communication talismans that would allow him to contact the 5th team at any time. Meanwhile, 3 boys met on the battlefield, 2 of whom began to pressure the 3rd. They demanded a token from a young man who was from the 5th Academy. The boys themselves were from the 2nd Academy and physically threatened him. This student from the 5th Academy was Lin Hu, who had no way out of the situation and started calling Brother Chen to save him. The men from the 2nd Academy did not understand what the boy shouted, so they questioned him. Suddenly, Lin Hu was able to deliver a powerful blow to the 2 boys at the same time with his own fists, thereby defeating them. The men tried to get up from the ground and berated Lannis for daring to strike them. But as soon as one of them rushed at Lin Hu, he was immediately hit again in the face. The boy began to use the crusher technique when he kicked the enemy in the face. Having finished fighting, the boy only had to take the tokens and continue to compete. However, reinforcements soon arrived, which immediately addressed Lin with the words that he was allowing himself to do. He was shocked that he had beaten only 2, so help came immediately. The guys who came started laughing at him, saying that he was from the 5th Academy. The men were ready to brutally kill Lin Hu for beating their disciple, so they immediately charged. But they didn't succeed because the young warrior possessed the rising dragon technique. Therefore, men could not understand how he managed to be so strong. After all, everyone is used to the fact that in the 5th Academy, everyone is an outcast. To protect each other, the boys formed a circle around one Lin Hu and wanted to attack him at the same time. They were sure that they would be able to defeat a strong warrior as a herd, so they told him to surrender. Then Lin Hu rubbed his head and admitted that he really couldn't do it alone. Then the boy formed a large iron ball on which he jumped from above. And despite the difficulties, he still did not plan to give up, but only to fight to the end. The men around did not understand what the young man was up to, because they had seen such a thing for the first time. As for that bullet under Lin Hu, it was his Lin family mechanical bastion, so he didn't even plan to fear anyone. The men said that they weren't afraid of him either, because they couldn't be intimidated by any kind of colonels. Therefore, they decided not to waste time on him, but to immediately begin the desired revenge. But Lin Hu had already brought his mechanical bastion to battle readiness, with which he planned to win. As the firearm gained power, the boy ordered her to open fire on the enemy and destroy him. Then the core began to scatter fireballs around, which were charged with magical energy. The men did not expect that an ordinary bastion could transform into cannons and decode metal cores. Each bullet flew precisely to the target and destroyed the enemy with one blow. But as the men lay dying, one of them understood the power of the Lin family. Lin Hu pretended to be embarrassed by the bully's physical condition, but it was all just part of his plan. Meanwhile, other participants who wanted to unite came running to Sister Chen and Liu. Liu Rui asked them where they were going so fast. And the boys reported that Zhao Jitian, Yang Bashi, and Liu Jianshan were gathering everyone together to reap the dropouts of other academies. So he offered to join, because the brothers have a high level of cultivation, which will certainly lead them to victory. But before agreeing, the girls asked Chen Dao's opinion, and he replied that he prefers to work alone. But Zheng Yun decided it was worth checking, because the director told them to work together in this promotion competition. Nevertheless, most of the people from the 5th Academy decided to unite, and came to the meeting of the 3 powerful brothers. They in turn were very proud that more than 20 people came to them under their leadership. But they were not going to wait for others for a long time. Therefore, they planned to start as soon as possible. It was said that everyone was given a chance, but those who did not take advantage of it are themselves to blame. Meanwhile, the trio from the 4th Academy also brought Chen Dao and sisters Zheng and Liu Rui. It was then that it was clear that most likely everyone got under the mountain. Seeing who had come, Yan Bashi began to rage because he did not want to see this person next to him. It was about Chen Dao, whose presence was incomprehensible to the brothers. Therefore, not being ashamed of his displeasure, the boy immediately asked the boy why he had brought Chen Dao. And the fighter replied that he did not know about the ban on Chen, because he had an order to gather everyone. However, Yang Bashi angrily pointed his finger at Dao and said that he had no place under his leadership. However, the student was not even familiar with him, so he did not know the problem of joint cooperation. Liu Rui then asked Chen Dao if he had a personal enmity with Yang Basha, and the young warrior replied that he had never met any of the trio before, so he did not understand what kind of enmity it was about. Zhao Jitian also turned to Chen Dao and said that everyone present could stay, but he did not belong here. From the very beginning, the boy had no desire for such joint work, but he wondered why he was considered an enemy. Zhao Jitian could not give a constructive answer, saying that he should have known the reason himself. Therefore, Chen Dao said that only one fool could target him like that. Then the whole trio got angry, because the men understood that it was about the crown prince, who could not be insulted like that. However, despite the prohibitions, Chen Dao did not limit himself and continued to call the arrogant boy a fool. Liu Rui watched and told Brother Chen that these guys didn't look very shy. Therefore, she had another question. Where did Chen Dao's enmity with the crown prince come from? However, this story was very long, so the boy said that he would definitely tell everything later. Liu Jianshan entered the conversation and said that according to the headmistress's words, they should march together against the enemy. So he gives the boy a chance to get on his knees and beg his brothers to join their team. But Chen Dao, who really didn't like to be humiliated, said that he didn't plan to stay with them anyway.